Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Metro Bank One Day Cup match between Somerset Women and Durham. If you haven't already gathered, Durham have won the top and they're going to bat four. The umpires for this match will be Mark Newell and Julia John. The referee, Sarah Clark, and scorers Mike Turner and Chris Wood. Somerset County Cricket Club would very much like to thank our principal Women's Metro Bank One Day Cup sponsor, Durham. We're also pleased to be working in partnership with our grand naming rights partner, Cooper Associates, again in 2025. Cooper Associates are an award-winning mortgage advisor and financial consultant with their head office based in St James's Street. Somerset Cricket Club, County Cricket Club would also like to thank our principal partners for the 2025 season. Trade Nation, Somerset, WPA Health Insurance, Silvertech, Eurolay, Brown & Brown Insurance Services, Thatchers, Green Film and Virtue for yours the best. Today's match sponsor are the University Centre of Somerset. University Centre Somerset can help you realise your ambition with degrees for real life taught in campuses in Taunton, Bridgewater and Cannington. It places higher education firmly within your reach. University Centre Somerset. If you're looking for match day food and drink, it's available from the SCCC concession on the lower tier of the Marcus Scottish Pavilion and in the Lord Ian Bowden stand. Plus, Stradler's Pocket. If you need to get the attention of our stewards today, or need to report an incident, please use our anonymous text service. Simply text SCCC Steward followed by your message to 66777. This will alert security and the steward will be dispatched. Text off, charge at your standard method work. Against all forms of discrimination, and there is no place for it towards sport. We will embrace and celebrate differences everywhere, knowing that with diversity we are strong. We are dedicated to raising the game. If you witness it, challenge it, call it. Somerset County Cricket Club are also pleased to announce the next event in our 150 year celebrations will be an evening with handicap. This will take place on Tuesday, August the 12th in the 1875 park. Andy is one of the greatest players to play for the club, and during the evening he will discuss his time with Somerset, his England career, and give his forthright views on the game. The evening will include a welcome drink and a two-course dinner. Tickets for this event are just £45. The guard of honour today are girls from the Somerset Cricket Foundation Brown and Brown Cricket Festival. Thank you very much, girls.
It is far, in fact.
Can we welcome onto the field of play our umpires, Mark Newell and Julia Jarvis.
Is Julia Jarvis and Mark Newell. Match referee is Sarah Bartlett. And we've got Mike Turner on the scoring and Chris Drew. So they're our scorers and umpires for the day. Of course, I was up at Chesterley Street for the last game that Durham played, where Holly Armitage just fashioned a brilliant 111, which is a niche fact that she shares as a top scorer this season with Captain Fantastic Sophie Luff, who also scored 111, but Sophie Luff's got the up on that because that's a not out, whereas Holly Armitage unfortunately took a big circle and got run out just to the last over of that game. But Durham, nevertheless, are coming off the back of a win. Now, Somerset frustratingly had their game with Essex washed out, having got to 312, and with Niamh Holland and Jess Hazel both getting 50. So frustrating, because I think that would have been a cracking game between the two sides, because they've had some real history in the past. So Durham coming off the back of a win. Somerset frustratingly having had a rained off game where they got their biggest score this season in the 50 over. So we shall see how that transpires. Yes, so they're playing to get into that, both teams, because they are at the moment 5 and 6, both on 19 points. So they get those precious 4 points, or even 2 points. They will leapfrog, if Warwickshire beat them.
What's a shame for Somerset is they had such a dismal T20 season that had they picked up a win the first game back in the 50 over, it would have set them up really nicely in the table. You know, no result isn't the worst thing for Somerset from where they were, but had they managed to win that, let's assume they would have gone on to win that game with a big score like that against Essex. You'd have thought they'd be really pushing for that finals day or the knockout rounds. As it is, Somerset still nicely placed.
Yeah, they will have been eyeing that Essex game, I'm sure.
Yeah, absolutely, they were. Well, I spoke to
yeah.
Trevor Griffin at the end of the T20 season, the head coach at Somerset, and they were absolutely eyeing up that game and this one, it has to be said. This is one they were very much had in their sights before the 100 starts, before they all go their separate ways for a bit. This is a key match for Somerset as far as they're considering their future in this competition. Likewise for Durham, as you say, mid-table. Both these teams, this is a crucial game in the competition.
Should be a good game. So Somerset line-up are Odgers, Holland, Luff, Wilson, Hazel, Griffiths, Jackson, Skelton, Anderson, Robbins and Barnes. And Durham are Susie Bates, Emma Marlowe, Holly Armitage, the captain, Maddie Villiers, Emily Windsor, who made her debut up in Durham when I was watching that game and batted very well. Bess Heath, Phoebe Turner, Catherine Fraser, Sophia Turner, Lizzie Scott making her Durham debut now, and Katie Levick. So Lizzie Scott, I saw make her Northern Diamonds debut on this very pitch as Robbins comes into Bates, plays that into the leg side. They're going to get an easy single for that first delivery of the game here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Just the one then. Yeah, so Lizzie Scott, this time, or sort of last season, it was actually September, I think, we were here scrabbling around trying to work out who this Lizzie Scott was. In fact, I think it was 2 seasons ago, because Lizzie Scott played herself into the England under-19 team and then found herself at a World Cup shortly after that. Must have thought it was an easy game, but she's got a Durham debut today, so we'll see her later, no doubt, with ball in hand as that's defended down and there is no run.
I should say there is a very short side of the ground here. The pitch they're playing on is quite far over to the left as we look at it from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion, which means that although they've brought the rope in on the right-hand side, actually it is much further. So if they can target on the left towards the Somerset stand, then there are potential boundaries on offer there.
Yeah, leg side to the batter at the moment will be the short side, so they'll be trying to make the most of that. That's defended down back to the bowler, and there is no run. So I can see the bit that you can't see, but I can't see the scoreboard, so I need to be bobbing about a bit here.
You'll be sharing duties a bit here.
Yeah.
You sort of complete each other's view.
That's it. Molly Robbins going back to the 25-yard circle. That is a difference with the men's game. 25-yard circle in the women's game, 30-yard circle in the men's game as Robin comes in again, up the hill from the Sophie Luff end. Banged in and dispatched to square leg for 1.
Well, it's interesting that because this has obviously come up a bit with the success of the Lionesses, in that there isn't, in the women's football, there isn't any concession made. You play on the same pitches, same size, same goal size, everything. Whereas in cricket, they do make, they bring the boundaries in a bit, and that circle is made shorter within the pitch as well. And I've seen some people calling actually for those changes, those sorts of concessions to be made in football.
And that's taken to point, and Fran Wilson tidies up, and there is no run. I'd make it 30-yard circle. I think it makes a nonsense. The idea to have the shorter circle was to encourage the batters to hit up and over, but the actual result is that the fielders are so much closer. The gaps are so small. It is very difficult. It's supposed to give the batters an opportunity to get quick runs early as Robin comes in again. And that's defended down by Susie Bates. There is no run. Yeah, it's supposed to give the batters an advantage, but actually I think it works against that. And also it makes a lot of commentators look very silly when they refer to a 30-yard circle in the women's game, because it's the 25-yard circle. And also the numbers inside out that circle are different. Also I would make that, I'd do that the same. So in the women's game here we have a 10-over power play at the beginning of the 50 over, which is different to the men's also, just the 1 power play, 10 first 10 overs. They are only allowed 2 fielders outside of that 25-yard circle. Do you want this one, Charlie?
Oh, yes, let's go for it. I'll watch a bit of Ellie Anderson bowling from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end, facing the Quantocks, which are looking very brown, although we did have a bit of rain around the last week. It has been very dry so far this summer, isn't it? So as we approach August.
Mad, isn't it? August already.
Yeah, I know. Crazy. In comes Anderson over the wicket, quite a full ball, and there's an attempted drive, but it's beaten the bat, goes through to Jess Hazel behind the stumps, and there is no run added. It's a good tight over from Molly Robbins to start things off. You can see the temporary stand here at Somerset, empty today, but they've got plenty of cricket to look forward to here with the women's matches later on in the year once the 100's finished. Of course, they've got the one-day cup for the men during August as well, plus that T20 quarter-final. This, again, is slightly wider and actually given as a wide this time. Hard for us to see where we are because we're at such an angle.
Yeah, we're sort of deep long on here, aren't
yeah,
we? So we're at a different angle today.
You're going to have to trust the umpires on LBW shouts and wide calls and things like that. Yeah.
Always.
Oh, yeah.
Always best to.
Of course.
Umpire's always right.
So another one to the total there, and Ali Anderson have to bowl that one again. That's a full toss straight to the fielder, who spills it a little bit, but not enough that there was time to steal a run. I think it's Chloe Skelton there. Yeah. She's a good fielder. Talking about positives from Somerset's T20 campaign. There weren't an awful lot on the results page, given that they only won one all season. But Chloe Skelton's bowling, fielding, and even her batting has been a real positive, the way she's improved over the since the Western Storm days. It's a better ball defended by Marlowe. No run. Somerset more of a team set up for 50 over success, really. That sort of plays to their strengths a bit more than T20s.
Which is interesting because I remember interviewing Danny Gibson last season at Bristol for a Western Storm game. She was having a rest for England duty, and she was saying that Western Storm fancy themselves a 20 over. So that'll be a difference as well.
Oh, no edge there either, and Marlowe's a bit cross with herself for not hitting that one. Had Danny Gibson been available, it may well have been a different story because she is a fantastic T20 player. Obviously, Charlie Dean's been with England for a long time as well, and Heather Knight, injured, who would have been with England. So you take those three players out, the international stars, and you do see it's very different. There's a lot of inexperience coming through.
Yeah, it's a good. I think that's probably why Warwickshire Bears did so well, because they did have that consistency. They weren't losing players so often.
Shorter ball, reaching for it again is Marlowe. Can't get it. Umpire's happy with that one.
Marlowe looking disgustedly at Mark Newell there. Why am I not getting a wide? Now, the thing you should know about Emma Marlowe is the last game, she ran Susie Bates out at the non-striker's end with a smacked straight drive that was so successful. Mahika Gore managed to get a little fingertip to it, and she was run out at the non-striker's end early on, so she'll be trying not to do that again today.
Just pushed into the leg side, and the captain, Sophie Luff, comes around to field it. Yeah, that was a safe single that time, and it finishes off a good over from Somerset. Just the one run off the bat, plus the wide. So 2 runs from it, and 4 without loss. They'd be happy, Somerset, with a 2-run rate. If that's what Durham finished with, I suspect there'll be some difference from the Durham batting soon enough. But good start from Somerset, this.
It is, and it's a glorious day. I'm down pitch side just briefly earlier. A quick chat with Sarah Bartlett, the match referee, who I've seen quite a lot of the last few weeks. She's been at a lot of the games that I've been watching following England round, and she was also at that Durham game last week. She was trying to get me to mention words on commentary, which is a very naughty thing to do. So, but I did get one word in.
Dare I ask what it was?
It was banana, which was easy enough to get in, as that's played into the offside. Diving stop there, and just the one to the total.
How did you squeeze that in? Were you talking about a potential banana skin?
Well, no, it could have been. So it was an easy one because the ball bent round to the fielder, so I just said, it bent like a banana.
Very nice.
But,
very
it's very naughty thing
skillfully done.
Very dangerous thing to do as well. So Molly Robbins decides what she's going to serve up here.
Well, she's got to slip in.
Yeah, she's got to slip in, so it's attacking.
Yep.
Here. That's played into the offside, straight to the fielder. That's a lovely stop there again.
Yeah, Skelton again.
Yes.
As I mentioned, her fielding is great.
Yeah.
She reminds me a bit of, in the men's game, a bit of Roland van der Merwe, who got the nickname the Bulldog, because he would chase after everything like a dog.
Yeah.
All that, you know.
Yeah, you could bottle Van der Merwe's enthusiasm.
Exactly,
and passion. You
I
could
see
make
that.
a lot of money.
Yeah. No, I absolutely see that in Skelton, the way she fields as well. Which is
Bates facing. That's straight to the mid-off fielder, and there is no run.
Yeah, high compliment that, because I rate him very highly. He's a nice man as well.
Yeah. We see it a lot. I mean, there are some players in the the women's game as well, who want to be in the game all the time. I mean, usually Captain Fantastic wants to be in there as well, doesn't she? Sophie Love, she wants to be in everything as Robbins comes into Bates. Ball up in the air, but over the fielders. It's going towards the rope. I think it's going to get cut off because there's several people running after it. It's in the corner. I can't see that. I think
It's saved. Neve Holland doing the fielding right on the boundary, but the outfield's quick here. There are 3 fielders and the ball kept running and running.
It's that long boundary that Charlie referred to. It's going to because the other. So I think the 30-yard circle, the 25-yard circles go to 30 yards. My other theory is that it's a right boundary, certainly this side. If you could run 3, I mean, I don't think that they did, but if you could run 3, but I wouldn't have a short boundary. That's just unfortunate for wear and tear on the pitch here.
Yeah.
No doubt. As Robbins comes in again to Marlowe this time. Comes forward, works that into the leg side, past the square leg umpire. Just the 1 to the total.
Yep.
Durham move on to 9. That loss.
A lot of cricket being played here these days
Yeah.
at Taunton. So you are, and it's not just the women who have been playing with the shorter boundary. There's been at least one men's game I can think of where they've been and had a much shorter boundary. And that was a 4-day game, I think. So
Yeah. I mean, if the women are going to play on the main pitches, there's going to be lots more wear and tear, isn't there?
Absolutely.
On them as Robbins comes in again to Bates this time. Ooh, a whiff of an edge there, but not quite getting it to the end of the over. And that's another over down. Durham are 9 that loss.
Robbins does get a bit of swing early on. Just looking at the replay, yeah, lovely bit of movement. That shapes away. Want to make the most of that while the ball's new.
Yeah.
But at the moment, just missing the bat. Looks like a good pitch. Talking of the pitch, looks like a good one
Yeah,
today.
looks nice.
Yeah, looks pretty firm and not a lot wrong with it, to be honest.
Yeah, looking nice.
So using the that early bit of swing is going to be crucial, I think, because just from up here, which is obviously a fair distance away, but from up here, you'd say it probably looks like quite a good batting pitch.
Got potential for a bit of overheads because we've got some clouds.
Yes,
there,
there's a
so
little
might
bit
be
of
a bit of atmosphere in the air.
Well, it was there to drive. It was a full delivery, but she's picked out a fielder as Marlowe, so no run there.
Yes,
Anderson
poor old
continuing.
Marlowe running out Susie Bates early on, and I think probably that Lancashire would have thought they were in to win that game, having been gifted effectively the Susie Bates wicket, but they were sadly wrong because Holly Armitage had other ideas.
Well, she's a class player. Really rate Holly Armitage. Watched her plenty of times and she's brilliant. Again, another full ball driven down the ground. That could well be 4. I think it will be. The outfield is super quick here. And that is the first boundary that we've seen today. And it's off the bat of Marlowe. A bit full from Ellie Anderson. Tried probably induce that bit of swing. And Marlowe happy to drive at it. Gets a good fist out the meat of the bat straight back towards the bowler. It's a good enough angle to run away all the way for 4.
Ellie Anderson's mum Sue's going to be in today in the one of the boxes below us.
Well, I've got a funny story about her.
Oh,
It's,
yeah?
that's another full one, and again beautifully square driven for 4 towards the short boundary as well. Ellie Anderson just going a little bit full here, inviting these drives. And the score now 13 without loss. 2 boundaries from the 2 balls in this over so far. I sat behind her, a few rows behind her, for one of the T20s, the double headers. I think it must have been the Surrey double header. And she took a wicket, as she often does in her very early overs, possibly even her first over. And suddenly her mum was out and cheering, her shirt on with Anderson written on the back. The whole family was there and the cameras came and found her. It was a lovely moment a bit earlier on this year. In comes Anderson again full, this time sort of half driven. No real power in it, didn't quite time it as nicely as the previous 2, so no run. Sticking with the fuller deliveries though here, Ellie Anderson. As I say, probably looking for a bit of movement.
You have to know her mum better because she makes the best lemon drizzle cake.
Does she really?
She produced at Exmouth when Ed and I went down there for the.
Well, that was
FA
these
Cup
2, wasn't
game.
it? Was that
Yeah,
Durham
it was
as well,
these
wasn't
2.
it?
Yeah, it was indeed. But didn't hear much of Ed and I since there was.
Had your mouths full of lemon drizzle?
No, because there was no camera.
Oh, well, that as well. Yeah.
I forgot to send the camera.
Ah, yes, there was a bit of a mix-up, wasn't there?
Mix-up.
Yeah.
But it was very nice lemon cake.
Well, at least that made the journey worth it. This keeps a bit low, and Marlowe's able to jam the bat down on it, squirts out towards the short third. Molly Robbins doing the fielding. was a more dangerous delivery, but it did seem just to keep a bit low. I wonder if we'll see a bit more of that. If this pitch is offering that, then just makes it a bit more complicated for the batters.
Exmouth went to a super over. That was very exciting.
Oh, it was, wasn't it? I remember, I think I was there a men's game here on the same day? I think it was here.
Yes, there was a men's game, yeah.
I think I was commentating on that one. Shorter ball this time, and on her toes, pushing it out to the offside is Marlowe, but no run. That's the end of the over. A couple of boundaries early on, and then getting a bit of control back. The score is 17 without loss. But I did think it was cruel, actually, when I saw the fixtures come out, and I noted that the one game that Somerset were playing at Exmouth, which is within, oh no, it's not in Somerset, but they claim Devon and Cornwall as well, which I think rightly so. So they've decided to do a game at Exmouth. And who would be the opponents? Only the team that's got the furthest to travel. They get to Taunton, there's still another 50 minutes to go. You think, well, come on, be a bit fair on Durham, for goodness sake. You know, if it's Gloucestershire or, they're obviously not a Tier 1 team, but if it was a team like that, you'd think, well, doesn't matter quite so much. But Durham, having got to Taunton, looking at the sat-nav, still got another 50 minutes of driving after they've been in the coach for probably 7 or 8 hours.
So their bus driver's probably easier going back, having won that game from nowhere, because Somerset gifted it them, unfortunately.
I'm afraid it was a bit of the story of the T20 season in the end with Somerset, who got so close in so many games and gave, even in the very last one, which was a tie. Who was it? It's at Lancashire. Yeah. Still needed to hit a 6 off the final ball, and they did it. It was Alana King, so she's an excellent all-rounder, really. But even then, you think you need 6. It's still unlikely to happen.
Yeah, that's played into the offside, straight to Skelton again, who's picking up lots of bruises there. Short cover. Are
they aiming for a bowling hand, do you think? Are they trying to get her to hurt her hand?
It's, lots of bruises there. She's in the middle of everything anyway. Yeah, it's a long old journey for them. Yeah. The other thing about the Super Over was, because Somerset were to decide which shirts they were going to wear because of the batting and bowling.
Oh yeah, probably didn't have time to swap it around.
Changing shirts. As Bates leaves that one straight through, and there is no run.
Yeah, because Somerset play in the T20s in 2 different shirts. So they have to make so they're not designed for the Super Over, are they? Just one over at each.
I was saying you're not changing shirts in between. We need to get this done because there's no floodlights, obviously. Yeah. As an outground. So yeah, it's a bit of fun there.
It's a nice ground though, isn't it, Exmouth?
Oh, yeah,
I've not seen cricket there, but when I've been in Exmouth, I've been to it to go and have a look. It looks like a nice ground.
They looked after us down there, even if nobody saw us. That comes forward, plays that to mid-on. There's a big call, and they get through for the single. So another one to the total. Durham 18 without loss here at Cooper Associates County Ground.
So be eager for an early wicket. And let these two build a huge platform.
Nearly halfway through that power play, so the advantage to the batters is how it's supposed to work.
Yeah, we talked about how crucial this game is, so wickets key for Somerset.
Marlowe, pensive, plays that. Oh, past and underneath the mid-off fielder. That's going to be 4 runs. So that will be moving the scoreboard on a little.
Good shot.
Yeah, there's a good shot underneath the fielder there.
Picking out a very nice gap.
Yep.
Marlowe. Do wonder with Durham, when they do, we were talking about those long journeys. I wonder what their hotel bills are like compared to other teams.
Well, everyone's got to go up there, haven't they?
Similarly for.
A long way to go.
I guess, Somerset might only be there twice a season, whereas Durham are probably having to come down to southern teams maybe, 20 times a season or 15 times a season.
That's Marlowe. Oh, and it's a caught. It's caught at point by Fran Wilson. As an easy catch there at sort of shoulder height. Not really very hard. Trying to make the most of the power play to hit over, but unfortunately just succeeds in playing it square straight into the hands of Fran Wilson, who one of the best fielders ever. He's going to snaffle that. So Durham lose their first wicket, and Emma Marlowe is caught by Wilson off the bowling of Skelton.
What a gift! What a gift! It's a shame it's not at all where she's looking to put it, but of course, as you say, Fran Wilson will not need to be asked twice to take that one. She can take far hard. In fact, it's almost like
Yes,
she'd probably prefer the hard ones, because that's when your brain starts playing tricks on you and you see one looping towards you like that nice and easily. But yeah, big breakthrough, because Marlowe was looking dangerous there. She was the one upping the rate, but we've now got Holly Armitage coming in.
Yes, the captain, the rock. I think I have a theory that she's made out of northern granite, but she certainly decided that game in Lancashire, where Susie Bates had gone early this time as opposed to Marlowe. She decided and built an innings beautifully. So started slowly, built up. She was fortunate later on that she had some great partnerships, particularly with Emily Windsor. So we shall see how today's innings shapes itself. But yeah, she certainly hauled that game, and her 111 put them across the line, definitely with Lancashire at the end of last week.
Well, it's going to be the start of a new over, and we're sticking with Ellie Anderson here. Huge moment if they can make a breakthrough here, especially if they can, one of these two. These are key players for Durham. Somerset being asked to field first. So if they can keep Durham to an achievable total, they'll be absolutely delighted with that. Wonder what they were thinking there, Durham. Batting first on good track, I guess. They'll fancy setting a bit of a target. They know that Somerset, especially in the T20 season, have struggled with the bat, although they are coming off the back of a 312, I think, wasn't it? So,
yeah, big one.
Yeah.
I'll just check what number. It was a big number.
It was around 312 for something, wasn't
biggest, it? Yeah, 312 for six. Their biggest
right.
total of the season.
Yeah. So Somerset will find out. I guess what if it is you've got a short boundary, you've got a quick outfield, the pitch looks very good. Could be looking at a past score of another high total here. So Somerset won't be put off if the number starts with a 3. They won't want it to be in the high 3s.
No.
It's in the air, just drops short of the field, and it will go underneath her all the way for 4. It's a short boundary out there. So what we've got to do is get it past the fielder, and it's Van Wilson again. I think he wasn't able to get anything on that one. It's another boundary. Bates scoring her first of the day. 9 she moves to. 26 for 1 is the score. Again, just in the air a little bit, taking the risks in the power play. It's a nicely placed shot in the end. Sticking with the slip fielder.
Yeah,
Sorry,
and I was going to say, Ellie Anderson did an early game against Essex where Ellie Anderson was bending the stumps back for fun. Had a great game that game.
Oh, it was a terrific signing for Somerset. Ellie Anderson, of course, she was playing a bit with Western Storm on loan towards the end of the that period of women's cricket. So always likely to have Somerset sniffing around. But when that was announced, must admit, I was pretty pleased. She's an excellent bowler, plenty of youth and talent on show there. She's got lots of cricket ahead of her, I'm sure, as they'll come through for a single as that was punched into the offside. Was part of the under-19s World Cup with Niamh Holland as well, those two.
Yep. Bess Heath, lots of them.
Yes, there are lots of them. Bess, of course, who we'll see in action a little bit later on.
Lizzie Scott.
Yep.
Marlowe, lots of them.
Yeah.
Katie Jones we've not got today, but
they were runners-up, I think, weren't they?
They were in that first one in South Africa, yeah.
Yeah, beat Australia in the
yeah,
semi-final, just about.
That again, no.
That was one of those stressful games. Playing a miss by Holly Armitage. We won't see too many of those.
Yeah, but it's it's an England team to beat Australia in South Africa, well, away from home. Some achievement from Grace Scriven's under-19s side in that first ever women's under-19s World Cup a couple of years back. Lots of the players on display here.
Yeah, and never a bad thing to see an Anderson bowling for England, is it? Fallen in the air, but there's vacant third area within the circle. A fielder at the boundary comes in. Just the one. Gets Holly Armitage off the mark.
Finished a strike as well.
Yeah, she certainly has. As Ellie Anderson gets her cap back, so that's the end of that one. We're going to see a change, or is Robbins likely to continue? I can't see any reason to change it yet. No, it looks like she's going to stay on. So Sophie Luff deciding that these two opening bowlers doing a good job for their side so far.
Yeah, but Robbins has bowled well when I've seen her earlier in the season. She's getting good dot percentages, certainly earlier season. Whether they're starting to work her out, we shall find out.
She's got good height, Molly Robbins, and that helps a lot.
Strong shoulders as well.
Yeah, she's a good bowler to watch. As I say, that early movement she can get can prove really dangerous especially when she gets a bit of help from the conditions. It's probably sort of a 50-50 today, isn't it? It's not properly overcast, but there is a lot of cloud around. Plenty of blue sky there.
Robinson again. Armitage defends that straight back to the bowler.
It looked like she came forwards a bit there, Armitage, and then decided, actually, no, I'm going to play back to that one.
Yeah.
So just a bit of indecision.
Or maybe use of the crease. I mean, certainly Susie Bates is one who does lots of lateral movement when she's batting. We shall see lots of lateral movement, changes of decision from Susie Bates if she bats for any length of time. Holly Armitage taps her bat. Ooh, straight through. That was a great ball from Robbins.
Yeah, a bit of extra pace there, it felt like.
Bit of movement in
Yeah,
the air,
still
and
moving,
off
isn't
the
it?
pitch, yes. So, a bit of zigzag there almost.
It's a way movement from the right-hander.
Armitage will need to be watchful here.
That's why they've got the slip in.
Yeah. Hodges at slip. It's defended but past the point fielder. They get one. Armitage has to take the long way around the bowler. And another one to the total.
Niamh Holland has such a strong throwing arm that they often put her out on the boundary because she's quick around the boundary. She's got a really strong throwing arm, but there she threw it right over the wicketkeeper's head.
She's been skipper.
Yes, when Love was out in the T20s,
Yeah.
Holland was captaining.
So some leadership experience.
Yeah.
Niamh Holland, which
And
is
she's still really young, but she's got a mature head
she's
on those
great.
shoulders.
Lots of leadership. Bates comes forward, plays that to mid-off again. Sliding stop there, and they get through for a single.
Got a bit of a soft spot for Niamh Holland because she is from a village very close to the village that I grew up in. So it's nice that she's from Lowham.
Yeah.
And I grew up the other side of Somerton, which is a town around there. So always good to see a bit of cricket talent coming out of that part of Somerset.
Locals.
Yeah. She also wears 27, which is the date of my birthday. So you know,
Oh, okay.
there's
There's a
another
connection
reason.
there.
Yeah, I play 27 for my team as well.
Okay. That's defended down.
Although my cap number for my team is 111, which when I got given it, I thought, well, I'm not entirely sure I want that. But
Nelson on your hat.
yeah, I am.
Well,
I'm
that's
supposedly
well.
a bowler, so actually it's maybe a good thing.
Yes.
So yeah, my nickname should be Nelson, really, shouldn't it, at the club?
Was it Mr. Somerset or Captain Somerset?
Captain Somerset was what my
Captain
friends used to call me.
Somerset.
Yeah,
Might
Captain
burst his
Somerset.
shirt later with a big S on the front, Captain Somerset.
Well, I think S has been taken, isn't it? Superman might have a word. His lawyers might get in touch.
You might have to have the whole word written all over.
Yeah.
Because that's played forward.
CS.
Mid-off.
That would do it, wouldn't it?
Captain Somerset.
Yeah, so basically I was very obsessed with not just the cricket, although that was obviously a massive part of the county as a whole. As a teenager, just enjoyed learning about its history and the landscape and culture and food and drink and all that sort of stuff from sport. And so in the end, my friends probably got sick to death of me talking about it to call me Captain Somerset. But I always like that. I think
it's great.
It's a fantastic county. Very proud to be from this part of the world.
It's a great nickname, isn't it? So 7 overs gone and Durham are 30 for 1. Bates on 11, Armitage on 2, and lost early wicket of Emma Marlowe, who, well, just played it straight to Fran Wilson at point, really. It was an easy catch for her, so that was the one wicket that's gone down for Durham. Coming off the back of a win against Lancashire up at Chesterley Street, which I was fortunate enough to see, where I watched Holly Armitage, well, all day really. She batted most of the first half and then was obviously in the action with captaining the side the second half.
It's just punched out into the offside. Just thinking now this is the last game for Somerset before the 100 gets going, which I think there's sort of a general feel. I know the 100 isn't popular, particularly in the men's game, but I think generally it's been quite praised for what it's done for the women's game. It's been really good.
Revolutionised the women's game in terms of the double headers, and that was a COVID accident, of course, because the women were going to be marginalised to smaller pitches, but due to COVID, they weren't.
So that's driven. It was a full ball, but the fielder does well at mid-off. Molly Robbins, I think, there.
They couldn't secure 16 venues during COVID, so they had to do 8. So the double headers, which has been, I mean, revolutionised women's sport. I would go bigger than women's cricket because it's proved that there is interest, that people do want to be there. It is commercial, and it may be less popular here because there isn't a team here, but it's certainly very popular in those parts of the country that have their own team.
This is defended just from underneath her nose there. I'm lucky enough that I've been to quite a few hundred games, commentated on a lot of them, and as a spectacle. And I'm not linked to any team. I haven't got a favourite team, obviously, because there isn't really one that represents. Welsh Fire is supposed to be the one that's kind of us, but that's quite hard as an English person to support a team that's very much Welsh. You go there, there's all the Welsh branding in the Welsh language. You sort of think that's not really me. But the women's tournament is better than the men's. Oh, as that's left, can't have been too far away, but we are at an angle here, so maybe when we see that back, it's a bit further than I thought. And the women's tournament is a fantastic tournament. Seeing those players and some of the other best players around the world, and lots of them play in the Metro Bank and the T20 these days as well. But seeing those players on the pedestal, seeing thousands of people in the ground watching and cheering them, has been fantastic. So I'm sure, although they'll be very much focused on what they're doing here, these teams at the moment, I'm sure when they go and join their respective sides, a lot of these players, for instance, Bex Odgers has been called up. As has Alex Griffiths, last-minute call-up, sort of wild-cardy sort of things, injury replacements, etc.
Lots of London spirit, which I assume is the night factor that she's
helps,
collected.
Doesn't it? Yeah.
Ellie Anderson, Charlie Dean, Danny Gibson, Neve Holland, Heather Knight.
Bit of a Somerset in London there, isn't it?
Yeah, there is.
If you want a women's team to support, there's plenty there, although obviously not all of them are there. But, that wouldn't be a bad one as Anderson's in. Shorter ball pulled. And there's a big old gap here and a chase on for the fielders. Two of them coming together. Neither of them are going to get there. It just shows how quick this outfield is, because there was a long chase there for Sophie Luff, who's not slow. She couldn't get it. Holland coming around again, another very quick fielder, couldn't get there. So if you can time it right and pick the gap in that long boundary, there's still very much boundaries on offer. But the point I was getting to basically is that their minds will now start to change and look at what they're doing in the 100. So, this is good time for them to sort of get into hitting mode almost, because in the 100 you've got even less time than T20 to get going. So I must say I'm excited to see I do enjoy.
Oh yeah, it's proper. I mean, if you're a critic of the 100, don't tell me about that until you've been to a game, because it is cricket as a party. And the thing that got to so I went to Trent Bridge, and it was a Saturday morning. I was thinking, who's going to turn up on a Saturday morning? There was queues of adults without children waiting to get into Trent Bridge. And when I sat down, the women behind me said, "Are you staying for the men's game?" "Oh, I don't know, I haven't decided yet." Well, that's a difference for a start off, because people going and only watching the women's game, bringing their families on a Saturday morning, it has revolutionised it. It's a gateway to the sport, and if they're coming in and enjoying a trip to wherever and want to come back, then it's succeeded, as that's played past Skelton at cover. They contemplate two, but think better of it. Just the one to the total. So.
Yeah, and I know I don't want. I'm sure there are people watching who are getting frustrated because Somerset don't have a side anywhere near them at all, anywhere convenient for them. Cardiff is not convenient. Southampton's not convenient. Yeah. Not really. So it's a massive job, especially if you live, not in Somerset, you're in Devon or even Cornwall, for whom Somerset is the local team. That it's impossible. You can't do it in a day trip. Yeah. But you're absolutely right, as this is a lovely flick. Sorry, Claire.
Flick backwards of square. They get through for one.
The atmosphere and the frustrations of people is, well, why couldn't they have done that with the blast, put that money, put that effort into changing the T20 blast? I get that. I do understand it. But the atmosphere they've created there is fantastic. The roar of the crowd watching a domestic cricket match.
Full
crowds at Edgbaston, Headingley.
Full crowds.
I was going to say Cardiff, but less so at Cardiff. I haven't seen a full crowd at Cardiff yet.
I've seen a full crowd at Cardiff, yeah.
Have you? You have, okay. I must say, although the days they do send me to Cardiff tend to be sort of weeknights, which is probably a bit trickier.
Armitage defends that.
But those absolutely shows that cricket, and this is what we've lost a little bit, I think, since to be honest, since 2006 when cricket went behind the paywall, I think we've lost that connection, and you sort of lose that, you sort of forget that cricket really does. People care. People massively care, and they love the sport. The sport is so loved in this country, but it's not easily accessible on telly. That's getting slightly better now, and the 100 has sort of helped with that bit. But when you see all those people, they just want to come and see cricket being played and have fun, and it's been fantastic in that respect.
Yeah. Armitage dobs that down. There was no run.
So, and in particular, as I say, in particular, the women's game, I think, is fantastic.
It's absolutely revolutionised the women's game. To have that spotlight, to have that coverage, to have that scheduling and marketing. Every day you can, if you are fortunate to have a paywall, or when they're on the BBC free to air, and often even when they're sometimes on the paywall, they are.
They do put
on
them on for
YouTube,
free, actually,
Sky
don't they?
Cricket, so you can still get it for free, but being able to turn in every afternoon, 3 o'clock, and watch a women's game during the holidays, and that's played straight to Skelton at cover.
It's hard to explain. I can't really explain why, but I care so much more about teams and like the league in the women's game. Whereas the men's one, I'm just like, oh, this team plays that team. I'll watch this because there'll be a few sixes here. It'll be a bit of fun. I don't care who wins. But I'm not saying I care who wins. I haven't got a team that I support, but I actually look at the table. I'm interested to see which teams that make up it in the women's game. I just don't know. It seems to have connected so much more with me, and not just me. I think a lot of people feel the same way.
It's put the women on, in the public consciousness in a different way. And that's worked backward of square. It's going towards the boundary, and that's another four. Another four, Ollie Armitage. Yeah, it's put them in the spotlight, it's put them in the public consciousness, and people now, they're household names where they weren't before the 100. I mean, let's face it, they weren't before the 100. That's the difference it's made, and it is that gateway to the sport, and for whatever you think. Even if the kid, because I've heard people, apparently, people who haven't been, who criticise it, which I'm not going to listen to until you've been, but people who haven't been and criticise it say, well, apparently the kids aren't even watching the cricket. I don't care if they're not watching the cricket. If they have a brilliant time at a cricket stadium and they're nagging their parents to go back because they've eaten all sorts of concession food that's probably unhealthy for them, and they've run round.
They've picked up the freebies, and they've got all that.
Freebies. They've got, I don't know, hats and whatever promotional items. Then the job is done. Yep. Even if they never watched the cricket all day. It's cricket as a part.
Have you been to a county championship games? Plenty of the older followers who either read in the newspaper or.
That's it. They forget that, don't they? When they criticise it.
Another good leave that from. Susie Bates, who's happy to watch that one fly by. They're not in a rush here, Durham, I would say, and that's probably not a bad idea. They know the runs are out there. We've seen how quick the outfield is. If you time your shot, if you play the right shots to the right balls, you'll get runs here, I think.
Last over the power play. What can Durham get to?
Yeah, 40 for 1. They haven't exactly flown out of the traps, like I was saying. It's a solid start, no more. So that comes straight back to the bowler.
That's a hand warmer, isn't it?
Yeah. She's got two hands to it there, just to try and take the pressure off, protect the bowling hand.
You'll listen to the voices of Charlie Taylor, Captain Somerset.
Thank you.
And
give me my full title.
Former Somerset player. Well, it was the West, but it's close enough to explain that it wasn't Western Storm, but it was.
We'll accept it.
Somerset.
We'll accept that, Claire. Don't worry. Your credentials are good with us.
All right. Well, in that case, former Somerset player.
So, what brought you to Somerset or the West at that time? As Anderson's over the wicket again, just using the bit of width on the crease here. Is Bates. She just bounced it over the infield, and once again it runs away so quickly. Now it's a shorter boundary there, but she didn't put any power into that, just dabbing it down, and it's flown to the boundary.
Yeah, a bit of experience there. She loves a late cut, does Susie Bates. What brought me here? Work. So I was in charge of Devon and Cornwall.
Were you really?
Yes. I should give that a bit more context. So I worked for a government agency called the Rural Development Commission, and I was area manager for Devon and Cornwall, which was a really tough job because it's very rural, and all of the things that the Rural Development Commission did in terms of grants and things we did across Devon and Cornwall.
Well, it's full toss, and it's hammered, pulled shot really quickly, and there's no chance anyone's catching that. If you're timing it like that into a gap, then this outfield will help the ball run all the way to the boundary. But it was full, it was pulled hard. Again, charging out of her crease, I think Ellie Anderson probably maybe watching that, tried to do something a bit different. Wasn't what she was trying to do, I'm sure, and the ball gets punished.
Durham looking for that first milestone of 50, 2 off it, 48 for 1. Last couple of balls of the power play. Somerset are only allowed 2 fielders outside the 25-yard circle. Numbers in the women's game are different to the men's game, and the circle is a different size.
Yeah, keeps commentators on their toes. That's
Yeah.
If you
Well, just-
like me doing sort of a bit of men's, then a bit of women's, and then you just,
Yeah,
hang
yeah.
on a minute, which what?
Makes me shout at the radio on the live stream, as you imagine.
Yes, you do hear it, don't you? Anderson in over the wicket. That's full. A Yorker length. It's defended.
Last ball of the power play. A little Armitage and Bates exchange a few words.
Gentle breeze. You can see the Somerset flag just flapping a little bit in the wind today.
We've got some spectators, haven't we? Well, I'm sure there's a bit below us, but we can see them opposite on the sort of Sophie Luff end.
Nice. Sophie Luff end.
Yeah, it's
Is that
funny
what we're
because she
calling
doesn't
it?
bowl. Although, having looked at there was some figures about her debut or something, and there was some bowling.
Oh,
figures
yeah,
in
she's
there.
bowled before, yeah.
See, so
Shall I get her stats up? Let's have a look what her bowling
Yeah.
average is. If she's got one, I doubt she
Yeah.
probably hasn't got an average, actually. You need a wicket to do that. Let's have a look. She may well have one.
I tweeted her saying that I want to find out about Sophie Luff the bowler because I don't think I've seen her bowl.
I don't know whether she'd offer that up. In comes Anderson. Another Yorker length delivery, just missing it slightly, a bit full, and it's guided into the leg side. I'll come back for a couple, and so ends the power play, and they will just about reach that 50 mark, Claire. 50 for one at the end of the power play.
It's a nice symmetry, isn't it? Power play. 10 overs gone, and they get 50 for one. And the loss of Marlowe, who gave a catch to point for Fran Wilson early on. That was the early wicket that you might have missed if you weren't tuned in at the beginning. Remember to press the like button if you're on the YouTube channel there, as Julia Jarvis gives a lovely big end of power play signal from the far end to us.
Quite like the colour that the umpires are in.
We're trying to describe it. So Polly Starkey and I decided it was, both Brummies, that we decided it was Cadbury's purple.
Ah,
It
yeah.
won't come out well on the cameras. That's the thing. When you take photographs of that sort of purple, it often looks
it's
royal
dark.
blue, but it's a beautiful sort of regal purple, isn't it? How would you describe that then?
Yeah, I don't think that's a bad description at all. Yeah, it does make me think of dairy milk. I'm feeling quite peckish now.
Yeah. Oh, we should have mentioned that, should we?
Not this time. Not when there's still 40 overs
munchies.
till lunch. No, we
Yeah,
shouldn't
yeah.
be mentioning that. Actually, I do have an apple and a packet of crisps in my bag, so I might have to go and
Sort of-
tuck into
that's
those.
healthy. That's like that healthy.
Yes, it's a bit
apple.
balanced. That is
And
the
then-
equilibrium, that is.
Balanced diet. Looks like Robbins is going to continue. Julia Jarvis just having a quick check of the ball condition. It's been travelling, hasn't it, that ball?
I've always fancied a trip to
Cadbury
is it
World.
Cadbury World? Is that
Yeah,
what it's
yeah.
called in Birmingham?
Yes, Bourneville.
Yes, because the train goes very close to the
Yeah, it
old.
goes to Bourneville.
Yeah.
I used to play hockey for Bourneville.
Did
ladies.
you?
That's another story as Robin comes in again to Armitage. Plays that into the leg side off a hip. They get through for a single. 51 for one. Yeah, Birmingham, I'm born and bred, and I played hockey for Bourneville ladies. We used to go as the Bourneville selection to hockey tournaments, which was, in those days that was actually like milk train.
Yeah, no, I like that.
Lost the
That's-
Bourneville selection. I don't think they make it now. But if the wind's blowing in the right direction, you can get a proper nose full of that beautiful chocolate smell. It's defended beautifully.
We're going to have to stop talking about it,
No,
Claire.
yeah,
It's too much.
Yeah, stop talking about food, Charlie.
Yeah.
thinking.
Sophie Luff's wicket,
yeah,
bowling
Sophie.
career.
Yeah.
List A. She has bowled 296 balls, including one maiden in amongst all that.
Yes.
2 wickets, best bowling figures, 1 for 27, an average of 130.5. It's a bit cruel, isn't it, when you've only taken 2 wickets? But there you are. An economy rate of 5.29, so not too bad. Not too bad in List A.
Captain Fantastic's bowling figures there for you. Robbins comes in again.
Well,
Into the pocket behind cover, and they're going to get a single.
I think you'd have to go back a fairly long way to find the last time.
She bowled.
That
I
she
certainly
bowled?
haven't seen her through the Western Storm days. Great fielder, brilliant captain, Fantastic. And it's her mum's birthday. Let me just check. Tomorrow, Serena.
Tomorrow,
So
Selena. Yeah.
Selena Luff's birthday tomorrow. So if you're listening, Selena,
Oh.
big shout out to you.
Yep.
Have a good birthday tomorrow.
Absolutely.
Robin's in again. Armitage.
Yeah, massive supporter of
Dabs
Sophie.
that. Yeah.
Often at the ground. So don't know if she's here today, but Selena, yeah, happy birthday for tomorrow. In her T20 career.
Oh, yeah.
Sophie's taken 8 wickets from 197 balls, an average of 29.75. Best figures of 2 for 12.
I still wanted to talk me through that catch that I missed here that she took behind her, like down behind her leg. Or
Oh, I was here for that. I
Were
was
you here?
commentating on that one, yeah. I have spoken to her because she commentates with us occasionally as well on men's matches. And, yeah, we spoke about that.
Armitage strokes that to point, but down first, so no risk.
She swears that, that's all planned. That's all planned.
Is that what she said?
Yeah, it's just the classic thigh catch, catching it against
Classic,
your
yeah.
thigh, yeah.
Yeah, I think you'd have to look a long way back in the coaching manual to find that one.
It was an amazing moment, and we.
was great.
It's one of those where you see it at the first glance, you think, hang on, what's she done? And we just assumed she'd caught it with with her hand the second time, but no, she clamped it against her leg.
It was a great catch.
Yeah.
I'm sure you can find it on
Well,
one of the.
it was a
accounts
catch
somewhere.
that should have been taken. It wasn't.
Yeah, no,
it
but
wasn't
she
a
made it
worldie.
harder. Yeah.
She missed what should have been an easy catch, and then made it much harder for herself, and still took it.
Robbins in again to Armitage. Again to the point fielder, Fran Wilson, but there is no run. Yeah, and then somebody else tried to outdo because there was another catch in that game or later.
Yes, that rings a bell. What?
Point square, was it a skill?
Oh, was it Livy Barnes took an incredible
took a
catch?
Screamer. I
Yeah,
think.
that was the one that was caught on umpire cam. It was the best angle of it.
That's it.
Yeah, that's Olivia Barnes.
Yeah, well done, Olivia Barnes. We love a great catch. I was a specialist point fielder, so I always enjoy it.
Oh, that's a tough place to field. That's why Fran Wilson's so often there. Right, we're going to see a change of bowling for the first time today.
Yes. Who have you got there?
Oh, I've got a feeling. Let's have a look, see who it is. I think it might be Laura Jackson. Yeah,
yeah.
it is. Laura Jackson for the first time. I haven't seen an awful lot of Jackson, actually. This is, I think, possibly the first game I've commentated on her. I've seen her on the live stream a few times, so keen to see exactly how she goes. So, change of bowling. First change we've seen as soon as that power play's over. Although Robbins continued, didn't she? So she's bowled 6, and Anderson's bowled 5.
So Jackson took 2 for 12 against Essex and best economy rate of 2.
That's not bad.
And then at Lancashire's the best economy rate over 4 overs as well. So she's been bowling well. Import from Lancashire. From last season.
Yeah, not an obvious link up Lancashire and Somerset, but
No, but useful bowler to acquire.
yeah,
for
absolutely,
Somerset.
absolutely. And I'm pleased Somerset doing that because although they've got good facilities here to bring players through, you do also need to look
You
at
need
what
a
else is
mix, don't
available.
you?
Yeah, of experience and youth. That's not a great ball though. First one up is a full toss, but she's got away with it in that it wasn't given as a no ball, and the batter didn't score any runs off it. So Bates is there on 27. He's looked very assured so far, not giving any chances away. In fact, we haven't, other than the one that was taken, there haven't been many chances, have there, really?
No, they've gone down, haven't they?
Yeah.
But not that they've dropped them. They've been bouncing in front of them.
Yeah.
Laura Jackson won 3 years' worth of 100 experience, so that will have stood her in good stead.
That's pushed out just backwards of square, cut away, but straight to the fielder. Is that with the Manchester Originals?
Yeah,
or?
Manchester Originals. That's right.
So she'll be used to playing in black then, which is what Somerset do here.
I was just thinking that. And of course, Polly Starkey and I saw Lancashire play in navy blue last week. They've got some new kit in. You used to seeing them in that fire engine red.
Oh, so much red, of course, with the rose link, isn't it? Because that one's just pulled into the leg side, but not timed, and they'll only pick up a single. Yes, it's strange when you see teams that you recognise so much in one colour suddenly go for something else. It's like when Somerset first started going for the bright pink in the T20s. That wasn't, maroon had been happening quite a lot, the darker colours, but the bright pink is new, and now it seems to have stuck for quite a few seasons now.
Yeah. It's distinct, isn't it?
Well, it is, except for it's not distinct from the umpires when they're fielding. They just look,
they're
all completely the same. Yeah. In fact, you've come in quite a pink top there today, haven't you?
I like my pink, yes.
Oh, nicely driven. That'll be 4. And it's not far away from the fielder, but the way it just was timed and the speed of the outfield meant that the fielder, Alex Griffiths, who's a good fielder, had no chance of getting there.
Holly Armitage loves that cover drive. She played lots of different sorts of cover drives in that 111 she played last week for Durham against Lancashire. Beautiful. That's obviously a favourite shot.
Jackson in again then over the wicket. And again, clipped up through a similar area. Griffiths should get there this time, does. It wasn't timed quite so well. didn't fly, or at least there wasn't as much power on it. Didn't fly to the boundary as the last one did.
Griffiths often has lots of real estate to cover, don't they? Because she always gets a big boundary there. Another enthusiastic player. Good all-rounder. We might see a bowl later, I think. Maybe, Griff?
Yeah, quite likely, yeah. She's, that player that offers you a bit of batting and bowling, nice all-rounder to have in the side.
Fielder.
Yeah. Oh, no. The ball sort of seemed to go through Chloe Skelton there, but it must have been a bit further away than it looked. Just a single there to finish off that over. So after 12 overs here at Taunton, the score is 59 for 1 in this Metrobank one-day cup game between Somerset and Durham women. The crucial game in the mid-table that could launch one of these two into a very interesting position.
Yeah, because if Warwickshire beat Surrey up at the Edgbaston Community Ground, it's Portland Road, it's the old brewery ground, where Sarah Ginn and Aaron Viles will be looking after you on the live stream, should you want to watch that, of course, after this game, because you can watch it as live. Should Warwickshire beat Surrey, then whichever team wins this is going to leapfrog them into the top half. And you need to be in the top half, because there's 2 semis in this one. So, yes, both of these teams today are poised, and one will go above if Warwickshire beats Surrey.
So I'm intrigued by this ground you just mentioned there, obviously with your
Portland Road.
Birmingham knowledge. So how close is that to the Edgbaston that the men's team? And
it's not far. It's sort of Bearwood Way, so it's sort of to the left of the city centre.
Oh, okay.
It's the old Mitchell and Butler's brewery ground, and it's the foundation ground, sometimes referred to as Portland Road. I like to call it the spare bear pit, but it's just me. That's something that I do. And Kevin James, who I did a game there with a commentary, he said, "Oh, you know that, the brewery end." And I said, "What are you saying, Kevin?" But we've got, meanwhile, back at this game, we've got a change of bowling, a bit of left arm spin here.
Oh, I see it.
Left arm spin to Susie Bates. Can't really deal with that. Can only send that straight to Skelton at short cover.
Barnes has bowled really well. This is a highlight as well from the T20 season.
Ollie Barnes.
She will bowl the occasional bad ball.
Yeah.
But there's also some very good balls in amongst it as well. So the batter just got to wait for those.
They've got a short side to the leg side here, so can Susie Bates make the most of that? She's played that in now. Not quite sure what's happening with that. She's having a little look at that. And that's a dot. Susie Bates is just trying to work out what's happening. Holly Armitage loves a little wander down the track to do a bit of gardening. It seems to be a bit of a, I don't know, I want to say tick, but that's not the right word really. But she does lots of tamping down and chatting with her colleagues as Susie Bates decides what she's going to do to Barnes. Come forward, thread it backward of Sophie Luff, and get 4 runs. That's what she's going to do with that.
Yeah, that's one of the bad balls I'm talking about. Got to get it to turn. Got to get it to hit the pitch. It's full toss and too easy.
Of the short boundary, she made the sort of furthest to travel for the ball there, because it's sort of far corner from Susie Bates there. Past Captain Fantastic Sophie Luff.
Looks like a nice ground, the Edgbaston Community Sports Ground.
Yeah, it's quite
lovely,
cute.
Lovely little oval there.
Played
Very nice.
past point. There was a gap there. There's going to be some running round for Neve Holland to do. They get 2 runs there. Yes, old brewery ground, adopted by Edgbaston as a sort of practice ground, if you like. But I think the women are playing most of their Metro Bank One Day Cup from now on because of the pressure on Edgbaston.
Yeah. So it's owned by the cricket ground, is it, or Warwickshire?
But I assume it's owned by Warwickshire. It's used as a practice ground. They've done a lot of investment there as that's sent through point. They get a single. Yeah, they've done a lot of investment there in terms of nets and facilities. They put some seats in there now. I mean, it's tiny in comparison to the other venues, but it's quite a nice neat little ground. Short boundaries mostly, but it's quite a nice setup. Not really for big crowds, unfortunately,
No.
as that's defended back to the bowler and there is no run. That's the end of the over. So we are 13 overs in. Durham are 66 for 1, Bates on 36 and Armitage on 13.
I'm a big fan of outgrounds
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and it's sad to me that Somerset, when you read about its history, had so many. They used to be very nomadic. They used to go around, you had Bath and Weston. They used to play in places like Glastonbury and Wells and so many spots in Somerset, and now...
Often those festival-y grounds, aren't they, as well?
Yeah, even right up to in Bristol, because in the old days anything south of the Avon was Somerset and north was Gloucestershire, basically.
Changing,
So Somerset had a ground. It's now built on, but they had a regular ground they used to play on somewhere. Where is it, near Knowle or somewhere around that area of South Bristol? But I think it was called Imperial Ground, and so that's. I mean, these days you'd say prime Gloucestershire territory and in quite central Bristol, not central, but not, we're not talking about the outskirts of Bristol. And these days that wouldn't happen. I can't see Somerset playing a home game that far north.
It's great. It's great for the
in Bristol
local communities to get involved, isn't it? It always sends the chills down me because tech is always difficult with Wi-Fi and stuff. Some of those outgrounds just sends a chill.
Yeah, absolutely. These days there's an expectation of the pitch obviously has to be a certain standard, but you're right, the broadcast
Wi-Fi
quality has to be good, and that's hard. But places like the Rec in Bath, where they play rugby now, and when they take down the temporary stands at Bath Rugby, there's the old cricket ground there, which is a glorious location, right on the back of the Abbey and the river. But they haven't played there for a while now. This is just pulled, and the fielder just it bobbles in front of her. They come back for a second run. In the end, it's good running. Tricky for Neve Holland there. That ball really did bounce up off the square. Yeah.
Well, because my first job from college was working at Bath Sports Centre opposite the Bath Cricket Ground.
Yes.
Which is where I used to net with Somerset Wanderers.
The Wanderers gives you an idea that you're probably wandering around the county as well.
Yeah, we did not have a home base for Somerset club. That was the club as opposed to the county. The county was the region of the West.
Yeah.
The Western Counties known as the West. But we played a lot on that Bath pitch. I've played for the West on there. I've also played for the Civil Service against the West. I've also played for Derbyshire against the West on that pitch. So it was opposite where I
split loyalties, Claire, isn't it?
Yeah, opposite where I worked. So I saw a lot of the Bath Cricket Ground.
Yeah, where Bath CC play, which is where you're talking about there, is lovely. It's got, as this is just driven back towards the bowler, but Bex Hodges is there at mid-on. It's got the very corner of the field has got a viaduct for the trains to go over. And one of my favourite things is on a train, if you're going on a Saturday or a Sunday and you can just go past on the train and see the pitch in use, you can watch a ball being delivered. Love that. I've got a lovely picture of it from the train looking down. Again, and that's just over the road from the Rec.
Yeah.
So you're right, in the centre of Bath there. So this is hit down into the ground. It goes past the wicketkeeper and under edge. They'll think about two, and they will get there just about. Had the throw been better, it might have been close, but Bates had to put the dive in. She doesn't look best pleased with that.
She did that to herself.
Yeah, she came through, called them through.
All the answers are like, well, you did that to yourself, love it. If you've got dirty kit. A little tamp of the pitch, and Sue's basically going to have a little breather there.
She's readjust her pads.
Everything. Yeah, that pitch at Bath is it was great because people would, when you're playing there, inevitably stop and have a little watch of the game.
Yeah.
One of the boundaries is a big white wall, and the ground kind of goes up in a bowl at that point to the wall.
It's been landscaped, hasn't it? It's not big enough to host crowds, really.
No,
is
but
it
I've seen an England game on there. And England played New Zealand on there.
Really?
At
the Bath CC ground,
right?
Yeah. In comes Jackson. Shorter, in the air, over the infield. The fielder will come round on the boundary. Assume that's still Alex Griffiths out there. Yes, it is. Again, the throw comes in. Poor Jess Hazel. The throw's been a bit high for her. You're not as far out as you think there, Alex. That's a short boundary. But yeah, I would love to see Somerset getting out, and they are doing a bit, as we've already talked about Exmouth, which is obviously in Devon, but is a lovely ground. I just think it's great to bring cricket. As fantastic as Taunton is, and I absolutely love this ground, and obviously it needs to be the main location for Somerset, being in the county town and being nicely set up for people from Devon as well, because it's not that far from there. But to be, like Gloucestershire do with the Cheltenham Festival, I think it's a fantastic idea. Obviously, they're mostly based in Bristol, so it's quite a long way from the rest of Gloucestershire. But for a week or a week and a half in the season, they're in Cheltenham, right in the heart of Gloucestershire, and that's great. So, a Bath Cricket Festival, similarly, wouldn't, I think that could be a great idea.
So I've commentated Western Storm at Cheltenham Festival.
Yeah,
they
so have I.
probably
Brilliant.
looked after us. It's
Yeah.
nice up there, and they're there at the moment. Gloucestershire are playing Middlesex men in a 4-dayer up at Cheltenham. So
Yeah, it's a great festival. That.
yeah. But so interesting enough, Somerset Wanderers as a club, as opposed to the West as the region county. They were then subsumed into Bath Ladies, so Bath Women. So Somerset Wanderers became Bath Women, and I was there when they inaugurated the honours boards for the previous Somerset Wanderers players, Somerset Wanderers captains, for example, and they now have honours boards from historically when we were wandering to now to then they became Bath, and it was the day that Jackie Hawker, who I played West with, retired as the captain of Bath Women, and they had us in for a day, and former players did a reunion and launched these boards in the back of in the clubhouse at Bath, which is much improved from the old days. Lovely setting there. And some of the Bath players, we encountered one of them earlier, Kath Wilkins. They're having a bit of a mini reunion. They're in the stands here. I understand Jan Goodman might be there. And
are they sitting near a bar by any chance? Are they? Or?
Hannah Lloyd is one, but she's got a different name now. She's married. So that they're in watching today as Barnes continues. Bates carves that, but only straight to Skelton, and there is no run.
I think that's Odgers there, actually.
Odgers, is it?
Yeah.
Oh yes, they've swapped over. So.
A lot of history. There's a lot.
Yeah.
It's and also apart from anything.
Played again, but underneath the fielder this time. Neve Holland has to do the tidying up. They get through for an easy single. Move on to 72 for 1.
Ignoring all that about getting cricket out into different communities. Actually, Bath's just a really lovely city, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, it's a bit pricey, but it is a lovely city. Lovely, like just the image, the view of it. Going around the city centre's fantastic. I always love a trip to Bath.
Yeah, Armitage plays that backward of square. Jackson can't quite. She nearly bananas herself the wrong way then. It's Lindsay Smith-esque. That's 4 runs to Holly Armitage. Lovely flexibility, but always worrying when you take that sort of fall in the field. But yeah, it cannot prevent the 4. Unfortunately.
She almost felt like she was
bent herself completely
was
the
gonna say,
wrong way, which was
on her neck.
Yeah, Lindsay Smith did that at Lord's in the England game. It was one of those ones where you kind of go, oh.
Well, I don't know whether
she's going to snap herself. Ooh,
I don't know if Jackson
I don't want to
was
see that again.
planning on sliding a bit more. Whether she thought there was
Maybe,
a bit more
yeah, and then
slide
it's
on the
sort of
grass, and it was just a bit more friction. She was planning.
She's up, so that's
she's
why
okay.
we're
Yeah.
kind of, you'll hear the smile in our voice as that's played down first, and the firm no from Holly Armitage.
She won't want to see
get run out.
the sort of the still of the moment where she's at the most bend in her neck.
No.
Okay, we'll move on. I can tell you're not enjoying this.
No.
We'll move on.
Ooh.
Good start now
Yeah,
from Durham,
low
isn't it?
crouch underneath cover, a little scrubble on the edge of the 25-yard zone. They just get the 1. 77 for 1. It was Bath is a beautiful place. It was a sort of strange place to live and work straight from college, because very dominated by tourism and language schools, and it certainly was there.
Yeah.
As Bates plays that straight to Captain Fantastic Sophie Lough.
Yeah, no, it's definitely still the case. The UNESCO World Heritage Site and all those old buildings and the spa and everything else. Obviously, got the Roman baths there. Yeah,
but it's like everywhere. You don't realise what you're walking past every day until you've got inevitably friends and relatives come. Oh, I want to come and stay with you in Bath, and we'll do the touristy thing, and you suddenly realise that things that you walk past every day have got massive historic and cultural significance, and you just didn't.
Well,
you just don't know. You don't know, do you? So you must have some near you.
Well, the Roman baths in Bath, for my money, are the best Roman bits of Britain. Like there isn't a lot. There's not the top the Roman baths here in this country. They are absolutely incredible. To think how old they are, how they survived,
and how you can actually. It looks like it would have done.
You can really easily imagine yourself.
Greener, I imagine. But yes, and I was fortunate after I worked in Sports Centre, I got promoted to work in the pump room. So I actually on a desk in the pump room.
Did you ever try the water?
Yes. Yes, it sort of tastes a bit like
metal,
press iron, a bit iron.
Yeah, irony.
Metally.
This is driven, but the fielder's there at mid-off. Yeah, so in the pump room next door to the baths, they've got obviously the natural spring of the water comes out, and you can try it, which is what the Georgians would have done. They thought it was healing themselves. And it's horrible. It's absolutely horrible.
Well, the story goes that there was some pigs wallowing in some mud, and then they cured themselves. They worked out that the water was healthy for some reason.
Yeah, well, it didn't do Bath any harm, did it? Because they're still seeing the tourists because of it now.
Bath Spa, I mean, it's and the Roman links.
Yeah.
It was and the pump room is a great place to go for cream tea. That's the thing to do. People queue up to get the cream tea, and I once had cream tea with Jesus there. I'll explain that in a minute. I'm not seeing visions after drinking the water.
No, well, I did wonder. The water can play funny tricks, I'd imagine. In comes Jackson. It's cut, and it avoids the inner fielder, but so the boundary sweeper's there, just a single.
Do you want to know why?
Yes, please.
Cream tea with it. So Robert Powell, who had played Jesus of Nazareth, was filming a series called Hannah in the city, and I did some of the location stuff for the TV people, and watched him film a sword fighting in the
very cool
in the Guildhall. But yes, so I ended up having cream tea with him in the pump room. We didn't know why. Well, he knew that I worked for the city council, and we were introduced, etc. But he was full of stories about the old days, and because he's sort of steeped in the old theatricals and obviously film roles as well, because he'd done all sorts. Aside from being a great mate of Jasper Carrott, famous Birmingham comedian, done various sitcoms and things. So yes, I had cream tea with Robert Powell, who had played Jesus of Nazareth. So it wasn't actually Jesus. Extrapolated.
Never mentioned cream teas in the Bible, really, did they? Well, as far as I know.
Well, perhaps they just edited them out. There was loaves and fishes.
Yes. It's not. It's not scones and jam, though, is it?
I'm sure other religious books are available.
Yeah. But, well, speaking of, got me on my got me into history now.
Because we'll be in trouble with Devon and Cornwall.
Oh yeah, no.
Don't start that one.
Well, that's good, isn't it? Somerset sort of stays out of that argument. We'll let them argue among themselves while we eat them. There's a player on the pitch for Somerset who would have something to say about me saying that the Baths are one of the best Roman remains in the country.
Yeah, because
Neve Holland from Lowham, which if you've ever been to the Museum of Somerset, the Lowham mosaic. It's one of Britain's great mosaic treasures. Was found in a field in the village where Neve Holland is from, in Lowham. It's one of the jewels of the museum. So if you are ever in Taunton, it's free entry. I think open most days of the week. Maybe they've got one day.
Talking of jewels and museums, one should go to the Cricket Museum if you're in the ground at Somerset. Fantastic use of an old building and brilliant, very knowledgeable people in there, and got treated. So we had a little bit of a Somerset Wanderers stroke the West reunion in about February, and we got shown around the museum. They've got lots of exhibits about women's cricket there, as that's played back to the bowler, but crowd catch bounce to Barnes, and there is no run. Yeah, so if you get yourself to Somerset County Ground, if you're here live, get yourself to the museum. Very knowledgeable people there. Some great exhibits. Left arm around. Worked backward with the square leg umpire, and Jackson tidies up.
I think
the run.
The newest exhibit they've got there is the stump which Riley Meredith hit as a bowler, and it split it down the middle. So if you like, sort of long ways all the way down. So you had two bits of sort of full height stump.
Wow.
And I think that went into the museum. As far as I know, there's a picture of them outside. I haven't actually seen it in there yet.
Brilliant. So there's certainly lots of stuff there about the women's.
There certainly is, yeah.
Definitely look out, as that's played straight to mid by Holly Armitage. I
have a photo somewhere at home of me with Charlotte Edwards there, holding both of us, one hand sort of each or on each side of it, holding the Ashes trophy.
Straight to cover, and there is no run. Holding the Ashes trophy.
Yeah, Australia were here warming up, and Charlotte Edwards came down as well and did some interviews with us. And was lucky enough to hold the women's Ashes trophy.
Wow.
Yeah, fantastic.
That's some going. That's left arm around. Armitage shapes a big circle, plays that to Neve Holland, what is effectively deep cover there, and they get through for 1. I thought she had a sort of tennis wind up there to play that shot. Just the 1. It was played so successfully. Neve Holland picked it up quickly as they move in another point fielder. So Robbins is moving into sort of backward point. We've got a forward point with Fran Wilson. Is this a trap? Bates plays that down into the leg side past Sophie Luff, and they just get through for a single. 84 for 1. Holding the Ashes trophy. It's the end of the over. So 17 overs gone. Durham are 83 for 1. Bates on 46, approaching that first milestone, and Armitage on 21. The only wicket to go was Emma Marlowe, who gave a catch to Fran Wilson at point.
Yes, I'm trying to think why she was. I think because the Australian women's side were here training, and I think they just finished doing the women's exhibition at the museum. And so they said, well, seeing as we've got the Australian captain, why don't we ask Charlotte Edwards to come over? And they sort of opened it together, the two of them, with the Ashes trophy, and which England were holding at the time. And
you know the story of the trophy. It's
with the big
the ball in the middle.
Barbecue, yeah.
They at Lords they decided that they needed a trophy, so they got a wok.
That was it, a wok.
Scorecard,
That was it.
and a bat that had been signed by both teams on the day.
Yeah.
And that was encased in a ball, and then it's been given this sort of extra outer bit of it. But yeah, lots of famous names on that bat that was burnt, including Sue Redfern, the umpire, who was playing for England in those days. So there's some connections all around.
Yeah, it's nice. It gives it significance, doesn't it? So we're going to see Chloe Skelton for the first time today, bowling anyway, as that's defended.
And I think that for those who don't know, but I think the significance of the Ashes, we hear a lot in the men's game that it isn't, that the men see that as the top competition. I think the women see it as well.
Just drops short of the fielder, and Sophie Luff's diving on top of that netting.
I always worry about the kind of whatever they've tacked.
Yeah, what are they?
Whether you're going to catch something sharpy edgy.
I assume it must have some sort of sharp edge to get into the ground and hold there.
Yeah,
but
let's hope it's well tamped down.
Moving back in a crease here to push it out to the offside.
I think the women see the Ashes as more important than World Cups often, in the same way that the men do. It's taken on that significance and that history and that heritage, and they have the trophy, and they've been playing it now since the beginning of the last century, so it's not a new thing that the women have played against Australia, not necessarily called the Ashes, but yeah.
In comes Skelton over the wicket. Oh, that's just defended. Yeah, and I guess Australia have been so dominant in the women's game and in the men's game for a long time as well, let's be honest. But in the women's game in particular, Australia are the team. They are the strongest team. And I don't think there's too much you can sort of argue with that, really. Obviously, England are good and India are good as well. But Australia have always, they've got the setup, they've got the players, the talent, the whole... Everything about it is they're a level above, aren't they?
They are 8 years ahead in terms of their professionalising of their domestic game, and unfortunately, trying to play catch up, but they're always going to be 8 years ahead. So they're always going to be 8 years ahead, unfortunately, without a lot more injection of resources.
Yeah. So that I imagine that's partly why the Ashes, the women's Ashes, is such a huge thing, because they know they're up against. If England win the women's Ashes, they've just overcome a very, very strong opponent, haven't they? And they know that that's big. And obviously, World Cups are massive as well. But the rivalry, the significance, the route, yes, down the women's game as well, and how long they've been playing Australia. But also, there's that significance from the men's game, which comes over, doesn't it? That rivalry is something that, whether you're a boy or a girl growing up with. Obviously, I was growing up with the 2005 Ashes. I was 13, so I was a great age to watch the 2005 Ashes. And that rivalry...
Yeah, and the men's and the women's both won it.
Absolutely, they both,
were both in that cavalcade through London. I think most people thought that the second bus was full of wags and wives and girlfriends, but actually it was the England women's team who had also won the Ashes.
Although people just seem to remember Freddie's slightly...
rather imbibed women's team.
Behind these glasses tells 1,000 stories, or whatever Freddie Flintoff said about that day.
There was no run on that last delivery. It's rocks back but sends the ball straight to short cover, and there is no run.
I was trying to think, was that the last open-top bus parade for an England sports team? Did the Lionesses have one for 22? I'm not sure they did, because it was at home.
I think they did. I think they did,
do one?
because I think I remember seeing them on a stage at Trafalgar Square as a
there we go.
mile. But I may be wrong.
Couldn't remember.
Tell us, and that's sent straight to cover again, and there's still no run. Susie Bates sort of slightly ticking, wants to get to that 50 milestone, no doubt, and just being slightly frustrated there by Barnes and her spin. There is a short boundary to Susie Bates's leg side as you're looking at it now. Barnes around the wicket. Bates can't get the ball away, straight to Captain Fantastic Sophie Love. Yeah, and we mentioned about this is the last 50 over, but chance, if one of the, for a big performance, might put you in chance for the World Cup in September in India, if you play well here. So still some shot window for the players in today's round of the last round, potentially.
I'm intrigued by that World Cup. I'm intrigued to see what the crowds are like there, because obviously Men's World Cup in India, the IPL is huge.
Yeah.
And I hope, I really hope that they're big. That's a full toss.
That's played into the leg side. It's a short boundary, was going to get cut off. Beautiful bit of fielding there on the boundary from Alex Griffiths. So there's just the one there. So Bates moves one closer. She's on 48 and Armitage on 21. Durham are 86 for 1 in the 19 overs gone. You hope?
Because I think there is a huge opportunity for the ICC and the BCCI to really throw everything at it and say, look, we're hosting the World Cup. I worry that there is, I don't know what's going on in India and how well they're marketing it or what they're doing, but I don't know if that's, because what you don't want is it to be played in big stadia which have not got many people in it, when actually it's a World Cup, and I'm sure people come out and support India, but I hope that they sort of sell tickets for every game.
The journalists are asking the questions about, because they're being played in corners of India and also in Colombo and Sri Lanka because of the India-Pakistan dynamic. Yes, it's going to be a challenging one to market. Ooh.
Down the ground, in the air, will bounce in front of the rope, possibly, no, just the one bounce, and then goes over. So, first ball of this Chloe Skelton over, and the decision is to go over the top, and Bates brings up her 50.
The big fall.
Yeah, that's the most expansive shot we've seen today by quite some distance, actually. It's the first time we've really seen a player go for that. Well, actually, they're going to change the field slightly here.
We're getting away. Well, it wasn't to us. I'm sure it was somebody in the crowd. It looked like
you were waving back there.
Lee Robbins was waving to us then.
Skelton over the wicket, and there's a reverse dab here. And there's a chase on for Fran Wilson. I think she'll just about get there. Tough, though. The outfield's so quick. She's done well.
Susie Bates using cricket smarts there. Smack one up over the top, forwards. And they have to move a fielder, and then there's another gap, so that gives her that chance to nurdle that one round the corner for those runs as well. So cricket smarts from world champion T20 player Susie Bates.
Straight back down the ground. Skelton stuck her hand out, wasn't going to get there. Robbins comes around. Came back at her like a bullet. Would have been a painful one to get a hand on. Could have been a great catch. Just out of reach.
I think this does it feel like the gears have been clicked up for Durham's batting innings here.
Skelton in again. It's a big sweep, but doesn't get hold of it. Bit of an under edge. I don't think Skelton will mind it too much. Probably be quite pleased that the batters are trying something a bit different. It gives her a chance to squeeze one through, or potentially get them to make a mistake. Whereas before they're playing quite within themselves. It's floated up nicely by Skelton, and Armitage can't do much with it.
Skelton's done pretty well in the win against Durham. She got 3 for 16.
Yeah, as I say, she had a very good season. As that one goes through.
It's caught.
Got it. Yeah, just an edge. Armitage has to go. That's a huge breakthrough. We're just praising her bowling. She's just managed to take the edge of Holly Armitage's bat for 21. Feels like a big moment that if they can perhaps squeeze Bates out of the other side, who's going nicely. But Armitage goes for 21, and Chloe Skelton has just managed to get perhaps a bit of turn and get it off the edge of the bat of Holly Armitage.
You called it, Charlie. You said that she won't mind so much if it's going to yield a catch chance, which indeed it did. An edge, and Holly Armitage knows she's gone. She doesn't even bother looking up at the umpire. She turns and walks straight off.
Well, I was watching the umpire, and the umpire didn't give it in the end because I should have been watching the batter because she was going off. It's good. I don't mind seeing that. Someone who knows they're out and walking. Yeah, I like that a lot, and that's something you see in cricket. And Armitage is a fantastic player, so expect no less of her. But that's brilliant work from Somerset. Yeah, and what was funny, I did call it because I said they were playing a bit more expansively. But actually, that wasn't an expansive shot. She was trying to defend that one. So it does feel like
I'm giving it you, Charlie.
Thank you. I'll take it. Nice to get a few wickets up here sometimes. 93 for 2 is the score. And they know, I'm sure, Somerset, as they come together, they're in a huddle at the moment, I'm sure they're well aware of just how crucial a wicket Holly Armitage is, because she can hang around.
Well, coming off the back last week of 111 and batting the whole innings and also shaping that innings beautifully, starting slowly, building through partnerships in the middle and then taking it on beyond 100, up to that 111. Total. And actually at the end I think it was just tiredness in that last over. She took a bit of an expansive turn to get a second and then just was the subject. I think it was one of those, I think Kate Cross got a couple of run-outs with direct hits and I think it was one of those. But anyway, it was a great innings from Holly Armitage, so yeah. I think we're going to see, this is Maddie Villiers.
Well, that's who it's on the card as. Yeah, I think we are going to see Villiers now. He's another very good player, and someone that Somerset should be very wary of, but often comes out, plays the shots, Villiers, doesn't she? She can be quite an attacking, aggressive batter, so we'll see how she plays this one.
Against the Bears, she got 85 off 56 balls, so we don't want a bear-like innings here from Somerset. We won't want that sort of innings from Villiers today. Somerset will want to cut that off early. There is no run there, so 20 overs gone. Durham 93 for 2. Barnes continuing, left arm around, bit of spin. Oh, came off the hand. We nearly had a backing up batter run out there as Barnes manages to get a little paw on that as that smacked back past her. I don't know if Villiers was in her crease, but if she learnt anything from last week when Bates was run out and non-strikers in a similar fashion, although that was Mahika Gore, and she's got a long way down to put a paw on a ball, let me tell you, as Barnes. This time Villiers will face her first delivery of the day. Comes forward and respectfully defends it back to the bowler, and there is a no run. I did some commentary up at Durham, with Ash Thorpe, and he couldn't resist saying, he couldn't stop himself saying De Villiers.
As in AB.
Yeah, we teased him, sorry Ash. And Villiers goes back on her heels and just plays that straight to the cover fielder, and there is no run.
I guess it's
an easy one.
Maddie Villiers, you could almost get away with, but no.
Maddie Villiers. Left arm round to her. She rocks back, plays that back to the bowler, and the Somerset fielders cover that behind. But the bowler picks it up, and they're not required. Durham eyeing up those 3 figures. Villiers waits, high back lift. Played into the leg side, into that short boundary, went straight to Alex Griffiths, and there was just the one. So Villiers gets off the mark and pinches the strike at the end of the overs. 21 overs gone. Durham are 95 for 2. Bates on 56. She came to that 50 on a lovely 4 up and over, and Villiers just off the mark.
Somerset committing 2 fielders out to that short boundary, which I think you sort of have to really, otherwise you will leak a lot of boundaries. So they're kind of glued out there, which then stops your options on where else you have fielders outside the ring. But doing well so far. So, the run rate has not been particularly huge. Looking at just sort of 4 and a lot, 4.8 maybe-ish.
Yeah, I've commentated at Edgbaston. Sometimes there's a short boundary there, and it sometimes feels like the team that wins is the one that defends the short boundary the best. We'll see how that plays out today.
Skelton then to the new batter, Villiers. And there'll just be a dot ball to start off with. off the back of a very good over where she picked up the wicket of Holly Armitage. Crucial part of this Somerset lineup, Chloe Skelton. And again, similar. Big cut shot, nothing on it. Jess Hazel was there, they're ready to take the catch. Obviously having to stand up to someone like Skelton, it makes the catching harder. Just got to hope it's a fine nick. This is in the air a little bit, but safely out towards the point fielder on the boundary, and they'll come through just for a single. Nothing too convincing yet from Villiers. Just getting going.
Yeah. My pick for a possible wild card into the World Cup, if they're looking for an all-rounder, is a great fielder.
Who's Skelton?
Villiers, actually.
Villiers, yep.
Yeah,
could be either.
well, Skelton, yeah, but Villiers, because she has played England before.
Yes, yeah.
And she's getting some, if we're going on domestic form.
Reverse dab, and there's no run there because the fielder saw that happening and did well. Is that Robbins, is it? No, Wilson.
I was talking with Polly Starkey at the Chesterley Street game about it almost feels like that is going to work better on a faster delivery because you're not having to put everything on that.
In the air, over the fielder. It's going to run on, kick on actually as it hits the turf and go for 4. So going over the top there, Bates again. She moves to 60. She's batting really nicely, 60 from 70 balls. And the score to 100 for 2. So 3 figures is up for Durham in the at the end of the 22nd over with 28 overs to go. Durham will feel like they're pretty well placed there, just the 2 wickets down.
Yep. Susie Bates, of course, world champion. T20 World Cup holders are New Zealand. They'll get to defend their trophy in England next spring. Yeah. I mean, the stage is set, isn't it? Charlotte Edwards becomes coach. The job that she surely was destined to be.
Yeah, matter of time, wasn't it?
Yeah. Is the fairy tale going to come true where Charlotte Edwards-led team lifts the trophy on the home ground? They've got a long way to
so there's
go.
a bit of work needed between now and then, yeah. Although, obviously, I'm judging that on the recent India series, and they didn't play terribly, but India were the better side, and you're going to be up against India and Australia, who are always strong.
Still work to do, as you mentioned.
It's too
Villiers
short.
dobs that down. They think about a run, but probably not a good idea. You mentioned earlier about Australia being ahead, and that's the thing. And Cricket Her talked about whatever you're comparing, whatever miles, whatever yardstick you're using, you have to say, what would the Australians do here?
Yeah.
And that's the yardstick you need to use. As that's played straight to cover. They're going to burgle a single there. That was. And a shot at the stumps.
I'm sure that was needed.
By Captain Fantastic, because that was going off for 4 on the short boundary there. If Sophie Love hadn't got a body there in the line of that. Yeah, you've got to compare yourself, or what would the Australians do in this situation? How would the Australians bowl? How would they field? How would they bat? That is your gold standard. And the Australians would not have allowed India as much rain as they did. And India is great side now. Good mix of new and old, as that's worked backward of square by Susie Bates and gets through for 1. Yeah, India an interesting. So they've got a great mix of experience now down that sort of backbone, and then the talent that is now coming through domestically. Not all that's come through the Women's Premier League, although that's made a huge difference in terms of visibility, as you mentioned, for the women's game in India. Ooh, underneath Villiers. There's an appeal. It's out. She's stumped. So Villiers is stumped there. And Durham are another wicket down now.
I'd like to see the replay of that, because that looks like a very sharp take from Jess Hazel there.
Yeah, a really good bit of stumping there.
It also looks like a bit of careless batting, I think. Missed that one. But she was up close, wasn't she? So Villiers really needs to know that she's being kept honest by having a wicketkeeper so close. But fast hands from the wicketkeeper. Let's have a look.
She's stumped.
Just getting the replay. I think she was in and then lifted her foot up, and I don't know. Let's have a look, because here we go. Just if we can try and watch. So in. Look, she's in there. And
watching.
lifts her foot up. What's she doing? What's she doing? Oh, Hazel couldn't believe her luck, I doubt. Has she lost her balance, maybe?
Villiers knew it because she's watching it happen. It must have been happening in slow motion.
Yeah.
Villiers' head as she.
It's careless cricket.
Yeah, just takes her weight too far forward to come back at the right moment. We've seen one or two English wicketkeepers do that very successfully.
I don't think.
Jones, etc.
Just watching the replay again, I don't think. Let's have a look. I don't think she loses her balance. I think.
Oh well, the head's forward. That's
head
what
is
I'm
forward, but
saying,
look, she's looking back there, and then she's almost setting off for a run.
Yeah, her whole weight is going forward at that point.
At that point, she's making the choice, but that's not. It's not a follow through from the shot. I think she's making the choice to run, isn't she?
Well,
so, I don't know.
Way, she's out now. Windsor to the crease. Had a good innings last week.
She
defends that down. There is no run.
They use the word for that kind of thing as sort of brain farts, don't they? Do you think it's one of those?
Yeah, it could be.
She sort of just lost the focus a little bit.
Her brain went too far forward and took her body with it. So yeah, so that's the end of 23 overs.
Here we go.
Approaching that midway. It's 2 moves.
So look,
she's
she
already
stops there. She gains control again. She moves back.
She looks back. And in looking back, she takes her weight forward and then
lifts the back leg up.
That back leg, and just Hazel says, "Thanks very much."
Yeah,
I'll
we'll
take
love that. Yeah,
and well, it doesn't even need to look at Villiers. Doesn't even need to look at the umpire at that. So Mark Newell, good spot there.
Well, it is good because actually sometimes you see them sort of give the benefit and say, "Well, I don't know," but actually he said, "No, that's definitely out."
And he doesn't have the benefit that we've had of several.
No, he doesn't. He has to do it at the time. Skelton in then. This is push forwards by Susie Bates, who must be wondering what's going on. I had a couple of easy wickets there for Somerset. You know, the one that Skelton got, Armitage, that's a good ball and it's taking a fine edge, and that's a proper way to get a proper way. That's a decent wicket to get for Somerset. But the other two, the gifted shot early doors by Marlowe, which was so easy for Fran to take, and then that wandering out of a crease. As you say, a gift. Right, 103 for 3. Somerset won't mind though. Christmas coming early, yeah. Windsor on strike. She's yet to get off the mark. And she's facing up to Skelton, who can be a bit of a handful, especially early on in your innings. She really does turn it. If it turns on off her, she'll find it. It's a bit of a flat deck, this one, but let's see what she can do here.
Over-expansive dive and roll from Captain Fantastic Sophie off there. She's obviously been watching Charlie Deanfield.
Let's see what she does this time. Oh no.
Nah, Charlie, I love to watch the Dean roll, as I call it. It's that over-expansive, completely unnecessary roll. Love your work, Charlie.
Flighted and driven nicely. And that will go all the way for 4. So Windsor getting off the mark with a expansive drive to a full delivery from the spinner.
So what are you messing about at? There's a big gap there. I'll have that. Thanks very much.
Just a bit too full. I can see what she's trying to do, but didn't allow the ball much time to turn, really, by the time it reached the batter.
So Windsor made her debut up at Chesterley Street for Durham because she's been had various fitness issues, hip surgery, I think, Colin Starkey mentioned.
Nasty.
So, so made her debut and lovely partnership with Holly Armitage on that occasion last week. But yeah, she's known as the finisher, isn't she? Because traditionally she's been used in competition finals to get them over there.
Well, she's hit winning runs in.
Yeah, hit winning runs in all sorts, the 100, etc.
Oh, got her bowled! Well, that's the end of Windsor. And Skelton picks up another one. I'm pretty sure she's been bowled there. It's she was blocking our view of the stumps. I'm sure it's that rather than being stumped. Let's have another look. Yeah, directly on the stumps. Brilliant stuff from Skelton.
Well, I was just building up to, talk about the finisher, etc. And how well she'd batted.
Well, Somerset here now have got a real way in. Now, Susie Bates is still there, and that's crucial. We've seen Bess Heath probably coming out now, who is a fantastic batter, brilliant wicket-keeper. But they'll feel, if they can keep this going, they're not far off reducing Durham's rate here through getting into the tail.
Getting Armitage out, Windsor out, Marlowe out.
Yeah.
I mean, they'll be scalps that they'll have wanted to take before today's game. They'll have had plans, no doubt, to get them. So this mini collapse here from Durham in this middle key phase.
Yeah, Brilliant work from Chloe Skelton, who's taken 2 excellent wickets to get this, this Somerset side up to 4. 107 for 4. Durham, they'll need a partnership here now. Bates will certainly want that because she's going really nicely at the other end. What's happening? What's happening at the other side is completely different.
You need someone to stick with that. And Bess Heath certainly has got some useful 45s and 30s and so forth.
Good player. Always like watching Bess Heath.
Yeah. Oh, straight through, Susie Bates. You can almost hear that on the stump mic. Oh, missed that one.
Well, Bates has got to be careful now because if she gets out, then suddenly Durham are...
Durham need her to hold that end down, don't they?
Yeah.
Barnes continues from the Sophie Luff end. Straight back to the bowler.
Are you just calling it the Sophie Luff end now?
I know, I've always called it Sophie Luff end. How much have you missed me?
Oh, Claire, it's our first one together this year, I think, isn't it?
Well, they haven't let me down here much.
Have they not?
No.
Okay.
No, they've heard me before. I worked into the leg side. My weird theories and strange words. I'm going to give you a theory in a minute because we're almost approaching that halfway stage. You heard my theory, Jenkins formula? Double plus 20 at the halfway?
Yes. Yeah.
We have a little game of that, game within a game.
See how we do.
Barnes continues. Susie rocks back, plays that to cover. Lovely one-handed grab there from the fielder, but they do get the single.
That's Odgers, very good fielder.
Good field in there from Odgers, and that's Durham moving on to 108 for 4.
The way it's looking, I think they'd be quite happy with the Jenkins protocol or whatever you're calling it.
Jenkins formula,
Formula.
Double plus 20. Ed Seaborn asked me if it depended on the wickets. I'm like, I don't do numbers now.
Well, then you're sort of straight towards DLS there, which is a bit different, isn't it?
And it also gives you some indicator of which half of the batting innings they did well in. That's played straight to the fielder again. There is no run there.
Just to be clear, I think Somerset would be happy if that's what you were doing. I think Durham would feel like they'd left a lot of runs out there if they only make. It's going to be about 200.
It's a useful thing to watch. It's one of those easy things. It works in T20. Not so well in the men's game. So that's carved to point, drops in front of Molly Robbins, and there is no catch chance there. It's the end of the over, so we can do it now. So at the halfway stage, overs, 25 overs. Durham are 108 for 4. Bates on 63. Heath yet to get off the mark. So my theory is double plus 20.
So double is 216.
16 to 36.
Yeah, I think Durham would be disappointed.
That should be their total. And we'll see, how much further they can get, perhaps.
Well,
I mean, Durham will want to get beyond that.
Way beyond that, I think.
And Somerset will be, as you say, potentially happy with that.
Well, I think if Somerset are chasing 237, they would. If you'd offer them that at the start, they said yes, please.
Yeah.
I reckon. Yeah. Especially given they lost the toss.
Yeah, and I suspect that Durham chose to bat because it had been successful for them last week.
Yeah.
We hope that there won't be any weather around because sometimes sides elect to bat second, don't they? Because then they know what they're chasing on the DLS.
Yeah, they can follow
the
DLS.
That becomes an advantage to.
Don't think
know what
the
you're chasing.
forecast is good. Don't think there's any rain. The only chance of rain was a bit earlier this morning, which is now obviously passed. So
hopefully no naughty rain. We don't want any of that. We want a full game. We want these players to put themselves in the shot window if possible. England call up in the World Cup in September, October. There's lots of women's sport on with the Lionesses. Oh, beautiful. It's
been great, hasn't it? I've loved watching them.
What a sum of that.
I mean, I've loved watching them. I've also hated the stress that's come with. I put on social media. It's torture. If you're an England football fan, it is just torture following your side through tournaments. How many years of our lives have we lost following England men and now the England women who also seem to be? Why can't they just win 3-0? That's what I want to know. Just win a game 3-0. Don't let a goal in, right?
Penalties. Oh, not again.
Oh, the Sweden penalty shootout where we should have lost about 3 times in that, and then came through all right.
Serena Wiegman apologised for putting us through.
Yeah.
But you've
hey,
got to give it.
We'll take it. If we end up winning the thing, let's take it.
Yeah.
What you don't want is to end up finishing second.
Yeah.
Well, they've been quite open. The King put on social media, bring home the World Cup now, please. There's quite a lot of pressure on them in going into that World Cup. I wonder how they deal with that. I think Chloe Kelly will be fine. She deals all right with pressure, clearly.
Oh, my.
Isn't she?
Yeah, they have put us through the ringer, but, it's the way they've won it as well. I mean, they haven't always won, the football phrases, they win a bit ugly sometimes, don't they? It doesn't matter, does it?
Doesn't matter.
You've got to get the result in those games.
No one's going to look back in 20 years and say, "Oh well, it was an ugly win." It doesn't really. No, their name's on the trophy. That's all that matters. Well, their name's on there twice now. I liked a lot of their post-match interviews as well. They seemed like a great group of women, and they talked a lot, especially after the semi-final, of they spoke in particular about English, being English grit. They were talking about we're English. We don't know when we're beaten. We don't fall over when we're down. We just keep going. And they obviously, I think that's something that Serena Vigwin must have drilled into them, because a lot of them said it. So I think that's something they've really worked on, is to sort of think, what does it mean to be English? How can we use that to put it into our performances, which has been very interesting.
Vicky Sparks calling the end of that game was brilliantly clipped on social media, and she says they don't know when they're beaten.
No, that's it, isn't it?
Don't.
Yeah.
So, and they've also handed the baton now to the Roses, who is the
rugby tie.
Because England will host the Rugby World Cup August, September, so there'll be some clashes. But of course, you want to watch the cricket, but I'm sure you can catch up with the rugby after that. But yes, a summer of women's cricket, which will, the 100 will be.
We've got the 100.
Yeah, and then the Rugby World Cup.
We've had a great series against India.
Back end of this competition, Metro Bank One Day Cup.
Yeah, no, it's great. Women's sport going from strength to strength.
And that will roll straight into the women's 50 over World Cup in India that we mentioned earlier. So plenty of women's sports get engaged in. Remember to press the like button on this live stream, because that will help other people find us. Hope you're enjoying that. You're listening to the voices of Charlie Taylor, Captain Somerset, and Claire Jenkins, former Somerset player.
Skelton in again then, and that is only just missing the fielder. Managed to get a paw on it. Now I don't know if that was a catching chance or whether it hit the ground early in the shot. We'll have to have another look at that. It was a good old paw that. Was it Wilson managed to get on it?
It's Van Wilson, so I think.
Oh, it's Odgers.
Was it Odgers? Oh yeah, I mean they're both brilliant fielders.
Let's have a look. Did that come straight off the bat, or was it sort of a crowd catch sort of thing?
Caught me on there on the replay. No.
Skelton in again. That's just cut straight to the fielder. Just been told the reason we got the different replays because our director was having a biscuit.
It's because we've been talking about chocolate.
Give him
scones and scones and cream teas and stuff. Yeah.
He's allowed a biscuit. We'll let him have a biscuit. Well, it was nice to see the catch behind there again too.
Yeah. People may not have been expecting it, but yes.
In the air, nearly taken, and it was Sophie Luff diving, and you thought maybe she'd get enough of it just to cling on, but couldn't quite. No way she could bring her thigh in for that one either, so goes down. How close was that? Let's see. Not a great shot. Dangling it tantalisingly. Oh, if it had been an inch or so closer.
Onto it.
Yeah. Definitely a chance going begging there. In comes Skelton, who's causing all sorts of issues here. This one rocking back and firing it into the offside. There's a fielder on the boundary. Bates picks up another one. She moves to 65. The score 111 for 4. Yeah, Skelton, you can see the issues she's causing. She's obviously, what I like, she really does flight it. She puts it up there. That one's a bit too wide. So that one won't.
Too up there and out there.
Yes, the up there was good. The out there was bad. But as I said, this season, I think she's had a fantastic season for Somerset. Fired straight back at her, well stopped. She's Gloucestershire girl.
Yeah.
From the valley of the River Severn, that area, the Newent area.
Oh, yeah.
Newnham, very nice part of Gloucestershire. Cut out towards the boundary again, just a single. And that's the end of another good Skelton over. The run rate has reduced, 113 for 4 is the score, as Durham rebuild from a few quick wickets. If you are just joining us, they were 93 for 1.
Yeah.
And now 113 for 4, so they've lost 3 wickets. Well, actually, they lost 3 wickets for 14 runs, so...
Mini collapse.
Yeah, it was a bit. Bit of a discussion going on in the middle between batters. Shouldn't be that much. They only had a drinks break about 6 balls ago, so there can't be that much new information. Bates still hasn't finished, still chatting.
Alex Griffiths is about to come on from the Lough end. She took 2 for 27 in the Hampshire game, took a catch and 2 run-outs. And the win against Durham, she took 2 for 29. So we mentioned her earlier, very useful all-rounder. She's going to come in from the 25-yard circle edge. Bit more pace this time.
Yeah, sort of slides it in. They're quite often quite skiddy.
Welsh Fire player in the 100. We're seeing her in the red.
Yeah, she'll be pleased with that.
Heath. Oh, plays it in the air. There's a fielder underneath it. Oh, but it's gone straight over 6. The first 6 of the day, Charlie.
Yeah, that is a big hit, but it doesn't need to be huge for that boundary. Fielder was interested for a while.
Yeah. I thought she was underneath it, but it went sailing over her head, over the covers, and into the hoardings on the side of the pitch. Beautifully picked up by Bess Heath.
Strong start to your innings if you're going to start hitting 6s straight away. It was a bit short from Griffith, so it was there to hit.
And again to the same sort of area, and that's going to be 4 this time, so 10 in 2 balls.
Yeah, he decided that short boundary is going to get peppered here, and I think this is strong. So she's pulling, so that means she can get the power across the ball as long as the ball's short enough, which is, so far what Griffiths has served up is 2 shorter deliveries. She's going to go hard at it, and she'll get reward for it.
No respecter of a new bowler. The first 2 balls, it's smacked over and across the boundary as Griffiths comes in again. What's the response? Onto the offside, straight through to the wicket keeper.
Yeah, much better ball.
Yeah, much better line there. As Bess Heath marks her guard again. Seagulls wheeling over the Cooper Associates county ground here. Sponsors today, of course, University Centre Somerset. Degrees for Real Life. As Griffiths comes in again. Oh, and then pulls out. Obviously, perhaps got a feet wrong there, potentially. Pulls out at the last minute. The sunshine here. University Centre Somerset. Degrees for Real Life. It's a great tag on. There are match sponsors today, so thank you very much for that. Griffiths into Heath. That's that through point. There is a gap there, but Neve Holland comes off the rope. They think about 2. There's a lot of shouting going on, but they just get the 1 run.
I was going to say they ran hard, but when they spotted it was Neve Holland, they
you mentioned a rocket arm, didn't you, earlier?
Just got to be wary that she can fire it in pretty quickly.
Yeah. 124 for 4. Durham had a mini collapse, started well, mini collapse. Susie Bates really anchoring this so far. There's a bit of a change. Sophie Love's come a bit closer. She's sending backward square, slightly more backward. Molly Robbins has come in at short, fine leg. Got Fran Wilson here at point. Griffiths in again, this time to Susie Bates. It's a sort of wideish delivery there. It's streaking down in front of us, but I suspect it's going to, just get over the rope. I was going to stop then.
Only just enough
It looked
power.
like it was going to dribble out of energy. 4 runs to Susie Bates. Somerset will need a plan here because Bess Heath has taken a liking to those first 2 balls from Alex Griffiths. Susie Bates has managed to streak 1 for 4 there. 128 for 4. Durham, who won the toss and put themselves into bat after having that as a successful strategy in their win over Lancashire last week up at Chesterley Street. As Griffiths comes in again, Bates waits. She just knocks that down. Gets an easy single there because that's a long way in from the boundary there. So that's the end of the over. So 27 overs gone. Durham are 129 for 4. Bates on 70 and Heath on 13. Imagine 2 of those, 13,
Yeah.
and 6 and a 4. So some big hitting there. Although it's a runner ball 13, it was scores off probably 3 of those.
Well, I think to me that showed just what can happen if you do target that short boundary. Okay, some of the balls will get stopped on the boundary. You've got to be careful you don't get caught on the boundary, which she wasn't too far away from doing.
Great view from up there, look, Charlie.
Oh yeah,
Down
cracking
there.
up there.
We like to see people with glasses and wine and stuff up there. Oh,
They on the wine?
That's how I got chatting to on Twitter. Lizzie Scott's mum, because she was saying about her dad would be having a glass of wine. It was a Sunday as well, which should help.
Skelton in, just rock back and cut into the offside.
Yeah, we get some good shots of folks watching. It's a great arena to watch cricket in. Of course, we've got a great view because we were like on a sort of bird's eye view up here doing the commentary, looking down.
Skelton in again. Defending is Heath. Longer boundary she'd be pulling to here, so she might look for that release in the offside if there's a ball that's thrown out wide enough. Skelton might be brave enough to do it and draw the mistake. Coming back in front of her stumps here, that one was hit into the offside for a single. If these two hang around, then the run rate will be pretty healthy, I'd have thought, for Durham. They're both able to turn it on, as we've seen. Somerset won't want that. In comes Skelton, and beautiful straight bat from Susie Bates, just coming forwards and pushing it for a single.
Feels like the game is poised here.
Yeah.
It could go either way here. Can Somerset make the most of that mini collapse that Durham have had?
In comes Skelton. Straight back to her. Yeah, good pressure this from Skelton.
Did you say disrupting almost, isn't it? She
Yeah.
with her
Just one run from it so far. She bowls to Heath. That's flicked up into the air and swept. Just the one run again goes to Holland, who's fielding deep mid-wicket. And they'll finish the over. Just the 2, I think, from that one, was it? Very good from Chloe Skelton again, who's been the pick of the bowlers for me so far. She's now bowled 6, though. There's only 4 to go that Durham have got to manage. I wonder if they'll hold on to those 4 or bowl her all the way through.
something to watch, isn't it? How will Sophie Loft deploy her bowlers as the batters have a conference?
Well, we're going to see a change, actually. So Alex Griffith's just given the one. Luft deciding that isn't the way forwards. And
Okay.
I'm not surprised that... I'm not sure that
Ellie
Griffith's...
Anderson come back on.
Yeah, I'm not sure that Griffith's bowling, especially if it's to Heath, she probably would quite like just the style, and as we've seen with the short boundary on the pull side.
I mean, the first 2 balls from Griffith's over went 6 and 4, so if you've got batters who've taken a liking to a particular bowling and the speed from the delivery, that they're able to use that and then, as you say, make the most of that short boundary on the leg side. Probably no surprise, unless Griffiths was on to do a bit of change round, because Ellie Anderson is going to come in this time from the Luff end.
Yeah.
To Heath facing. Played through point. I believe Holland is going to have some running to do. They can get 2 there because it's a big long boundary that side.
Now, Griffiths is a good bowler, but also in this team, probably want to try and hide her overs a little bit. You want to try and, and so Luff has thought, okay, let's see if we can squeeze in a few Alex Griffiths overs here. Answer is actually maybe we can't, and now is a moment to apply pressure rather than to try and sneak in those Griffiths overs. Not saying she's a bad bowler, but just that when you've got the likes of the others.
Yeah, Anderson. It's straight to the cover field and there is no run. The other thing is strikes me that Griffiths is possibly better at the death almost, when you're kind of surprising the back end of a batting line-up with a bit more pace, perhaps. We shall see.
Yeah, the other thing is that Somerset have not got Amanda Jade Wellington to turn to today.
No, she was there warming up with them, I think.
I wonder if there's a reason, because you wouldn't leave her out.
Oh, that's slapped straight to mid-on, and there is no run. In fact, slapped so well that they can't even get a single off that. There's a few seagulls calling across the ground. They do a proper swoop late in the afternoon.
Oh, they
don't
do.
I mean,
This
they're lucky
season, I got hit by one.
Did you?
Yeah, I was here as a fan watching Surrey doubleheader.
Oh, yeah.
And I got a great big poo land on my shorts.
Oh. That's far too much detail.
Oh, sorry. It's
Straight
at lunchtime.
to mid-off.
Sorry.
No, I mean, it's graphic.
Well, that's what
there
happened, and then
wasn't
obviously he's surrounded. I
I
was
thought you were
in
going to
the.
say they took a pasty out of your
No,
hand.
I was stuck in the party stand, in the Trade Nation stand, and you're not allowed to move till the end of the over. So I had to sit there for 3
yeah.
balls with great big doll, and it was massive. Don't know what he'd been eating. Probably chips from the grave. Filled up on chips and got rid of it on me. Anyway, sorted it all out in
There's
the
a
end.
mental picture for the people watching. Anderson comes in again. It's a nice Yorker ball, but it's down the leg side, so we're going to get a wide there. We're going to get a bonus ball to bowl for Ellie Anderson.
Well, what was frustrating is that
Supposed
because
to
I was
be
with
lucky.
yeah.
Not so lucky.
Well, I was with my mates. One of them made a massive fuss. Went, "Whoa!" Like this. The whole stand ends up knowing. Yeah.
Look, Captain Somerset covered in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Same thing happened to Will Smead's brother on the same day, so I didn't feel too bad.
See. That's play to Fran Wilson at point. There is no running off for there. Heath dobs her bat back down. She doesn't want to get stumped in the way that one of her colleagues was earlier. As Villiers took a tip forward at the wrong moment. Got stumped. Anderson rounds her mark. Heath and that low crouch. Oh, it's a full toss. It's in the air and it's above the hits and it's into the seats. Oh, we see a tip. One of the seats tipped. Oh, brilliant. 4 rows back. Hit the back of the seat and it tipped. I wonder if there's an extra point for that. If you dump it in the seats, we don't get a good view of this. As it hits the seats, it goes.
There we go. I think it's also been flagged as a no ball.
Oh, no ball. We're going to get a free hit and everything. We're going to see. Have we seen the lasso? Has Julia done a lassos? Yes, there we are. Here comes the rodeo. And there's a conference. Captain Fantastic Sophie Love.
Well, it was
Chat with Ellie Anderson. What?
wide down the leg side, and then a no ball that's been hit for 6. Just losing control here a little bit, Ellie Anderson.
Heath enjoying the big scores. Anderson coming in from the loft end. In the air again, but above the fielders. He's going to get cut off. It was a big shot, but they're going to get 2 for that, which was a free hit. So a bit of a licence to thrill there. That's the end of the over. So 29 overs gone. And Durham are 145 for 4. They've had a bit of a mini collapse, having started really well with after losing a quick wicket with Emma Marlowe putting a catch to Fran Wilson. But after that, there was a period of stability, but then there was a collapse in the middle. Find themselves 145 for 4. We've got all sorts of stuff going on at Cooper Associates County Ground here. You can chuck things into a bouncy castle.
Balls, presumably.
Well, presumably, yes, it was balls. I wasn't sure for a minute because there wasn't a good. Yes, it's cricket balls. What are they aiming at then, Charlie?
They've got like gaps in the top left, top right, bottom left,
yeah.
worth
They're
different
not-
points for how big
they're not very good at it, I have to say.
It's a bit like they used to do on Soccer AM. Top bins. Right, well now we'll see Griffiths. This is just an edge. Goes all the way for 4 because it's going to race across the outfield. That's unlucky for the bowler. First ball, and just getting that very fine edge past the keeper. 4 runs. Would a slip have been interested? Let's have a look. No, maybe, yeah, could have been right down. If it was a first slip, perhaps it would have been a potential, but the keeper is up to Alex Griffiths.
I don't know that necessarily Susie Bates meant that, but she'll take it because, as they say, there's no marks for Starling in the scorebook. But Griffiths, yeah.
When she comes again, swapping ends now. Now that one was meant.
That one, definitely.
She's deliberately angled that through 3rd, and there's a chase on, but I don't think it's going to be successful. It's not, and that's back-to-back 4s through the backwards of square side on the off
3rd
side. Yeah, there's sort of a fine edge and then a deliberate push through third. Now, what is Somerset going to do here? Because at the moment, Durham is scoring runs for fun. Big change. 150 comes up. 153 for 4 in the 30th over.
We talked about the sort of at the tipping point, and I'm not sure which, whether it's the batting or the fact that they've been gifted some of these chances to score. Of Durham.
Griffiths in again. That's fuller and slightly straighter, and so it's pushed into the leg side by Bates, who's so difficult to bowl to because she's got shots all around the ground. And she moves to 81 now.
Classic shot from Susie Bates there. That kind of lifted back leg. That drive into mid-wicket.
Yeah, it's a good-looking shot.
Classic Susie Bates off her front left toe, driven along the floor. Beautiful shot.
What can Griffiths do at the moment? She's been hit for quite a few runs from her 1.5 overs. This is going to go down the ground towards the fielder at long on. Who's Molly Robbins? Throw comes into the bowler.
Yes, Somerset need to tighten this up now. Bates and Heath building a useful partnership, and Bates heading towards possible 3 figures here.
Here comes Griffiths. Look, a bit of a slower one that time, just defended by Susie Bates, New Zealand international. One of the great players all around the world, wherever she goes. Brilliant player.
Yeah. She surely has to get a damehood soon. World champion, great role model. I was working with the New Zealand White Ferns when she took over as captain, following the injury of the previous captain back in 2011.
Full, and just bunted down the ground for a single.
Very popular player on the circuit.
Yeah, end of that Griffiths over. So runs, a lot of runs coming from that one. A couple of 4s to get going, and then singles off all the rest.
30 overs gone. A moment in the innings there. We've got people. I was going to say, are they warm enough to be fanning themselves? It is quite warm out there.
It's a bit muggy, isn't it? Yeah.
The old clackers. Let's give us a wave. Give us a wave. Some spectators in. Somerset have done well with the women's membership sales, haven't they, this year?
It's been popular, yeah.
That's been really good.
Yeah, and it's great. I know that obviously the 100 takes up most of the school holidays, but great to see a few young people in here for summer holidays. 1,000 Somerset women memberships sold. I think that's great. On the first season, that'll grow and grow, I'm sure.
Yeah, and did well with the World Western Storm membership as well, as Anderson continues from the Lough end. Susie Bates going to defend that straight back to her.
Heath had to get back into her crease quickly at the non-striker's end.
Yeah. 45 on her back, Ellie Anderson, formerly of Central Sparks, which would now be Warwickshire, but as you mentioned, on loan, and then seemed to have really enjoyed her time here at Somerset, settled in well, and that's sent backward of square. That's 4 runs. Susie Bates, that's just sat up for her. So Bates takes another 4 off that, as it sat up for her. The music beeps out. And Durham move on to 160 for 4. Bates on 86. Heath on 26. And Anderson, what can she do in reply? Can she bend those stumps back as she did earlier in the season? Oh, it's up in the air. Nearly had a top edge there to Captain Fantastic safely off, but just drops down. Susie Bates shapes the shot she should have played to that and knocks a bit of the turf down in response. Bates and Heath building a nice platform here for Durham. Anderson in again. Defended down straight to the fielder.
Just
frustrating Susie Bates there slightly.
Just rushing her a little bit here.
Yeah.
Anderson's good pace.
Yeah, I was impressed at Anderson at the beginning of the season. She was proper bending those stumps. Some great lines. What can she bowl now to Susie Bates? Oh, straight to point.
A good fielder there for that position.
Yeah, that was, you know, a little bad timing, and that might have been a catch to Fran Wilson there at point. Bowling to a field here, Ellie Anderson. Susie Bates resets herself. Anderson, right arm over, a bit of pace. Bates works that backward of the square leg umpire. They get through for a single. He's backing up at the bowler's end because there was a shy at the stumps from Alex Griffiths. That's the end of the over. Getting through the overs quickly, aren't we, Charlie? 31 overs gone. Durham 161 for 4. Yeah, the spin helps.
We have had a fair bit of spin, haven't we? So obviously Anderson's not spinning, but it does usually help.
Yeah. Well, it means then you don't end up losing a fielder late on if you can get on and get finished before the cut-off, which is
and that can make
at
a
the moment
difference.
13:46. Obviously, there's time added on if you get wickets and so forth. So we shall see. I think you've got to change your bowling here, Charlie.
Yeah, but Sophie Luff deciding to change things up a little bit. We had Griffiths for 1 over from the other end. We had Griffiths for 1 over from this end. She's a bit of a...
You said they're kind of slotting them in, see if nobody notices.
Well, that's sort of... Yeah, I do wonder if that's what they're thinking. When you lose 10 overs of Amanda Jade Wellington, that is a lot to make up.
Yeah. She's been I mean, she was obviously here a bit during the Western Storm as well, but she seems to just slot in wherever she goes. Very popular character and lots of following on social media. So
she's good online.
Great attention spotlight to Cooper Associates County Ground in Somerset.
It's Laura Jackson who's going to come on to bowl her 4th over. Defended there. So far she's gone for 16 runs from her first 3. So pretty much bang on the rate.
Yeah, red soles on her shoes flying that she runs away from us to deliver these.
And she comes again bowling to Susie Bates, who pushes this one cross-batted into the offside. Throw at the bowler's end, but it's never really going to get a run out. Yeah, Griffiths has been expensive. Looking at the bowling figures, she's going at 13.5 and over from her 2 overs, so they've really gone for Alex Griffiths, which is why I guess she's been taken out of the attack now.
Yep.
Defended off the stumps, no run. Barnes has bowled brilliantly at the economy, just looking at that now. 3 and a bit and over, 3.14 pie. She's going at pie and over.
As opposed to bowling pies.
Yes, you want to be going at pie and over, not bowling pies. Yeah.
Or buffet bowling, help yourself, that kind of thing.
Skelton 4.5. Robin's only going at 3.6 and Anderson 6.7. So gives you an idea of how each bowler fares up. In comes Jackson again. Oh, that's a poor delivery. That's a real stinker. It's given us a wide. She won't want to watch that back. No, but we will. Yeah, it came out of the hand a bit late, didn't it?
Reset. Start again.
Yeah. Heath on strike. Much better ball. She'll pick up a single at least. They might think of one for the arm. No. There's a big old button on the back. The monitor's just gone off.
The monitor just has a little moment. It's had enough of us, obviously. It's like, had enough of that. Back on again.
164 for 4. This Durham partnership growing nicely, worth 57 now. In comes Jackson, driven by Bates. Again, just a single. Another throw at the bowler's end. Bowlers are going to be saying, please can you throw it to the wicketkeeper, unless there's a real chance of a run out. Our poor hands. Heath on strike. Here comes Jackson. Oh, and it's gone through. It's gone through, hands on head for Laura Jackson, who finishes off that over with a really strong delivery. Dot ball as well. 165 for 4.
Yeah, straight through it, isn't it? Little swing underneath the back, could have been an under edge, could have been caught on, or could have had all sorts there. Oof, mistimed, great
Not
delivery.
far away from the bat or from the stumps.
I think I've got a change of bowling when you've got your bins on.
You're going to see Olivia Barnes.
Olivia Barnes back.
Got a lot of changes going on here, keeping us and Durham on their toes. Is Sophie Love?
Well, and you don't when you've got 2 set batters, you want to be chopping and changing a bit, don't you, so that they've got no chance to kind of groove those shots, particularly where they're putting them in the seats on the short boundary, which Somerset will not want to see again.
On the other hand, it also means the bowler's not getting into a rhythm as well.
Well, yeah, yes, it can work both ways, and it's often used in T20s, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's chop and change, not so much in the 50s. That's dabbed through third, and Molly Robbins will have to do a bit of a run round. They think about 2. There's a change of mind, and they decide that 1's enough. Thank you very much.
Yeah, we get very used to it in T20, don't we? Sort of. Sometimes I mean, actually, Somerset men tend to bowl their top bowlers. You know, Craig Overton will do 4 overs up top, and Henry may well do 3 or 4 as well. But apart from that opening period, actually, it's almost a surprise when a bowler gets a spell.
Yeah, in the
T20s.
women's game, it happens a lot more. Sophie Devine, for example, with the white flag, she's always chopping and changing, and she does the same with when she has captained Birmingham Phoenix. So it happens a bit more, I think, in the women's game. There was no run there. Just so that people are put off. Can't get those quick starts as Barnes continues left arm around. Heath shapes for a reverse, but can't get the ball past Molly Robbins.
Well watched by Robbins, who saw that coming and moved.
Anticipated that.
Yeah.
There's been a lot of talk about England fielding, and I think there's 2 things really: belief and anticipation, and that was Molly Robbins showing that sort of anticipation that England will need a bit more of if they're going to be any success in the World Cups. That's sent through point, and they get through for a single. Durham 167 for 4, Bates on 90, ooh, nervous 90s, and Heath on 28.
She won't be nervous, will she? Someone like Susie Bates? Surely not.
If we had a close-up, she has this wiggle when she's waiting for the ball. She might not do it quite so much this far into her innings. Perhaps now she's settled, that's worked to the square leg. And they get through for a single. Yeah, she has this sort of shiggle when she's waiting, shoulder shiggle. So we get a close up, perhaps, of that. You'll see the Bates wiggle. Heath will face this time. Heath surveying that short boundary to her leg side. Big boundary, possible 3s the other side. Oh, she managed to waft at that. It's going down the leg side. Molly Robbins will do a bit of running there. They're going to get 2. There's a vague thought of 3, but there wasn't really time to do that. And another over bites the dust. 33 overs gone. Durham are 170 for 4. Bates on 91. Heath on 30. They had this sort of wobble in the middle, and then Somerset served them a few loose deliveries, and Heath and Bates, certainly Heath, took the opportunities with both hands. Got some big scores. We've seen 6s and 4s from Bess Heath. Susie Bates still more watchful, but certainly anchoring that end for Durham.
In comes Jackson. Well, that's a full toss. Hammered down the ground to long on, where Molly Robbins will do the fielding. Just the 1. Not a great ball, though.
Dismissed back down the ground by Susie Bates.
Yeah, she moves to 92. I think you're more nervous than her, Claire.
Well, you know.
Heath on 30. She's on strike now as Jackson begins her run-up. In the air, will drop safe. They'll come through again just for a single as the fielder at the cover boundary picks it up. Alex Griffiths.
Yeah, I'd love to see a great innings, and and also sort of slight connection to the White Ferns. I worked with them that summer. There was a quad series, so Australia, India, New Zealand and England in 2011. I was fortunate to work with the White Ferns that summer.
Jackson in. This is again driven into the offside where there'll be a single. That was the 101st delivery that Susie Bates has faced.
Oh, great stat. There was a lovely dive there. It's proper Dean-esque from from Skelton there across those, and she's just flexing her legs. I think it's quite hard over there, judging by the brown patches.
Just defended out into the offside this time. Barnes does the fielding. No run. Heath on 31. Bates at the other end, leaning on her bat, hand on hip. 7 runs away from a big century for her team, especially when those wickets were falling. We said that Bates is an incredibly important part of this game now. Well, she's still there. Oh, on the stumps and gone. And that's Jackson just skidding one through. Looked like it might have kept a bit low there. Heath playing across the line, missing it. And the ball hitting the stumps. Looks like the leg stump because one of the bails is still on the off stump. So must have sneaked through onto the leg stump. And that is a big moment. Oh, she's played on. She's played on to her leg stump. I didn't think it looked quite right for that. So that is the end of Bess Heath, who's up until that point looked pretty good. Just misjudging one and managing to fire it into her leg stump, and off comes the bail. And so another wicket. Well, we were just talking about these two, the partnership building, and that's the end of it. So Somerset have taken half the wickets they need to take if they want to bowl Durham out. Score 173 for 5. That came off 32 balls with 17 dot balls in amongst those. 1 4 and 2 6s.
Yeah. So a useful innings from Bess Heath there, who's seen as the backup wicketkeeper for England as well. So getting a batting practice there, but chopping one on to her stumps. Side on view. In the ground. A big screen. We'll look at that again. Phoebe Turner comes to the crease. Who another bowler has been bending stumps back for fun. We shall see with ball in hand later, but no mean bat.
No, absolutely not. But this is now a moment for Somerset, isn't it? That we've said they're probably 1 wicket away from just beginning to expose. I'm not saying that Phoebe Turner is, number 11, a bunny, but you just feel like there's always going to be a weaker player now at the crease. So that's shouldered into the offside for a dot ball, and that will end the over. Successful one for Laura Jackson, picking up her first wicket of the afternoon. Big moment now. It felt poised before. It feels poised again because Durham haven't run away with it. They've had a good partnership there and they've done well, but they haven't reached a total yet where you'd say, well, they're comfortable and they've got plenty of overs left. But Somerset will feel like, especially if they get Bates, that they're in with a good chance of keeping Durham to a low total here.
It feels like the window is open for Somerset to make the most of this. Even if they have to just get everybody out around Susie Bates.
Well, you can do it that way, can't you? Just get everyone else out.
Barnes to continue, a bit of a left arm spin around the wicket to said Susie Bates. Comes forward and defends that, and there is no run. Just flexing her legs. Let's hope there's no cramp setting in or whatever. Yes, how will the White Ferns get on defending their T20 trophy in England next summer? Tickets are already being sold, etc., aren't they? So some good interest in that already. As Barnes comes in again, Bates tries to work that into the leg side, but only sends it back to the bowler, and there is no run.
Always good to have a global tournament hosted in this country. Cricket, it was great for the Men's World Cup in 2019, the Women's World Cup in 2017.
Well hosting the World Cups, haven't we?
Winning both of those, of course, which was nice. Now.
Is it caught down the leg side? We've got a big appeal.
Well, it must have hit something because it's not given it as a wide.
Pad,
so it must have come
perhaps.
off a pad.
Yeah. No DRS here, of course. Umpires only get
can have a look
only
up
get
here,
one
though.
look. We can have a little look. Probably pad.
Yeah, I don't think they can have too much of an issue with that decision. I think it's a good call.
Yeah. And again, Bates comes back and just plays that too safe.
Of course.
Oh, it was a bit of a run. It was a bit of a shy. Susie Bates was ambling rather than sprinting to the other end. She's been out there for a while, though.
There's
she
also
moves towards that's ton. What were we going to say?
Oh, there's also that the shout, isn't there? If there's one that's only just wide, you can always claim a catch and then hope that the umpire seems, well, it must have hit a pad, so it's not out, but also it's not a wide. So I always wonder whether the teams ever think about that. Yeah, just a little bit of, got him. Yeah.
Oh, yes, definitely hit something.
No, not right.
Turner defends that down. There is no run. We head towards the back end of this Durham innings. Susie Bates into the nervous 90s. Phoebe Turner facing. Worked through point. They're going to get through for a single, an easy one there. Neve Holland, bit of juggling and throws it in. Susie Bates signals that she wants a drink, I think. That's the end of the over. 35 overs gone. Durham are 175 for 5. Had a bit of a wobble. Then there was a useful partnership between Bates and Heath, and now Heath responsible for her own demise in some ways, and that she dragged one onto the stumps. And now they are 5 down. Turner needs to get herself established. She will face the next over.
Well, I was going to see a decision to stick with Jackson. Not surprised, given she picked up that wicket. It was looking pretty good in the previous over. 175 for 5, but 94 of those have come off the bat of Susie Bates. Gives you an idea of how this innings has gone. In comes Jackson. That's left outside the off stump by Turner. P. Turner. Of course, we've got Sophia Turner also in the team.
2 very useful bowlers in the Durham attack.
Oh, just a bit of an edge. Turner won't mind because it's going to go all the way for 4. Giving us runs, I'm sure. I'm sure I heard it come off the bat properly. And Hazel had to watch it go past her glove. Oh, it's only a very thin edge. Very thin edge. Jackson will be annoyed at that, understandably. It's a great ball. Nearly got what it deserved. Jackson, whose homeland is closer to Durham than Somerset, but she's playing for Somerset today. So that is hit straight back to her. She's able to get a hand on it to slow down the pace of the ball. 179 for 5. Jackson in over the wicket, full and down the leg side, and that's going to be given as a wide, and it's going to go all the way for 5 wides. That's an expensive ball from Laura Jackson. Keep her up at the stumps. He cannot afford to make those sorts of mistakes. Yeah, it's way down the leg side, and Hazel can't get there.
How much of a slope is the down? I mean, or is it a optical illusion from where
it's not a massive slope, to be honest. I can see from here it looks a bit like it, and there probably is a very marginal one, but not a lot. It's not like Lord's.
Oh, no. Big slope.
This is driven again, but no run. Yeah, obviously with Lord's it comes across the square, doesn't it? Whereas you're sort of talking about it going down. Yeah. Whereas no, it's not. When you sit on those side ones, you'd see it doesn't. It's pretty flat, to be honest.
It's exaggerated by we're a proper bird's eye view.
Yes, it does make it look less. Yeah. Jackson in full and driven down the ground. Robbins should get there, but not before they've run a single to that delivery. And there'll be one more ball in this over, assuming it's a legal delivery. 185 for 5. Bates there could do it, this blow. 6 runs short of 100. Would be a bit of a change in tactics. She's hit 11 4s and no 6s so far. But you never know. Depends what ball she gets, I guess. Here comes Jackson. It's full. And she's just pushing this one to the long-on fielder, Molly Robbins, who's been quite busy, actually, at long-on. And they'll come through just for that single. So she moves to 95. 36 overs have gone now. 14 remain in this Durham innings. 186 for 5 with Susie Bates nicely poised on 95, not out.
Yeah, she's getting a drink that she's been signalling for a couple of overs. So she deserved that drink. It is warm down there. It's a beautiful day. Cricketing day here down at the Cooper Associates County Ground.
Strange, she doesn't. It's been brought out to her in a cup. Like a, so it makes me think it isn't like just a water out of a water bottle. Could be some
bit of like cramp juice or something, bit of something else.
Yeah. Or are they allowed to take painkillers during a match if she's got some
Sure,
kind of pain?
yeah, possibly.
Rather than it coming in a. Normally they bring out bottles, don't they? But that was just a,
Yeah.
sort of a random cup.
She deserves a drink.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, been out there for the whole game so far. 106 balls she's faced for her 95.
Yeah.
51 of them dots though.
Yeah,
11 fours.
Given that short side,
Yeah.
not as many fours as one might
Yeah.
think, looking at this pitch and then looking at the total.
Well, what she may well do is sort of speed up as well towards the end. If she thinks she's well set, she's built herself and this team a fantastic platform. So let's see how they get on with this.
What's she do here? Play down the leg side, backward to square. Jackson's going to cut that off, so just going to get the one. I think she'll just be happy to just stroke this. Rotate the strike, pick up the 100 if it comes. Phoebe Turner will face this time. Barnes to continue from the lough end. Left arm around spin. Phoebe Turner works that straight to mid-on, and there is no run. I like the little leg pick up. You'll see this at the beginning of her action. Just as she starts her action, she lifts that one leg up over, and Turner rocks back, plays it straight to cover, and there is no run. Frustrated Phoebe Turner. She's looking round at the field, wishing she'd played that into a bigger gap. Perhaps. Durham, can they get to that 200 total, which will obviously be in their minds. Turner thinks about reversing and then gets caught in between a couple of shots and inspects the end of her cue.
She's toe-ended that one. She's sort of trying to ramp it, isn't she? And she's managed to toe-end it.
Yeah, there is a gap. I mean, if she can use the pace of the ball, there is a gap through fine. There's nobody down here. Fine leg, I don't think. Susie Bates just has a calming word, and I think that's what I've seen when I've seen Durham play. And Susie Bates will just have a word with a less experienced batter as Turner works that into that gap that I mentioned. Jackson comes round from backward square. They get a single. Puts Bates on strike.
4 away.
Durham bench, bated breath. One blow could get her century here. And she'll make her the second centurion for Durham after captain did it last week. She's going to have to take it in singles. That's another single to Susie Bates, 97. Score moves on to 189 for 5. That's the end of the over. 37 overs gone. Bates on 97 of the 108 she's faced. And Phoebe Turner on 7.
From 12.
From 12, yeah.
Well, that was the end of Barnes as well. So her figures, I'll give you that. She just bowled her 10th over. 1 for 33, so really good.
Yeah.
3.3 and over she's been going at. That's excellent work from the left arm spinner. We're going to see Chloe Skelton back into the attack. She's still got 4 overs to bowl, so a bit more spin here from Luff, deciding that she wants Skelton to be the next bowler.
Keeping the spin lid on, as it were. I've been obsessed because I'm from Birmingham. We don't get the bins emptied.
No, that hasn't been happening recently.
Beginning of the season, Ed said, "Oh, you're where the bins aren't being emptied." I said, "No, we're putting saddles on the rats and racing them up and down the streets."
That just goes past the edge of the bat of Susie Bates. Again, not something that has happened all that often. So they still not being? Have they not been collected? Because still, it's not in the news as much now. Right.
Getting collected. I think the bins are getting some collection.
Cut away, only be a single. because I know Birmingham Council's been in a bit of trouble, hasn't it, with financially?
Yeah. Well,
So is that where it's all stemmed from?
Stemmed from there was a successful class action of I think it was something like the cleaners had found that they were on the same salary but not getting the same pay. So there was a problem with not paying female workers as much as they should have been paid, and then that basically bankrupted them. As I understand it, they had to sell the NEC, and there have been other expenses and things. At Commonwealth Games was brilliant for the city, great spotlight, but will have come at a cost as well. But that's me just skating over that. I'm no expert in it at all. But, I'm sure I'll get hauled over whatever. I'll get that wrong.
Turner moves to 10. We've got Bates on strike now on 98. With 2 balls left in this over. Skelton won't want the 100 to come off. I don't think you ever want the 100, anyone's 100 to come off your bowling, do you? It won't be this ball, because that'll only be a single, so it means it won't be this over.
Sophie Luff tries to get Susie Bates out there with a shy at the non-strikers.
Amanda Jade Wellington's doing banana deliveries below us. She's just Molly Robbins is eating that one on the boundary edge, and
banana monitor.
And Wello is going around with bananas. In comes Skelton again to Turner, who's pushing this one down the ground, and they'll pick up a single, and she'll pinch the strike. And Bates has to wait another over for her 100. 99 she's on now, and the score 195 for 5.
She's been a great acquisition for Durham because she has that steady head about her. She's clearly wrapping a metaphorical arm around some of the younger players. She'll be a great role model for them in terms of the sort of effort she puts in. And you only have to... You've seen her various stages in her career. She seems to have reinvented herself regularly. She looks fitter now than she did in 2011, if that looks possible.
Well, there are 12 overs to go, and Molly Robbins can bowl 4 of them. She's coming on now. Anderson's still got 3 left. Jackson has 4 left. And Skelton still has 3 to go.
So Durham poised on the edge of 200, 195 for 5. About to start the 39th over. Robbins to return from the Luff end. Luff, so Captain Fantastic Sophie Luff just exchanging last bits of advice. Bit of a deciding where they want the field between them. Robbins wants the leg side field slightly squarer and more backward, as it were. Chirping to each other in the field. Molly Robbins just warms her arm up, rolling it over.
Yeah, it's been a little while since we saw her bowl.
Yeah, she's going to come in from the 25-yard circle. Phoebe Turner will face. Oh, it's into a gap there. Too long on. Easy single. Dame Susie Bates.
You're giving her the Damehood already, are you?
Oh, I would give it her. Crikey. World champion. One of the global greats of the game, but who may never play Test cricket because we haven't found that millionaire who's going to pay for Susie Bates and the White Ferns to play Test cricket.
Yeah, a real shame that.
What that will be. A crime against cricket, I think it was described, and I would concur with that. Robbins decides to come around the wicket, cramp up Susie Bates on 99. She manages to squirt that back past the bowler. It's not going to take the run. Not going to be tempted to just take it for the sake of taking it. She's got a bit more cricket smarts about her.
Well, she's got 4 more balls in this over, so I think she'll just wait for the right moment.
There is a gap backwards of square because they've brought in the square leg fielder to the circle. Robbins comes in again. Bates works that into the leg side and she runs through. It's going to be an easy single, and that's the century for Susie Bates off 113 balls and 11 fours, and that's taken 146 minutes. Great century, as I understand it, the second century ever for Durham professional era after her captain turned up last week. Great innings as Robbins comes in again, this time to Turner. Squirts that to point and there is no run. That will be very significant. You mentioned about how many of her runs, given that Durham are on 197, about to perhaps reach their milestone, 100 of those to Susie Bates, in a similar fashion to Holly Armitage's innings against Lancashire in that win last week up at Chesterley Street. Robbins comes in again to Turner. Comes forward. She likes that shot to mid-on, but they decide against a run. There's a lot of shouting going on. Probably very sensible. Another dot ball. Approaching the end of the 39th over. One more ball left. Robbins moving her field. She's bringing in that deep backward square. Laura Jackson, she's coming into the circle. Sophie Luff's gone back to the edge of the circle at mid-wicket. They're trying to get a single. They want to get Susie Bates off strike. Robbins comes in again. Played through mid-off. Looser ball potentially. So Phoebe Turner gets that single at the end and pinches the strike. So Durham 198 for 5. 39 overs gone here at the Cooper Associates County Ground.
It's been a beautiful day here. It's a bit of a light, high cloud around, some slightly bigger cloud, but actually it's been a perfect day for cricket. Not too hot, bit of breeze around. Nice day to come and watch at the county ground. I'm sure there'll be some more people who wander in, especially if they've got their memberships throughout the afternoon. 198 for 5 then. Durham just a couple away from 200. In comes Skelton as this is fired back towards her. Well, they'll move on to 199 now. What did we say your formula would be to what 236? I think, wasn't it? 236 was the formula. I think they were on 108, weren't they? So they look like they're going to do a bit better than that, you'd say. This is cut into the offside. We did say at the time that Durham would be disappointed if they only finished on 236, the way they're looking. Now, as the 200 comes up, was that a dot ball? No, it's dot ball. There is remain on one. Oh no, there it is 200. I'm sure there must have been 200. It was a single, wasn't it? Because yeah, Turner's on strike now. The scoreboard was slow, so there was no announcement or ripple of applause around the ground. They'll get it now, I suspect, as they move to 201 for 5.
There's a little ripple down there.
But with 10.5 overs to go, they'd be looking at another 50-plus runs, you'd think, as this is swept. Depends on the wickets, though. With Bates still there, they've got to be looking at another 50-plus runs from here, really, haven't they? 5 and over should be doable, given that's what they've been going at pretty much. 5.1. You should be able to up the rate a little bit. Skelton is in. And this is just punched into the offside for a dot ball. Hildreth stand in sunshine. And again, another dot ball. Good finish from Skelton to that over. Bowled 8 of her 10 now. There we go, a bit of announcement about Susie Bates' 100.
I mean, I suppose the question is, what can she get to in this game if Somerset can't get her out? So we know that the high score so far for Durham in the professional era is 111, because that I watched Holly Armitage get that up at Chesterley Street. So if she gets beyond 111, she's going to put herself into those records. She's
not really looked like getting out. No. She's looked very difficult to bowl to.
Unless this is going to be commentator's curse for the next
More from Robbins then.
Yeah, this time continuing to bowl some pace around the wicket to the right-handed Bates, who uses the crease and knocks that up and over risk-free, because the fielders are going to have to come round and pick that up. There was a gap there, so they made the most of that. 2 more runs to Susie Bates, 2 more to the total for Durham, who moved to 204 for 5. Bates 102, Phoebe Turner on 15. Bates to continue, surely, yes, a White Fern great of all time. Robbins in. Was going to be a wide ball, but Susie Bates makes it into a playable ball and takes a 4 for it. Thanks very much.
I wonder.
Shapes off to the offside and smacks it behind square.
Well, we've just seen 2 quite creative shots from Bates now in the last 2 balls. I wonder whether this, at the 40 over mark, she's decided, okay, enough of pushing it around, taking the singles when they come. We're going to start upping things now. And if she can do it safely, like she's done there, there's no risk in either of those shots really because of the field placement.
Except that she could have played it onto her own stumps.
Yeah, I guess.
Jumping so exaggeratedly to the offside and play it that side. But she's got her eye in enough to be doing that. It's when they do it early doors and you just think, oh, is that too funky too soon? Oh, Bates almost Marlowe's Phoebe Turner there by hitting so straight that it hit the stumps the other end, but no, not via the bowler's paw.
And base of middle stump. That's about as straight as it gets, isn't it?
Yeah, Julia Jarvis having to olay out the way there. As the stumps shatter in front of her. She's got a bit of furniture rebuild there. Bates to face the pace of Molly Robbins into the leg side. That is a short boundary, but it's going to go straight to Alex Griffiths, and they're only going to get 1. So a big thump, but only for 1.
Does feel like a different mindset now from Bates. Just feel like she's hitting things hard, a bit more expansive.
Yeah. Which I think, Durham will need that if they're going to set a decent total. Somerset will want to squash that as Robbins sends Laura Jackson out to the boundary rope at backwards square for this next delivery to Phoebe Turner. Smacked into the leg side. Griffiths will cut that off. Another single. Bit more intent here from Durham. And Somerset chirping themselves, repositioning for each batter. Third is going out deep, and fine leg coming in to the circle for Bates. Back, straight drive. Is she going to get the value for that? She is. 4 runs.
Good shot.
Despairing dive on the boundary, the far end. And that finishes the over with a boundary. So that's 41 overs gone. Durham are 214 for 5. Bates on 113 for off the 120 balls she's faced. And Turner on 16. So that is the highest score for any Durham player in the professional era since she's gone past that 111, that Nelson that the captain Holly Armitage got. And we were discussing that was the same score as Sophie Luff got, but Sophie Luff got it not out in that high score in the Metro Bank One Day Cup. You listen to Claire Jenkins, former Somerset, and Captain Somerset himself, Charlie Taylor.
Skelton in then over the wicket and just using the crease, the depth there, going back a step and pushing it into the offside was Phoebe Turner. A quick look at the lunchtime scores in the men's games of these two teams. Durham yesterday were bowled out for 153. Now, considering they made quite a lot of fuss about the pitch here in their previous game, they've actually only made 8 runs more at their home ground in the next game. So this is in the air and will land safely. Surrey, in reply, made 322. So 88 from Dan Lawrence, 82 from Jordan Clark, the difference there. So a big lead for Surrey in that game at Chesterley Street. Coming out the crease. And this is a bit of a slog down the ground for 4 runs. The diving Neve Holland can't stop that. And Skelton leaks the boundary. Bates moves to 117. It's definitely a whole new mindset now from the New Zealand international. And then Somerset away at Trent Bridge, Nottinghamshire. They're 396 for 8. James Roux could only add 4 to his overnight total. And at the moment, Craig Overton and Miguel Pretorius are batting So 396 for 8. They've only added about 60 runs for the loss of 4 wickets in that morning session, so not a great morning for either of these sides' men's teams, really. As Surrey get a commanding lead over the Durham men's team, and Nottinghamshire taking plenty of wickets against Somerset. But lunch in both of those. Welcome, by the way, if you've been keeping an eye on those games and you're joining us now during the lunch break, as Durham are 219 for 5 halfway through the 42nd over. In comes Skelton. This is in the air, will land safely and will go for 4. So Bates is upping the rate substantially here, and that we sort of looked at the 25 over mark and said, well, they're aiming for somewhere probably around 240. It's going to be way more than 240, especially if Bates is there for the remaining 7 and a bit overs. Already at 223 for 5, as Sophie Luff speaks to her bowler and says, look, this is what we want you to do.
Talking of scores elsewhere, similar scores across the board in the women's Metro Bank, 230s, 240s, and the other games.
I was attempted reverse shot, but she's not really got hold of that. Throw comes in. I wonder if there was a catching chance there. I think Jess Hazel seemed to lose it. Didn't see, wearing a helmet as well, it does become hard to look up.
Yeah.
But I wonder, did it come off some bat? Must have done, I think.
If we get a chance for a replay.
It didn't land all that far away from Hazel. In comes Skelton again. This is in the air, will land safely. Fielder will try and get around it. It's a quick outfield on a short boundary and she won't get there. Another 4. This has been a very, very good over for Durham, and a very good period actually of about 5 overs with these two together. Bates deciding that now is the time to up the rate, and well, she's seeing it like a footballer. I think 122 for 124 balls. Durham 228 for 5.
So in the women's games in the Metro Bank, we mentioned that these two teams will need Warwickshire to beat Surrey. So Warwickshire batted first. They're on 225 for 7, and they're almost at the 40 over mark. Meanwhile, and at the Warwickshire game, Sarah Ginn and Aaron Viles will be looking after you on the live stream there. At Sedbergh School, Mike Perkins and Ali Byrne are looking after you for Lancashire versus Essex, and Lancashire are 248 for 2 in the 42nd over. And at Hampshire, where Phil Green, Nicky Chowdhury are looking after you down there, Hampshire versus the Blaze. Hampshire have got 235 for 5 in the 44th. So similar scores across the piece in the other games in the Women's Metro Bank One Day Cup, as Ellie Anderson continues to Susie Bates, who shapes sideways, clips it up and over the point fielder. There's going to be a lot of chasing down in this big boundary here. How many can they run off this? They've got 2. They're going to go back for 3, proving my theory that you should have a boundary where you could run 3 runs there. Durham move on to 228 for 5. Bates on 122, not out, and Phoebe Turner on 21. Phoebe Turner will face this next ball from Ellie Anderson. Some pace from the Luff end. Big swipe into the leg side, straight to Alex Griffiths, and they just get the 1 big throw.
Wow!
Ooh,
what a throw!
It was a big throw, and it hit Ellie Anderson.
I think it's hit the stumps.
It's hit the stumps as well.
Yeah,
it was
I
sort
think
of shattering, and Ellie
She's
Anderson sort of protected herself as the ball came.
She's had a
thrown
direct
back in again.
Direct hit from the boundary. That's the sort of thing you want to see when there's still players running between the wickets. That is a serious throw from Alex Griffiths.
Yeah, don't mess with me.
Yeah, it's a warning, isn't it?
Yeah, you're like, phew, I can throw him from here. I couldn't. I had a very weak throw, which is why it's a field close in. Anderson into Bates. Shapes to move, plays it to the leg side again to Alex Griffiths. Not warned by that last throw in. Get a single. And Durham are 233 for 5. Phoebe Turner on 22. Bates on 126. This is going to be a heroic innings. Whatever happens from Susie Bates, if only she was English. And that's played through the offside to Niamh Holland, who comes off the rope. They get through for a single. Rotating the strike here are Durham. This is ominous for Somerset. They need to get a breakthrough. Where is the breakthrough going to come? Can Ellie Anderson bend those stumps back? Can Sophie Luff come up with a bit of funky fielding from somewhere? Geeing each other up. We get to the back end of this. Oh, into the leg side and up in the air. And that's another 6, and it hits the hoardings full on. 6 runs from Susie Bates, who opens those shoulders. We've said it's been risk-free as it went up and over the fielder on the boundary there, smacked into the advertising hoardings.
Took a big step to the offside there. Bates knew that that's what she was aiming to do, knew where the ball was going to come. That is a seriously good shot from someone who's at the top of their game. This is a masterclass so far from Susie Bates.
Great description. Anderson, right arm pace into Susie Bates. Shapes again, into the leg side again. Going to make the most of that. It's going to drop in front of Laura Jackson. Just the one.
Didn't nail that one, looking to do basically the same thing.
Pinches the strike. So another over is ticked off. 43 overs gone. Durham are 241 for 5. Bates on 133 and Phoebe Turner on 23. 7 overs going. So what can they get to then, Charlie? What do you reckon?
Well, I mean, they're already beyond where the Jenkins formula took them, but they did start slowly, and they've certainly accelerated since then, haven't they? What are they looking at? I mean, from here, what have they got? 6 overs left. The scoreboard's just decided to flick onto something else. Yeah, 7 overs left. Wow, I think the way they're going, they're looking at sort of 8 and over at the moment, aren't they? So you could get another 50-ish on there. Could be looking at 290.
This is what they did against Lancashire. A very watchful start, and Lancashire bowled well, put lots of dots together, and then just that, you know, in the same way that Holly Armitage shaped her innings, slow start, and opening and opening and opening and opening, and building a partnership, and then getting on with it. So, yeah, it could be a big score here.
In comes Jackson. Shorter ball in the air. It's going to land safely, I think. Yes. In comes Fran Wilson from the boundary. It's a rare loose shot from Susie Bates.
We'll forgive her, though.
Yeah, well,
it's a long old innings, isn't it?
When you've hit 133 already, onto 134 with that single. But yeah, that's one which was tantalising for Somerset. Big old gap down here. And that's where it landed as Sophie Love talks to her bowler. Any field changes? Not a lot going on. No, they seem to be happy. Just moving Neve Holland slightly squarer at mid-wicket on the boundary. Jackson in again. That's Fuller driven to the short boundary where there's the fielder. Alex Griffiths, who's had a lot of work to do out there.
Yeah, she's been busy. This is the thing with Susie Bates, when she uses so much lateral movement. It's very difficult to bowl at her.
Yeah, she does the same there. Takes a step back and drives down the ground. The fielder at long off will come in. That's Molly Robbins.
She's certainly decided at this end that she's going to hop to the offside and smack it into the leg side. Big boundary to the leg side from this angle.
Yeah, she's clearly targeting the short boundary now, isn't she? As Turner's on strike for this one, who's trying to do the same thing, but will only pick out the same fielder. Just the one from it. But Bates, you can see now, deliberately moving around the crease just to open up that shorter boundary.
When you've got your eye and you can afford to be doing that, haven't you?
Yeah,
and,
absolutely.
When you've got the experience that Susie Bates has under her belt.
This is quality stuff we're watching here. Oh, that's a full looping delivery, and she's reversed. What's she done there? Sort of reverse pull, upper pull shot from Bates, who moves to 139 as that goes all the way to the boundary for 4. So, yeah, she's watched the ball, and it's a slow, almost looping delivery, and she's absolutely nailed that. She's watched it carefully, reverse, well, as I say, sort of pulled, upper pull shot. Yeah, really good shot. Swapping the hands over. Brilliant. Probably not quite what Jackson had in mind when she bowled that delivery. 249 for 5 then. Last ball of this over. And it's cut into the offside by Bates. There's a dive, couldn't quite get there. Griffiths is on the boundary and does the clearing up. And they'll come through just for a single, so Bates keeps the strike. She is dominating this match now. Somerset do not know what to do to get her out. 140 she's on now. She's kept the strike as well. 250 comes up for Durham. as well at the end of the 44th over. And, well, I think they'll have 300 in mind from here. Why not? With Bates, if Bates stays in for those 6 overs, 300 is easily a possibility.
And as you mentioned, although it was rain finished and it was a nil result, Somerset getting 300.
It's not out of the question at all.
Is not out of the question, but it would be. So they got 312 for 6 against Essex before the rain intervened, and there was no result. So that was by far their biggest score. They have got to 297 against Warwickshire up at Edgbaston, where they beat Warwickshire in that game by 48 runs. So it's not entirely out of the question, but it's going to be a big total to chase down.
Yeah, absolutely big ask on here already for Somerset. They're going to need 251 at the very least if there's no more runs at all, but still with 6 overs to go.
Anderson and again to Bates, shapes again to that offside.
How
dobs it down into the leg side.
How do you bowl to her? What do you do?
I don't know.
It's impossible.
That's what I'm saying. That if you're bowling slow, you're giving her enough time to jump to whichever side she's going to get there most of that and cash in on that short boundary. And now that she's started playing those expansive shots, do you set a funky field with no particular reason, but just to get in ahead? But she's such an experienced professional that's not really going to bother her, as Turner makes the most of that short side. It's taken the field out and it's caught. Alex Griffiths has her catch. Ellie Anderson gets her wicket. So Phoebe Turner plays that expansive shot to that short side and gets caught by Alex Griffiths on the boundary. So the trap was set, and that was what they needed to do to disrupt this Durham innings. Phoebe Turner goes for 25.
Well, wasn't that needed? 78-run partnership. It's not the one they wanted, but still, sort of, they were Phoebe Turner trying to take the attacking option. Look at that short boundary. Didn't get all of it. And it's a good catch. You can see, actually, good release of of tension there from Griffiths, who probably was a bit annoyed with how she's bowled today and gone for quite a lot of runs in her 2 overs. But taking the catch, and a breakthrough is made.
Phoebe Turner goes for 25 off 31 balls. And as if one Turner wasn't good enough, we get another Turner to the crease. So Sophie Turner joins Susie Bates. And Durham are... Oh no, it says Fraser on there, but I think it said Turner on the back of her shirt, so I'm not sure that the scores, the graphics on the bottom of your screen is quite right. It definitely said, unless you got the wrong shirt on, definitely said Turner on the one that I saw.
I think it says Fraser on her shirt.
Is it Fraser?
Yeah,
I must have been seeing a shot of the back of
Phoebe Turner.
Phoebe Turner, that's what it was. Fraser. So, Scottish international. Who doesn't want to be a wildcat, is my phrase. So the Scottish team are known in the same way that the England women's football team are the Lionesses. The Scotland women's team are known as the Wildcats. I think it's a great,
it's good, that, isn't it?
Great nickname. So yeah, Fraser will face.
Well, it's a simple job, isn't it? Get Bates on strike. Simple as that. That's what you've got to do.
Well, Fraser got 43 in the 50-over game against Surrey, so no mean batter. Catherine Fraser, Scottish international. They're sending third deep in front of us. Anderson in again to the new batter. Outside of off, and it's given a wide. So slightly loose delivery there from Ellie Anderson. Griffiths has waited patiently for that catch, hasn't she? She's done a lot of work out on that short boundary, so she'll be pleased with that catch, no doubt.
Only the second catch.
That's true. Yeah.
They've had a stumping and otherwise quite a few bowled.
Anderson in again. Oh, straight through her.
That's a great ball.
A nice ball as a reply from Ellie Anderson there.
Well, the longer Bates is off strike, the better as far as Somerset are concerned, so these dot balls are good. Durham would just be desperate. Come on, get a single. Get Bates on strike, then she'll hit a couple of boundaries.
Halfway through the 45th over, Anderson in again from the luff end. squirted to point. They can't get a single.
Yeah, see, this is the difference now. That's why breaking a partnership is so important. You'd have thought Phoebe Turner could well have got at least a single from one of these deliveries. She was hitting it fairly well. Break the partnership, new batter comes in, and it might be Fraser could warm up nicely, but it just means you've got an over or so at her where she's not quite in the zone yet.
I don't think Durham will be too worried about that, though, because we are into that back end of the inning, so the fact that Phoebe Turner had a go at that.
Oh yeah, no, I don't think so. Had it been soon after the fourth wicket fell, it would have been, or fifth wicket fell, it would have been very different.
Yeah.
But no, it was a good partnership, and she was trying to up the rate. And I don't think her coach will have any issue with the way she got out.
Inspired by Susie Bates, trying to make the most of that short side. There's a slight change in the field. They're bringing third up to the 25-yard ring, and they're bringing in also fine leg Molly Robbins into the circle as well.
So who have they got out? They've got
out,
long on.
And deep cover point.
Cover point and a square leg and mid wicket.
Yeah.
Square leg, mid wicket as well.
Anderson comes in again. It's played to cover.
Oh,
get a single.
Bounces off of the used pitches.
Used bits.
Poor old Sophie Love, she's had that
bruise there somewhere along. Looking at the way that her body language is from that ball. That's the end of the over. So 45 overs gone. Just the 5 left then. Durham on 253 for 6, as Charlie said, eyeing that 300 milestone. Bates on 141 for 1. We're going to see the 150 up from Dame should be Susie Bates.
Dame should be Susie Bates. You need to get onto the King to get a message. I assume it's the King who does.
High Commissioner and
that's it, isn't it?
In Australia, they get the Order of Australia medal and stuff, don't they?
Must have a similar thing, I guess.
Dame Hoods for. Come on, New Zealand High Commission. Well, the King. Start with the King. Why not?
Yeah, head straight to the top and work your way down if you don't get a reply.
Yeah.
All right, Jackson in then, continuing from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end. That is a bit edgy from Fraser, but she'll pick up a 4. And there's runs. They won't mind the runs and how they come, but it does mean that she's still on strike. But having a bit of a go at it, a bit of a flash at it, and getting enough on it to find the way through the gap.
Susie Bates won't mind, to give her a bit of a breather. She's had to have fluids of some sort earlier. She's been out there so long. More than a run of ball.
Jackson in, full, straight back to her. Couldn't quite get a hand to it, and they can't run a single either. So another dot ball.
Jackson nearly did a sort of limbo there. Tried to catch the ball as it went past her.
4 and a bit overs remaining as we get to the tail end of this Durham innings. Bates being a bit starved of the strike the last over or so. She's on 141 if you're just joining us. She's been playing beautifully today. As that takes a big, thick edge. Now, shouldn't run all the way for 4, but they might come back for 2, or Bates say, no, I want the strike. No, that she's going to come back for 2. Yep. So at the moment, Bates saying, no, I'm trusting you. You keep going. Not farming the strike just yet, although I think Durham fans might actually quite like it if she did, the way she was going. But Fraser picks up 2. She moves to 5. And there must be more than that. Is it 5? No, because she's hit a 4, isn't she? That was 2. Now that's in the air. Neve Holland is watching, won't get to it. She does manage to pick it up after a couple of bounces, though. And Fraser comes through for another couple.
In the air for an age, but into a gap, wasn't it?
It's a big old gap down there. 261 for 6. The score, Fraser on 2-7. I'm not entirely convinced that's right. He's driven. And there's going to be a throw at the stumps, and a hit was close. In fact, I think she was gone with a direct hit. But in the end, Robbins couldn't find the stumps.
Mark Newell having to sprint square on.
Yeah.
Let's have a good look at that.
Bates. Sorry, Claire.
I was just going to say Julia Jarvis the other end there in their lovely, what I would call Cadbury.
Yeah, it is nice. Yeah.
For Metro Bank One Day Cup. Quite slinky close up. As opposed to the pink Vitality Blast, which is more like Kevlar.
And she will pinch the strike, not surprisingly there. Just taking a single off the last ball of the over. Bates moves to 142. Playing absolutely brilliantly. Doesn't look like there's really a way that Somerset can bolt her at the moment, other than keeping her off strike.
Yeah.
Fraser on 8, and the score 263 for 6.
Yeah, and Fraser's come in with some intent as well, hasn't she? So, not afraid to swing the bat. Obviously got the memo from the coaching staff. We're into this back end now. Death overs, as they call them. What can they get to?
You see some more Molly Robbins. She's got 2 overs to go, so I guess she'll bowl out.
Yep.
These last 2.
She's having a chat with Captain Fantastic Sophie Loft. There has to be a plan here, because other than getting all of the other batters out around Susie Bates, I think Sophie Loft would like to see, much though she may admire Susie Bates' innings, she'd like to see it finished sooner rather than later. There's a bit of a change in the field. We'll wait till they all...
Oh, yeah,
till the
proper
music
musical
stops.
chairs, yeah.
Yeah. So we've got a long off going out to the boundary. We've got a short third, backward point, short fine leg. We've got square leg up as well, as Molly Robbins comes in from the lough end. Right arm over to Susie Bates, who shapes the puts it up and over the field. That's 4 runs. Oh, is it 6? It might be 6. It is. 6 runs to Susie Bates. Very close to the rope there, bouncing.
Oh, I think you've got to say that she's done that shot before. She's targeting it. I think you've got to put a player out there. I think you've got to have someone out there to stop her from targets. Easy runs. Easy 6 that, because it's such a short boundary and there's no one out there.
Well, and she knows if she gets it in the air over that 25-yard marker, no one's getting that, as you say. So
well, they still haven't.
Plan. They need a plan.
They haven't put someone out there, but maybe they're thinking it's a tough shot. Perhaps we just won't let her bowl so that she can't play it. But she's moving so far in and out of her crease laterally that wherever you bowl, she's going to just follow it and make it happen. So they've still kept the fielder up there.
Is it a plan? Is she going to bowl at the stumps this one? At the stumps, but Susie Bates just smacks that to mid-wicket and they get through for a single. She'll take it either way. Susie Bates stretching out her calves. No doubt cramp maybe.
Well, we'll allow. 149 runs she's on. Incredible effort.
Yes, we were worried about nervous 90s at 149. Well, I don't know what the phrase is for that, as Robbins will...
The fraught 140s.
Fraught 140s as Fraser faces up this time. Plays that back past the bowler. Straight drive. Is it going to get to the rope or is it going to get cut off? It's a great dive, but it's not cut off. 4 runs to Catherine Fraser. Scottish Wildcat.
How many times have we seen that? The good shot buys you runs because of the outfield here. They've obviously cut it quite short, the grass here, because it is flying across the
it's a good dive,
pitch.
but unfortunately in despair. So 4 more to the total. Durham move on to 274 for 6. Bates on 149. Fraser on, we think, 12, but we're not sure.
Yeah, I think they updated it. It went up 1.
12. Yeah, and Fraser will face Robbins this time. Into the leg side again. Griffiths comes off the rope. They just get the single. Well positioned for that ball. 1 more on. This time Susie Bates will face. Is she going to reach that 150? And if she does, where's that shot? Is she going to try that shot up and over fine leg? She's just going to shape across to the offside and smack it onto that short boundary. Oh, full toss. Dispatched for 6. And that's the 150 up. In fact, she goes beyond that. And that's some milestone for the Metro Bank One Day Cup here at Cooper Associates County Ground. Dame Susie Bates should be Susie Bates, Dame, 155 off 137 balls. That's, well, buffet bowling, I'm afraid, isn't it? Full toss onto a short boundary into the seats. Susie Bates says thanks very much.
What's the highest score in the in this new competition? Got to be close to that.
Yeah. Durham are 281 for 6. Robbins to Susie Bates, who has another smack at that. That's
easy.
4.
It's all too easy.
Easy pickings for Susie Bates as we look up high scores. 155 for Susie Bates. The PA system quite rightly marks the milestone there. The world champion White Fern has been well, an even better acquisition for Durham. If this game alone were the measure.
Yeah, this is the highest score in this competition now.
Yeah.
Before it was McCacken on 133 not out. This is by far, I mean, she's already 27 beyond that and still going.
And yeah, still going. She might even run through all the deliveries at 285 for 6. 47 overs gone. Ooh!
Dropped. It's a tough chance. Moving, diving as she went, but should have been taken. You expect Sophie Love to take those. As Jackson will feel like she's missed out on a wicket there.
Yeah.
This is the thank you Hypercourse, who's either watching or just noticed and sent me a message. So thank you very much. This is clothed, not timed at all by Fraser. It's the 7th time in her List A career that Susie Bates has scored 150, the most by any woman in the format. So we are watching a legend at work here, uncharted territory. The next most 150 plus scores is 5 by both Charlotte Edwards and Heather Knight. So she is out in front by quite a distance.
Wow.
That's in the air. Can Sophie Love make up for the drop? No, not quite. She'll leave it in the end for Holland, who was running the right direction towards the pitch, to pick it up and throw it. So, yeah, I mean, 159 is a huge, huge score, and she's still going. She's still got 2.5 overs left.
We're watching history being made here at the Cooper Associates County Ground.
What Somerset should take from this, and then they'll be a bit downhearted that there's so many runs on the board now, but the pitch is good. The pitch is good. Scores can be made. In comes Jackson again. It's the reverse dab straight to the fielder. It's gone through her legs. That's Olivia Barnes. And it goes for 4. And Bates can do no wrong. She moves to 163. This is brilliant stuff we're watching.
University Centre Somerset have picked a great match to sponsor. They're going to have record books all over this, providing degrees for real life. University Centre Somerset, good game to pick if you're a Durham supporter.
Jackson in, and this is in the air and taken, and that is the end of Susie Bates. What a fantastic innings. That is one of the best innings you'll see at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Certainly one of the best I've commentated on. 163, and until the end, flawless runs, and she's put her team into a fantastic position. She's batted since the very first ball she's been here. She's one of the openers, and only now at 47.5 overs does she walk off with 163 excellent runs to her name. She's batted the short boundary. It's clever cricket, but she's also pinched 1s and 2s, and she sort of accelerated once she got to the 40 over mark, accelerated and pushed her score all the way up to 163. A brilliant innings from the 37-year-old New Zealand international.
18 4s and 3 6s even towards the end of that innings.
Yeah, that really was something special.
Is made.
Yeah.
You said masterclass. That was a great way to describe it.
I think that's what it was. You know, the highest score ever in this competition, which I know the competition's only been going this season, so you know there aren't years and years of record books to go back through, but still, to make 160, that's going to take some beating, Claire. That really is going to take some beating, isn't it?
And I think, I'm sure Hypercourse could tell us, but I think even if you consider that the Rachel A.O. Flint 50 over domestic competition was the predecessor for the Metro Bank One Day Cup, I think probably that's also a record from that as well. Domestic women's cricket, some innings. And that will be, we'll be able to say we were there when she did that. Perhaps I'll get invited to the investiture, Charlie.
Long trip, mind you, probably in New Zealand, wouldn't it?
I'll go. You know,
oh no, we're getting seats next to each other on the plane, Claire. We'll chat cricket for hours.
Flick peanuts at each other.
Exactly.
Yeah. Other salted snacks are available. And probably not allowed peanut snacks.
No, you wouldn't generally be allowed that. Yeah, I guess they give you an announcement at the start, don't they, if they've got a nut allergy, someone with a nut allergy on the flight. We'll see the rate come down a bit now. So Bates going, but still, or probably, mean, it depends. These two might absolutely go for it, but probably we'll see the rate come down a bit. But already Durham have got a very defendable total on the board.
Yeah. Thanks to Susie Bates, who's scored a massive whack load of those 292 for 7. 2 more overs left, so a run of ball is going to take them well over 300. What can they get to? Can Somerset put a squeeze on here? Can they just restrict it? Can they just have some dot balls at the end here? So we are going to see Ellie Anderson continue, I think. She's just
Yep, looks like Ellie Anderson.
drying her hands, coming in at the, what other people call the river end, what I call the Sophie Luff end.
Well, it's interesting. I thought we'd see Molly Robbins bowl this last one, but they're both on 9, Anderson and Robbins. Yeah. Maybe we'll see Robbins from the other end.
Maybe. Anderson into Sophie Turner. Plays that into the leg side. Not middled, but still a single. Sophia Turner, who bowled very well in their win over Lancashire last week that I was commentating on with Polly Starkey. Bat in hand here till the batting innings work is done. Fraser to face. Ooh, gets tied up in all sorts there. A rare dot ball. Somerset will want a few more of these dot balls as they try and gee each other up at the end of this Durham batting innings. Delivery's running out as they head towards that potential 300 milestone as Anderson comes in. Into the air. Oh. There's a fielder under it, but is it going to go over? It is. Into the seats, and they're taking cover in the seats. 6 runs to Catherine Fraser. Takes herself to 20. So maybe the run rate isn't going to slow up, Charlie.
That is a huge hit. That is an absolutely huge hit.
They literally are getting out of the way in the stand there, about 10 rows back, as Fraser just leans back, smacks that up over mid-wicket. 299 for 7. Fraser takes another swipe. It's towards a fielder. It's a great catch. It's a great catch by Molly Robbins in the field off Ellie Anderson. And that's the back of the Scottish international, Catherine Fraser, who's caught Robbins off Anderson's bowling.
I feel like you needed someone tall to take that catch, so it was pretty lucky for Somerset that Molly Robbins is there. Full stretch, arms in front of her. Yeah, if any shorter, and I'm not sure she'd have got there. So Molly Robbins, the right person underneath that one, and took a good catch.
Some of the hardest catches to take there, isn't it?
Yeah.
Diving forwards as the ball's dipping in front of you. So great catch there. And Catherine Fraser goes for 20, I think, wasn't it?
Yeah. Well, Somerset done well there, picking up a wicket straight after a 6. Yeah. And just slowing down the Durham rate a little bit more, although they've got licence now just to fling about at everything. Not yet at 300. The 299 is there, but they should, you'd think, get to 300 from here. So we're going to see a couple of quick wickets fall.
Anderson into Lizzie Scott making a debut. Works that behind square. There is a fielder. I think Jackson's going to cut that off. Yeah, she is. Passes it and they get through for 2.
Yeah, Lizzie Scott, the new batter
debut. And that's their Durham's 300. So they go to 301 for 8. Lizzie Scott on debut. I heard the applause earlier. They were out of my view, but while they were warming up on the outfield. So yes, I've seen Lizzie Scott's debut for Northern Diamonds on this pitch, and now I've seen a debut here for Durham in the professional era. Tries to work that down the leg side. It's going to be given a wide, but they're going to get through for a run as well. So some bonus runs here as Durham move to 303 for 8. This time Sophia Turner will face the bowling of Ellie Anderson. 1 more ball left, potentially, hopefully, legally. So Anderson in again. In the air, but in a gap to Alex Griffiths, and they get through for a single. that's the end of the over. So 49 overs gone. Durham are 304 for 8. Sophia Turner on 3 and Lizzie Scott on debut on 2.
Into the last over, just looking at the cut-off point, all in good time. It's 147 and the cut-off was 148. So Sophie Luff well on top of the cut-off point there, just making sure that they're not going to lose any fielders from the outer ring.
Yeah, we've seen lots of different 6s, 4s. Oh, we've had all sorts here. That'll be keeping Mike Turner and Chris Drew busy in the scorer's box. No doubt.
It's interesting to look at that scorecard. There's 163 from Bates, and the next highest score is 31. So it does show Somerset have
You
done.
don't need anyone else to.
Well, that's true, isn't it? But they've done fairly well, Somerset, keeping everyone else to just 31. But it was Bates who's made all the difference here. 304 for 8. This is a good score from Durham. This is a very good score. However, Somerset will know, coming off that last game, that they've got it in them to score 312 against Essex for 6. They know that this pitch, the outfield in particular, will lend itself to scoring 4s. So they've got this, they've got the expertise, they've got the talent, Somerset, to chase down a score in the 300s. But they'll want a tight over from Chloe Skelton now. So that is a dot ball. So that's a good start from Somerset. No runs added. As Sophia Turner just waits, Chloe Skelton restarts her run up. Coming down the pitch, firing it through the covers for 4. What a lovely shot that is. An absolutely glorious shot from Sophia Turner. Coming forwards and driving it beautifully timed through extra cover. Doesn't get much better than that. Lovely use of the feet. Great timing. Yeah, really good shot. That's the sort of shot you expect from an opener, really. And this time the other side, pulling hard for 4 more. A little bit wasteful this from Skelton. And this time it's for completely the opposite side of the ground. You could not get too further away boundaries. Using the width nicely, just coming across the crease, the stumps. Giving herself the option to pull hard on one knee. So
maybe using the role model of Susie Bates's use of the crease, perhaps learnt something in the nets during Durham coaching sessions, but certainly, as you say, making the most of that crease inside out, and then on that occasion going inside of it, playing it into the leg side.
3 balls left. Skelton over the wicket. And this time she's trying to get a fine edge on it, trying to dab it, reverse it. In the end, I don't think she got anything on it, did she? Is this going to be down as buys? I'm not sure.
Lizzie Scott set off like she was doing the 100 metres there.
I think she might have just got something on it. Yeah, Scott. Turner gets 2 runs there, so she must have got some kind of bat on it. 2 balls to go, 314 for 8. In comes Skelton again, who will be disappointed, I think, with the way this is going. This is, again, trying to do the same thing, and it won't work because Sophie Luff is there to take the catch. So another wicket falls. It's a dot ball, crucially, for Somerset, 314 for 9. And we will see Katie Levick for just 1 ball as she comes out.
At the end of that win against Lancashire, Katie Levick came out and did. I don't think she even faced a ball in the end because she thinks she was sort of running or whatever. So you have to get a run, don't you, to improve your averages? Or
yes, if you,
yes.
Not out isn't going to help you much, no. Yeah, so any run here from Levick is useful for Durham.
Yeah. Katie Levick, we will see weaving a web of deception when she gets ball in hand. Great mystery spin bowler.
Yeah.
And a classic stalwart of the women's domestic scene, and has often been had the best figures for the old county system, the old regional system. So great acquisition for Durham.
Last ball of this innings, Skelton in. Levick is unsurprisingly swinging the bat hard, and they'll run single, and that will be that 315 for 9 is what Durham end on. A very good score, you think, although this pitch is looking a bit more like it's batter friendly. So Somerset will require 316 to win from their 50 overs, which will begin in around about half an hour's time. So go and find yourself some lunch. That's what we'll be doing, and Claire and I will return to talk you through the remaining 50 overs a little bit later. We'll have a special guest as well, one of the Somerset team, going to come up and commentate with us for a bit in a moment. So we'll look forward to that. One play resumes in about half an hour, but have a good lunch and we'll see you in a bit.
Once again, remind you the Somerset Cricket Museum open today during the interval between innings. Somerset County Cricket Club would like to thank today's match sponsors, who are the University Centre of Somerset. University Centre Somerset can help you realise your ambition, with degrees for real life taught at campuses in Taunton, Bridgewater and Cannington. Places higher education firmly within your reach. Somerset County Cricket Club would also like to thank our principal women's Metro Bank One Day Cup sponsor, Durham. We're also pleased to be working in partnership with our ground naming rights partner Cooper Associates again in 2025. Cooper Associates are award-winning mortgage advisors and financial consultants with their head office based in St James's Street, Taunton. Somerset County Cricket Club would also like to thank our principal partners for the 2025 season. Brave Nation, Cinetech, UPA Health Insurance, Silvertech, Eurolay, and Brown Insurance Services, Cheers, Green Thumb and Virtue for their support. The thing I haven't mentioned yet today, we've got themed Metro Bank One Day Cup home fixtures coming up. Friday the 8th of August is Somerset Durham. That'll include a beer and cider festival. Sunday the 10th of August, Somerset Lancashire, Family Fun Day. Sunday the 17th of August, Somerset Warwickshire. That's the 150th birthday party. And Tuesday the 26th of August, Somerset versus Northants Steelbacks, Somerset introducing music festivals. I once again mention an evening with Andy Caddick. This is part of the 150-year celebrations. This will take place on Tuesday the 12th of August. It's £45. The evening includes a welcome drink and a two-course dinner. It will take place in the 1875 club. Andy is one of the greatest players to have played for Somerset, and during the evening he'll discuss his time with Somerset, his England career, and give his forthright views on the game. Also available, half-price season tickets. Half-season membership is now available. Gives you 16 days of cricket for just £115. That's less than £8 a day. Information is available from the reception in the Marcus Trust Office Pavilion. welcome back our umpires, please. Mark Newell and Julia Jarvis.
Welcome back to the Cooper Associates County Ground here at Taunton for this Metro Bank One Day Cup fixture between Somerset and Durham. So we've had the first innings and Somerset got to a massive 315. So the target for Somerset is 316. Most of that was Susie Bates with a massive innings of 163 of 140 balls in 185 minutes, 18 fours and 3 sixes. Meanwhile, Somerset bowled not particularly badly. Skelton picked up a 3-for, 2 wickets each for Jackson and Anderson, 1 each for Robbins and Barnes. But this is going to be a big total to get to here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. The match sponsors today are University Centre Somerset, who are doing degrees for real life. So it's been a bit of a scrabble to get lunch.
I'll say, Claire, I'm still halfway through my fish and chips, but it's okay.
In the short time that we've had to get refreshment, this is the clash, surely, of two classic skippers. So Captain Fantastic, Sophie Luff versus Holly Armitage. Now, who has the better strategy and possibly who can defend that short boundary to what is the offside for the shot that they're about to play off this first over. It's a short side that side, but as the innings built, Durham certainly made the most of that in terms of sixes and fours. And we're going to see the debutante today, Lizzie Scott, bowling from the Trescothic end, right arm over. That's carved 2 point, but straight to the fielder, and there is no run. Big total to get, Charlie.
Yeah, it's a lovely looking first shot, but just guiding it straight to the field. But this pitch is a good batting pitch. Somerset should not try and go all guns blazing. You don't need to. Durham were only 50 for 1, remember, at the 10th over, at the end of the power play. But they had Susie Bates, and that might be the difference. Not that Somerset haven't got quality in there, but it's very different. Oh, that's a huge shot. Talk about all guns blazing. Oh, just missing the fielder. And in fact, I think going for, 6. What did the fielder, did they make a sign? Because usually when it's that close and the fielder might be blocking the umpire's view, it's not a great ball. It was there to be hit, but that's the long boundary. If you're going to hit a 6 anywhere,
that's probably was a 6. We're waiting for confirmation from the umpires. Are we going to get a signal, Mark?
Oh yeah, six without loss. It was a dot ball to start, wasn't it? So there we go.
6.
That's a 6 to the longest part of the ground. Odgers is a powerful batter, and that proves it there, because that's the hardest place to hit a 6. Oh dear,
full toss.
That's
nasty full toss. Going to be a no ball.
Going to be a no ball, and there'll be a run off it as well.
Going to run off that one as well. A mad loose ball, which is a no ball by signal by Mark Newell, Julia Jarvis, the opposite end. And the scorers are Mike Turner and Chris Drew. Match referees Sarah Bartlett. As Holly Armitage has a calming word with her debutante Lizzie Scott. England under 19. We mentioned that quite a lot. As the field rearranges, they've got the circle more or less sorted there, and the fielder on that backward square thought that we were in the business, but And it sort of almost went through her hands. I think it's probably Emily Windsor out there. But 4-6 scored. So Lizzie Scott bangs one in.
It's much better.
Attempted ramp from Niamh Holland there. Little flick at that. Better ball.
Yeah, Niamh Holland, who either she gets in or tends to get out quite early doors, so might just want to take a quick look before she starts playing around with shots like that. The score is...
Or just not exactly batting herself in by smacking a 6 off that first one, but it's a brilliant shot.
Be down the leg side.
Yeah, we're going to get a wind there.
Would you like this?
I don't know.
Would you want to swap? Well, should we swap? I feel like that's a bit sort of almost like umpires might do after in a Red Bull game. That is at the halfway point. Yeah, okay.
Okay.
That gives me a chance to finish off some chips.
Finish your fish and chips. I'm still trying to hope that I can digest my pasty. Lizzie Scott comes in again. Right arm over. Bit of pace. Sort of nibbled at.
If you
didn't get anywhere.
If you don't manage to digest it, could you give me some warning?
No, it's not going to be anything like that. It's just more that it's going to be more uncomfortable for me as it struggles to fight its way down. Somerset are 10 without loss. Odgers on that beautiful 6, and then we've had some extras. Lizzie Scott, can she bring it back in again? Played 2 point, straight 2 point. There is no run. So, as Charlie rightly said, we watched a batting masterclass from Dame Should-Be Susie Bates, White Fern world champion in the T20 format, as Durham G themselves up in the field. It's played down and respectfully by Odgers. There is no run. So it was an eventful first over. And Somerset find themselves at 10 without loss. Odgers on 6 with one mighty blow up over square leg. Holland yet to get off the mark. Attempted rampy scoopy thing, but did not come off. So she's yet to get off the mark. Here at the Cooper Associates County Ground, you're listening to the voices of Charlie Taylor, captain Somerset, and Claire Jenkins, former Somerset player. Phoebe Turner.
Yeah, it is a slight disappointment, isn't it, when Phoebe Turner gets the ball and she, there's every part of me wants her to be a spinner because of her name, but of course she isn't.
Nominative determinant.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
There must be some spinners in the country called Turner.
I'm sure people will send us a message.
Holland's on strike to this first over from the River End. And that's going to be left alone wisely, I think. Yeah, given as a wide. A little bit loose here, Durham, I would say. No balls, wides. Only had 7 legal deliveries, but there's plenty of extras already building up. And, OK, it's still a long way to go, but you don't want to help the team, really, that you're trying to defeat. Especially when it's such a crucial game in the mid-table, these two.
Yep.
Both drawn on points at the moment, I think, aren't they? 19 points apiece. Just riding that one. There's Holland, who'll come through for her first run.
Yeah, the winner today will leapfrog Surrey if Warwickshire win that game up at the Edgbaston Foundation ground.
How are things looking in that one? Have we got?
No. Why don't you do this? I'll have a little look at that. Mm-hmm.
Sun over the Quantocks, but we're in shade at the moment. In comes Turner. That one's left alone. I think perhaps I just thought that might be given a wide, but not wide enough. So in the end, just a dot ball. Perhaps it was a lead.
Much, did it?
No, we saw that a couple of times, so not that often in the Durham innings.
Warwickshire got 239 all out. They didn't use all of their overs.
Oh,
and
dear.
Surrey are 47 for 1 in the 8th over.
Oh, let's say Surrey have got the upper hand at the moment. Things can change. Oh, that's big. That's big. Odgers will like it there. And she's a very strong batter. And that's gone up almost to the top tier of the Somerset stand.
It went over.
It bounced over. I think it landed in and bounced over, which is yeah, that's a serious hit. And she's onto that in a flash. Odgers is, as I said before, she's seriously powerful. Great timer of the ball as well. And if it's a bit short, and in a power play especially with a short boundary, where she's pulling towards the short boundary, she'll go for it.
She
Lovely.
got 60 in that victory over Durham previously, didn't she? After
Yeah,
74. So.
and this is why she's been picked up in the 100. This is it. It's that power at the top of the order. She goes quickly. Well, Somerset, they'll need her to hang around. In fact, they've
Got to get
another ball already. Box of balls.
Because it went up and over the Somerset stand.
Yeah,
it might be in somebody's balcony.
It's someone's balcony, and maybe that person isn't in, so the ball is just trapped in a balcony. Well, I should think I'll just quite like that ball back, please, because that was one she was taking a shine to. 2 sixes already. She hasn't hit a 4 yet. She hit 2 sixes, one over the long boundary as well. Crikey, Somerset. Well, I said they don't need to go out all guns blazing, but seems like that's exactly what they want. Remember, Durham were 4 without loss at the end of the second over. Well, 3 balls till we get to that point, and Somerset are already on 18. So they're planning on going hard in the power play by the looks of things. Turn her in. And Odger's happy to leave. It's good cricket, that. He punished a bad ball. You're not overly trying to go for it. I think Odger's is a smart cricketer. She's a good, really good player. Really good signing by Somerset, getting her on the team.
Big score at the Lancashire Sedbergh game where Mike Perkins and Ali Byrne are looking after you. I'll come back to that.
Mike's one of the nicest guys in cricket, isn't he? Great guy, always love working with Mike.
Mike Perkins, Mike Perkins. Yeah, so Lancashire got 306 for 4 in their 50 overs, and Essex are 10 for 1 in reply. Meanwhile, at the Hampshire game, where Phil Green and Nikki Chowdhury looking after you, Hampshire got 291 for 7, and Blazer 13 for 1 in reply.
That's driven and found a bit of a gap, and the outfield is good. Look at the ball run away from those 3 players. It won't reach the boundary because of how long it is there, but Rogers will definitely pick up what she picked up there, just a couple.
So 1 wicket across all of the games, other than the game here already.
In the second innings, right?
In the second innings.
Yes, of course, that Surrey game started earlier because they didn't use all their overs, didn't it? So their lunch break would have been a bit earlier. Really pleasant day outside. Obviously, we've been sort of trapped up here, didn't we, throughout the these weeks. Stepped outside, lovely temperature, just the right amount of sun and shade, so you're never getting too hot or hopefully not burnt. Hopefully wearing a bit of sun cream if you're out there, but yeah, lovely day. One of those beautiful summer days which is just made for cricket, you think?
Yeah, not too much, not too hot, not too cold, no rain. I saw Selena Luff. I wished her a happy birthday for tomorrow. She's planning some fizz tomorrow, which is on brand for Selena Luff. Captain Fantastic's mum, Lizzie Scott, to continue from the Triscothic end. Full toss. That's going to be another no ball. She might be in trouble here because eventually those warnings will mean that Holly Armitage has to take her off. And I think this might be the moment. It's going to be a free hit. There's some discussion because I think she will have to be taken off for the second head height delivery. Unfortunately, Lizzie Scott will not be bowling anymore, and it looks like Susie Bates is going to come on to finish this over, because the challenge is you only do part of an over, but it's counted as a whole one for your allocation. And Susie Bates is obviously a bit of a fill-in for Holly Armitage as they discuss how they strategise this.
Well, it's interesting because actually she hasn't bowled a single ball of that over. Technically, we've only had 2 legal overs, haven't we?
So are they going to bring Sophia Turner on?
Well, that's a disappointing debut, isn't it, for Lizzie Scott?
Changed their mind. So not Susie Bates. Stand down. Yep. So unfortunately, the second loose delivery has meant that Lizzie Scott on debut will take no more part in the bowling.
Well, and that causes quite a big issue for Durham because
hole, isn't it?
that's nine overs that maybe she'd have bowled. They'd have planned 10, perhaps not, but got to find 9 extra overs from somewhere.
It's hard then when you haven't been playing, isn't it, to get any kind of rhythm and be excited to play and excited to open the bowling as well for Durham. So Sophia Turner, who bowled well last week, right arm over, a bit of pace, attempted smack up, but it's gone up and over the wicket keeper and straight down the hill, if there is one, for 4. And that's another 4 to the total. Somerset are 25 for no loss. Keeper Associates County Grand, this Metro Bank One Day Cup, where she did slice the edge of it. Get 4 there. Rogers on 14, Holland on 5. Sophia Turner rescuing the over after Lizzie Scott had the second loose ball and got taken off, unfortunately. Sophia Turner running in from the 25-yard circle. Bangs it in through to the wicket-keeper, but batter had a little swipe at that. The wicket-keeper, Bess Heath, will be happy to see that swipe because it might yield an edge for her. And they've got a short third in Phoebe Turner, stood almost deep gully-ish, which might be handy if that's a similar delivery coming up next. Holland plays that past the point field. That's beautiful. 4 runs to Neve Holland. Moves on to 9. Nicely played underneath the point fielder. Down first, no risk. Sophia Turner is just bringing up her fine leg off the rope into the circle and sending out the cover point fielder to the rope on that short boundary to the offside for this delivery from Sophia Turner. Holland just defends that down. Much tighter line there from Sophia Turner. Dot ball. Durham encouraging each other in the field. Rangy run up and down the leg side. That's going to be a wide. You get a bonus ball for that one. 30 without loss. Encouraging their bowler. Turner in again, right arm over. Holland plays that through the covers. Lizzie Scott comes off the rope. Stops anymore, just the one then. Because Neve Holland got that, in that abandoned game, their last game, top scored with 78 off 76 balls, as you say. So when she gets away, Neve Holland gets away.
She's great to watch in full flow. I really love watching her bat. As do Hodges as well. These two are a fantastic opening pair.
Hodges plays that into the offside. They trot through. One more to the over. So that's the end of 3 overs. Somerset 31 without loss. Hodges on 15. Holland on 10. A few in the extras column, unfortunately, for Durham's point of view, but fortunately for Somerset, as we watch Maddie Villiers warm up her action. And maybe seeing her in an early over. She's fielding short at the moment, but definitely keeping her arm warmed up. The Blazer are already 2 wickets down at Hampshire. 18 for 2 in the 6th over. So they are also in this power play. Power play will be the first 10 overs here in the women's game. Features the 25-yard circle, which they're only allowed 2 outside of in the women's game.
This is just defended this time by Hodges, who's happy to take a bit of a look. What I like about Hodges is she never looks in a hurry, but actually her run rate's always very good.
Oh, that's good.
I think that's a great way to be if you can, and that's probably because she's hitting sixes. You know, it always helps your run rate, doesn't it? But she starts off actually quite cautious, but will hit bad balls, which is what we've seen today, which has been good so far. So she's 15 from 12, but actually 12 of those runs have come off 2 balls. This is down the ground and could be taken, should have been taken, isn't. And she's got away with one there. It didn't have the power that she was looking for to force it down the ground. It's been dropped by the mid-off fielder.
Lizzie Scott again, I think.
Oh dear.
She's not having a good day.
That should be taken.
She got to it.
That should be taken. Oh, Lizzie
She's
Scott.
kicking herself.
Oh dear. This is a bit painful at the moment for Lizzie Scott. Dropped to catch, and has been taken out of the attack after just 1 over because of the danger of her bowling. As Niamh Holland has a big driver, that one misses it. So what was Odgers on there? 15, dropped on 15. How much could that come to bite Durham?
Well, they're certainly not afraid to have a swing at this, Somerset batters. You mentioned looking for a bad ball and sending it, well, out of the ground, literally, because we had to have a new ball. The dot.
Yeah, nothing much going on there as Holland decides. It's just worth having a look. It's tense, isn't it, actually? Somerset, no, they can't really afford to make too many mistakes in the power play, but they've also got to score runs. Oh, and that's good. Yeah, there it is. She's feathered it through to the keeper. Bess Heath won't drop that one, so Holland has to go. She's made just 10 and has to make the long walk back. In fact, it is a long walk this time because the pitch is so far away from the pavilion. Yeah. And that is the end of Niamh Holland. Just the finest glance, yeah. She looked like a candidate for that the last few balls. She's just managed to get a tiny bit of bat on it. Let's have a look. Yeah, she's trying to angle the bat, isn't she? She's managed just to touch it. Yeah, she's not happy with herself.
Frustrated with herself.
Yeah. It's a shame. Durham make that early breakthrough, which they were keen to put a bit of pressure on Somerset in his power play. Should have had one in the earlier on in the over.
Phoebe Turner's having a season of it. So she was the PCA Player of the Month in April. It's at 3 for against Lancashire, 4 for against Essex. She's number 6 in the best bowling rankings, and she's top of the most wickets chart in the PCA MVP, Most Valuable Player rankings. So we're going to see Captain Fantastic Sophie Luff come to the crease.
Yeah, early doors for Sophie. Would have probably liked to have her feet up a little bit longer than that, to be honest.
Second cup of tea.
Yeah. I wonder if she managed to squeeze down some fish and chips, like I'd failed to do in that time. 33 for 1 then. Odgers is there, 16 off 13. There's Phoebe Turner, picked up that wicket. Last ball of her second over then. As Luff just gets ready. You feel like she holds a bit of a key here as well, Sophie Luff. In comes Turner. And she's angled it straight at the quite short point there.
Yeah, sort of gully fielder, isn't it?
Paddy
Villiers,
Villiers. Yeah, gully, short gully there. And that is the end of that very good over from Phoebe Turner, which should have had 2 wickets in it. In the end, just the 1. And Sophie Luff and Bex Odgers come together for a bit of a chat about things. Hang on a minute, what's going on here? What do we need to do? We've got good runs on it after 4 overs, going at a very cool 8.2.
Yeah.
Oh, that's good.
7 extras will help that.
Yes, that will help.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
slightly
that will.
flattering. But yeah, so in Durham with their tails up now, they've got an early wicket. And a catch behind. There's a debate below us. Susie Bates, Holly Armitage, the captain, and Sophia Turner just deciding on some tactics here. Deep fielders at cover point. I can't see at backward square. Banged in or past the third fielder. He manages to get hands on it and stop most of the impetus of that. So they only get 1, another 1 to the total for Somerset. 34 for 1. Odgers on 17 and Luff just about to face up to Sophia Turner. Twiddling a bat. Captain Fantastic Sophie Luff. Somerset legend. Sophia Turner waves at her backward square fielder who's not paying attention. Come on, come in, backward square. Just manoeuvring that slightly, so a sweeper either side to Sophia Turner. That's defended down in front of her. Sophie Luff. We've got the Turner manoeuvre, so we've got Turners at both ends for Durham. I was hoping that we were going to see the Durham Johnson, Thompson, Turner and Turner, but we've just got Turner and Turner. But Grace Thompson, tall, rangy, fast bowler, and Trudy Johnson, who've been the scourge of Tier 1, not playing today. The Turners surely are, as Sophie Love plays that into the offside. And they get 1 run, 3 points. Another one to the total. Somerset 35 for 1. Luff off the mark now. How's your fish and chips going?
It's delicious. Just wish we had a bit more time. The issue is, because there'll be some people saying it's a bit unprofessional, isn't it? Well, the fish and chip...
We're a long way up, aren't we?
Goodness me, we're a long way up, but also it's the exact opposite end of the ground.
That's worked into the leg side straight to Maddie Villiers. No run.
I'm enjoying it immensely, but it is just me and Claire today.
Yeah.
So there was no option for me to sort of sit at the back of the box while another two do that. You know, sometimes you can work it out in shifts so that you know, everyone gets a chance to eat, but not quite so easy. Otherwise, I have to leave Claire by herself, which essentially is what I'm doing. But I am here on hand if something happens.
Sophia Turner continues right arm over. It's played straight to Holly Armitage at the covers, and there is no run. So how was your household? Because I know your other half is Spanish. How was your household for the Euros final?
I would say
was it a bit fractious?
There was stress, I would say, yeah. But it was, because
Someone's going to win.
Spain won the last time, so...
okay, so it's honours even.
All good.
Excellent. Sophia Turner returning to the 25-yard circle to run in from. Bounding in. That's played straight back to her, and there is no run. It was cover behind if she'd missed that. It's the end of the over. 5 overs gone. Somerset 35 for 1. Odgers on 17. Luff on 2.
So I wonder whether already Holly Armitage is working out where those 9 overs are coming from. Who's stepping up today then to bowl these extra overs? Because she'd have had a vague plan, I'd have thought, in her head.
Yeah, and she doesn't have Johnson and Thompson, so that would be...
So you'd think you'd get 10 out of Levick, the 2 Turners and Fraser, wouldn't you?
Mm-hmm.
So there's 40, so where are your other 10 coming from? Actually 9, isn't it? 9 over more.
Villiers, Armitage is going to have to bowl herself probably.
Yeah.
Fraser and possibly Bates if they...
Bates maybe, yeah. Okay.
Need a bit of change.
Well, Somerset will feel like there are bowlers there to target potentially, although, you know, Villiers is a good bowler.
Mm.
Big stride forwards there from Sophie Love, dangling the bat. Not taking an edge, though, as the captain is at slip watching this.
Phoebe Turner, after her success at the beginning of the season, is now on the England radar. She made it to one of those development-y, A-teamy, Select 11E things. Taking the wickets early doors in this season.
In comes Turner. Being left alone, well left actually. It's been given by a wide, another extra. Extras column doing very nicely on the score sheet. How are they doing? Extras now up to 8 out of 36. That's a big old chunk of extras.
Yep.
Somerset looking around. Sophie Love must see a lot of players near her. It does feel like they're all within that circle. It's not quite the case, but it does feel like that close fielding, trying to stop these runs. As it once again another throw goes over the keeper. We've seen an awful lot of that today.
Bess Heath isn't the tallest of wicket keepers.
No, well, wicket keepers generally are pretty short, aren't they? They don't tend to get super tall. One who comes to mind is John Simpson at Middlesex. Well, he was at Middlesex, now at Sussex. He's quite tall, but otherwise, generally, they're quite
You had a Somerset bloke who made it to England, who's a big, tall keeper. I'm trying to think what his name is.
Well,
I didn't even know men played cricket, but till you told me.
So who could that be? Josh Butler or Craig Keyswetter? Are you thinking of either of those two?
Oh, Keyswetter wasn't short, was he?
Well, no, he wasn't. He wasn't short.
I'm thinking about... I'm going to get the name wrong. It's not Tom Abel, is it? No, because he's...
wicket keeper.
Who's your wicket... Oh, no, I can't be... Can't be bothered.
So that's defended. Oh, Tom Banton you're talking about. No?
Yes,
Tom Banton. Yeah, he's fairly tall. No, that's true. He's fairly
tall.
tall.
Yes.
He is fairly tall.
I knew there was
yeah.
a Tom involved.
No, you're absolutely right. He's tall.
I don't even commentate on the men's here.
Yeah, no, Banton is tall. That's true.
Yeah.
I would say, generally speaking, that wicketkeepers are probably shorter than...
On average.
On average. Overall,
Yeah,
you'd
on
say,
average,
oh, yeah,
yeah,
you're shorter. Yeah.
Rihanna Southby.
Yeah, Rihanna Southby. Yeah.
Mara Carr.
Great shouts. Great shouts. Don't know if that helps with their sort of their springiness, athleticism. They're getting
Lower centre of gravity.
Yeah, it could help, couldn't it? Yeah.
Ellie Threlkeld.
Oh yeah, I'm trying to think. How tall is she?
And Nat Wraith probably taller.
Yeah.
Taller.
Nat Wraith's a bit taller, isn't he? Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah. These days it slightly changes, isn't it? You've kind of got batters / wicket keepers. Drove down to the ground and into the stumps. Did she get a hand on it? No.
Ooh. Could have been interesting, couldn't it?
Hit the deck hard.
The old run out of the non-striker's end potential. So the bowler gets a little fingertip to this. We've got a close-up here. This should be a good one. She certainly has the presence of mind to get her hand to it.
Oh, it's not far away.
And the batter has not made the ground.
No.
We get the benefit of the slow-mo, which Julia Jarvis does not get the benefit of the slow-mo. So, and yeah, as we're getting all those lovely slow-mos, which she didn't get. So
yeah,
it was close. It would have been at full speed. That would have been some spot there.
Yeah, I guess the bowler is going to know if she's hit it. So you hope they would only appeal if she feels that she hit it.
I think she was going for the return catch more than anything, I suspect. Although it was good presence of mind to be doing that in mid-air as Sophia Turner comes in from the Trescothic end, and that's hit down possibly onto her toe there by Bex Hodges. It's one of those ones where you're trying not to show any pain because you've just hit the ball straight into your own foot, potentially. We had some lusty blows in those first couple of overs, sixes. Ooh.
Yeah, they were big. They've calmed down a bit since then.
Yes,
That wicket's
yes,
fallen.
yes. Turner in again. Floated. Can't get it away. Straight to Susie Bates on the ring. Susie Bates, who Maya Lewis, ex-Kiwi legend, described as like a fine wine.
Yeah.
Maturing. Gets better and better each season. Sophia Turner into Bex Hodges. Plays that through point. Oh no, not through point. Gets a hand out. Oh, chance of a stump in there. It's a great grab there from Catherine Fraser at point, one-handed, right on the circle. Just manages to Inspector Gadget that back in. And there was a potential stumping run-out chance there. Turner in again. Hodges, same sort of shot. It's a replay, but she managed to get a body behind this time, Catherine Fraser. So again, no run.
She hits it so well, Hodges. It just glides off the bat. It's a lovely, smooth batting motion she's got.
It is.
But she just keeps picking the fielder out at the minute.
A couple more feet or a metre either side would be handy, because that is a short boundary and they are targeting that as Turner comes in again. Through cover point, Lizzie Scott comes off the rope. We just get the one. Another one to the total, 37 for one.
Yeah, it's a very textbook technique that Hodges has when she's playing those sorts of shots. It was a lovely looking punchy drive into the offside for a single there.
So you got 60 in the win against Durham off 74 balls. So Somerset will want to see a bit more of that.
Yeah, 160 would be nice.
Oh yeah. Well, Susie Bates can do it.
How hard could it be?
Yeah. That's played again through point. They've taken the point fielder out there for Sophie Lough. Lizzie Scott comes in and picks that up, and they just get the single. Sophie Lough pinches the strike. 7 overs gone. Somerset are 38 for 1. Hodges on 18. Lough on 2. Still a long way to go for that big total that Durham set. Somerset need another 278 to win since Durham hit 315 in their batting innings. Well, Dame should be Susie Bates hit a big score there, 163. So that's hence the total is so big. Holly Armitage returns to slip fielding as Phoebe Turner comes in from the far end, and that's defended beautifully, textbook styly by Captain Fantastic Sophie Luff, and there is no run. They've got a point, and it's really a gully fielder where Maddie Villiers is fielding, and slightly backward point, cover point and a cover fielder. They've got this side cut off, so that sort of wide Yorker mark that Phoebe Turner has been aiming at is definitely the line that they're aiming at as Sophie Luff defends another dot down. Holly Armitage comes in and scoops that up as if to just practice throwing into the wicket keeper. Somerset 38 for 1, needing another 278 to win this. As you can hear Durham clapping and winding each other up to be ready for this. Phoebe Turner bowling well this season. Down the leg side. Oh, I wish I hadn't said she bowled well there. Loosen her down the leg side, and a wide is signalled by Julia Jarvis. But she's definitely aiming down that channel of the wide offside Yorker mark. Is Phoebe Turner, said on England radar now. She was doing very well with picking up wickets at the beginning of the season, the 50 over format. Pigtail flying. That's defended down, and they think about a run. There's a bit of a mix-up. This is possible shy at the non-strikers, but unfortunately the fielder only succeeds, I think it's Emily Windsor there, only succeeds in hitting the backing up batter on the way back. So Sophie Luff just taking a bit of time out of the game by prodding down a possibly non-existent lump on the strip. It's a short boundary to her leg side, which Durham made the most of as Turner comes in again. And that's hit down in front, but straight to the point fielder, Catherine Fraser, and there is no run. Somerset 39 for 1, Odgers on 18, Luff on 2. Luff facing, she's looking at that big gap backward of square, I suspect, but not that many loose deliveries from Phoebe Turner, who's been concentrating on that channel sort of offside stump, and indeed Sophie Luff can only just defend that down. It's one of those ones that kind of squinches your fingers if you're not careful. Turner to continue. They're really encouraging each other in the field here, are Durham. Big total to get, and Sophie Luff pinned in at the moment by Phoebe Turner's bowling. Right arm over. Oh, up and over Sophie Luff's shoulder, but she doesn't need to hit that because that's all wide, so she's going to get a bonus ball for that. Sophie Luff struggling to get this ball away. She's been eyeing up that backward square, but mostly Phoebe Turner's been bowling down the offside wide channel. Very elbowy run up from the Luff end. Oh, they're going to go for it now and got frustrated. Sophie Luff needs the score to change.
Yeah,
that's the end of the over. And yeah, go on. I was going to say 8 overs gone. Somerset 40 for 1. What are you going to say?
I don't mind an elbowy run up. Quite like that actually.
Yeah.
Sort of it looks powerful.
Not
as it
quite
comes
as
in.
much as Lauren Filer, because she's proper elbows flying, isn't she?
Well, Lauren is very tall and
formerly of this parish.
she's like me. Yes, she in fact I bumped into her a couple of times because I live not far from Weston-super-Mare, where she's from. She's quite tall and skinny, and so like me, and I don't want to be skinny, and I've tried to put
like
on
to be
weight.
skinny.
Yeah,
Can we swap?
it's funny how that changes actually. How when you're skinny, you actually don't want it. Whatever you've got, you don't want, isn't it? That's what it is. But anyway, I find it impossible to put weight on. But your arms, because they're quite long and skinny, When you stick your elbows out, they really do look angular, and I think you see that with Lauren. I see it. I notice it on myself sometimes.
Lauren's finer though because she's sort of rock. It goes sort of.
Yes, it
rocking
does sort of like
elbows
this,
as well,
isn't it?
when she
Yeah.
comes in.
Yeah, she's great. I was like interviewing Lauren when she was based here at the Western Storm.
Yeah. Now off Durham. She's enjoying it up there, she was telling me. Although I don't think she's played that much for them as that's worked into the leg side underneath the fielder. They're going to get just the one. Might have been two there if they'd been fast. You never know with Emily Windsor because she's a pretty smart cookie on the field in there. Is that your helicopter coming in?
Yes, that'll be mine. Just hang on a bit, guys. We've got cut-offs not till 5:30, so go and hang around in Taunton for a bit.
You
I'll
got
see
a
you
roll
later.
visit somewhere you got to make?
Of course, yeah. Well, Captain Somerset constantly having to do open libraries and that kind of thing. Constantly opening libraries. Can't move for libraries in this county.
They'll be asking me to close things. Although, I have to say, you were asking me about how did I end up playing for the West?
Yeah.
I did open quite a lot of things.
I bet you
when I was
did, yeah.
down here.
Your job as looking after regional sport.
I mean, no, it wasn't sport.
Oh, what was it?
Rural. It was rural.
Oh, rural stuff. Was
pay
that? I
attention,
assumed that was sport from
no,
your.
no,
so
no,
what's,
that's a red herring.
So
That's,
what?
Oh, back past the bowler, Susie Bates. Oh, lovely dive. Sunglasses going, and all of that for a dot.
So what
No,
were you
it
actually?
wasn't.
What were you doing?
It was
then?
rural. Everything rural. So redundant buildings.
So you worked for
lots of-
council? No.
No, I was working for the government. You really weren't paying attention.
Oh,
were you?
that's right. I thought
It was
I had my
government.
mind.
It was a government agency called the
Right.
Rural Development Commission. It was
okay.
public sector, but not local authorities, although working very closely with local authorities. And in those days, we had European funding, so we stretched our money even further
I see.
with the European funding.
I think because we talked about degrees before that.
Yes, we did. I'll give you that one.
And I sort of, because you talked about what
get
you'd done,
food
I
for a
sort of thought to
single,
myself,
everyone's
maybe it
interested.
must have been down the sort of the leisure route, but no, it wasn't.
No.
I understand now.
No, my career has taken a zigzag, as these things do. So I did recreation management. You're quite right. At uni, I worked at Bath Sports Centre in sports, and then special events at Bath at the Pump Room, and then I worked in tourism in the South Wales Valleys, and then I worked in rural stuff, which took me to Devon and Cornwall, and then they moved me to the East Mids, which is how I came to play for Derbyshire. So that's the kind of short version of the very long story.
East
As
Mids.
Turner.
So close to where you were from. Just the
Yes,
wrong compass
nearly.
point. Yeah.
Yeah, I did eventually work in the West Midlands, but I'd never actually worked in the West Midlands till I went back there probably 20 years ago now.
So
but
which bit of Birmingham is home? Because it's a big old city, isn't it?
yeah, South Birmingham, grew up in Kings Norton, Kings Heath, that sort of side, Moseley.
See, I recognise all those places because I've been through them on the train. That's because
Ah,
the train
yeah.
from Somerset
Yeah,
obviously
anywhere
goes
that-
in through there.
yeah.
And you go past all the little stations.
That's
in
right, and they're
Birmingham.
opening them up as well. As that's played down, sort of slightly dangerously, and Sophie Love asks his permission to pick the ball up. And that's the end of the over. So 9 overs gone, Somerset 43 for 1. And they're going to be opening up, talking of those places, they're opening up Moseley train station back again, Kings Heath train station. I think Kings Norton's going to get opened again. But they had been passenger train stations. This is very interesting, isn't it, cricket?
Oh, you get, honestly,
Train
Claire,
stations I have known. But yeah, Birmingham train stations that are being reopened again, having been closed, unceremoniously a while back, and now getting opened up again because people are realising that it's a useful
quite good, actually, having
alternative.
them, yeah.
Particularly if because how's your cycling going anyway?
Well, do you know what? I haven't mentioned this yet, but
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
for the first
You're in
time
the
I'm gonna
tour,
mention
Tour de
it.
France?
Well, not far off.
Huh?
I mean, yes, very far off. But I'm cycling from London to Paris next month.
Is there no bus?
There is, but it's expensive. You can get there for free on your bike. I'm going to see a bit of spin now from Katie Levitt, who he's got that very noticeable, obvious action. Really good bowler, as you say, has been around the circuit for a fair while now.
She's a proper stalwart of the
Yeah.
women's domestic game.
I think she's
Love
brilliant.
Katie Levitt. She's got a great spirit about her. When you hear her interviewed on podcasts, brilliant.
And she comes again over the wicket. Leg spinner. No run there. Luff and Odgers, both of them just picking out fielders quite regularly here.
This feels like a head-to-head here, isn't it? Proper chess sort of arm wrestle. Sophie Love versus Holly Armitage.
Flighted. And nicely shot that. Actually, I said she's picked out fielders, not on that one. Don't think it's going to get all the way. You might do, Actually, the outfield is super quick, lightning quick. And that, without any real power in it, through the long boundary, just because it's timed nicely and she's threaded a gap, has run away for 4. I said that. Look, there's no real power in that shot.
It's just stroked. It's
Yeah.
a beautiful, beautiful shot.
I said it at the halfway point that you can get your 4s here. If you just got to pick your gap and time it nicely, you can get 4s regularly here. Trying something similar, but slightly square, and they'll just pick up a single. Looked like they wanted 2 then. I'm not sure it was on. Well, we're going to have 2 very even power plays here, because Durham were 50 for 1. Well, there are 2 balls left, and Somerset 49 for 1. So it's
neck
very,
and neck.
very tight on the worm at the moment. If we were to see the worm, Odgers just dabbing that one to third, short third, and there's no run. We're going to do. Oh,
Yeah, we're going to get the worm.
hang on to your hats.
See?
Hang on to your hats, everyone. The worm will be here at the end of this over, so in 1 ball's time. And if they can get a single off this ball, it should end up in exactly the same position. Let's have a look. No single. There's a call for.
I think it's more hope than
Yeah.
actual, but it was messy. There was a lot of bat and body involved. We're going to get another view of this.
What's this doing?
It's a bit of movement in the air, a bit off the pitch, it's close. We get the benefit of a replay. Remember, folks at home, no benefit of the replay. Oh, it's a very small signal from Mark Newell. I want a nice expansive
Look
end
at that.
of the power play.
Look at the worm. Exactly the same place, pretty much.
He didn't get different routes, but to the same end.
Yeah. Somerset starting quickly, losing that wicket, then slowing down. Whereas Durham were a bit more consistent with their movement. But let's not forget what happened with Susie Bates. Oh, there's the run rate. Look, you get that impression there straight away. Somerset smashed that. Those 2 6s came early doors.
Yeah, loose balls, wallop.
Yeah.
1 lost ball even. You should almost like score more if you can lose the ball somewhere, like up and over a stand. You think? Perhaps not. So we're going to see a change of bowling. I think this is Villiers. It is indeed.
Yeah, so this might be the forced change that Armitage has had to make as soon as the power play's over. I'm not saying that Villiers isn't a good bowler, but just she's going to Armitage has to find 9 overs that she wouldn't otherwise have had planned here.
Well, use her earlier.
Yeah, exactly. Get her in early.
The plan, that's right. Villiers is number 7 in the bowling economy rankings.
Yeah, as I say, not saying she's a part-timer or anything like that, but just the plan has to change for Armitage because of what happened with Lizzie Scott. Must be not embarrassing, but when you're on the field, that you're picked for your bowling, and then you're out of the attack after 1 over, and that's it. Then your day's that's
and
it.
It's your debut, so you're on a high, aren't you? Yeah, you've been. And she had a bad run of health and injury at the beginning of the season, I gather, and it'll be much excitement, and then. Yes, foiled by 2 loose deliveries, which meant they had to be taken off the bowling as they get through for a single. Somerset struggling with the bowling here. Spin from both ends from Durham. Levick with a distinct action that you mentioned earlier. Seems to come from sort of behind her head somewhere. Maddie Villiers with a more conventional spin action as Sophia Turner comes to long on down in front of us. And Villiers spins a ball. Oh, that's up and over her shoulder, backward of square. There is a fielder who's going to cut that off. They're coming through for 2. Another couple to the total, and Somerset are 52 for 1. And Odgers on 22 and Luff on 10. Villiers in again. Comes forward and defends that. There is no run.
Claire, would you like a break, or would you like to be on air when our guest arrives here? Because that's
We've got our guest. I would love to meet our guest.
You would love to meet our guest. In that case, I shall make way.
You can finish your chips then.
I can finish my chips then, but I didn't want to make it seem like that was the main reason I was doing that. But
well, let's imagine it wasn't that reason.
Well, I'll move my stuff away, and then we will
You're going
bring
to
in
introduce our guest.
Emma Corney, who is Somerset opener, currently injured, getting back to fitness. Last time I saw her, she was on crutches. You still on crutches, Emma? You still? Oh, the crutches have gone. That's good news.
Yes.
Things are improving. Right, I shall make way, and we'll bring in Emma Corney.
Come on then, Emma. So, we've got the Holly Armitage is busy rearranging her field and deciding where they're likely to hit the ball for the next over. We've got some spectators in here. They've got some amber nectar in front of them, and they've got the dogs and all sorts in. Good crowd. We can see quite a few from where we're sat, as Katie Levick will continue from the far end. Hello, Emma.
Hello. How are
Lovely
you?
to meet you.
You too.
Well, I don't want you to be injured, but it's a great chance for me to meet you. As Levick continues from what I like to call the Lough end, and Sophie Lough just dabs that down in front of her, and there is no room. So how's it going? So when are you likely to? Have you got a date in mind? What's the
Sometime next
target?
year.
Sometime next year.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, we've done it properly, but
Yeah.
that's okay. Get to come and watch a nice day of cricket.
Yeah, and I gather that you've had a taste of the commentary, so you'll be bitten by the bug, no doubt.
We've had a little practice.
Yeah, no, I know. You did something the other day, didn't you?
Yeah.
As Levick serves another one, and Sophie Lough still doesn't know quite what to do with this, and it's another dot ball. Did you get to do ball by ball, or are you going to be my glamorous assistant?
I'll be the assistant.
Yeah, yeah.
You're smashing the ball by ball.
Okay.
Everyone's gonna like hear
Yeah,
it
you can
now.
do the important stuff, and I'll just tell them where the ball's gone. Levick comes in again, right arm over, and that's dabbed to Gully, but there is no run. So what are you making the games? Because it was a big total. I mean, we saw what Charlie described as a masterclass from Dame Susie Bates. I mean,
Yes.
that was some batting.
Yes. I mean, she didn't get off to the fastest of starts.
Up and over. Oh, no. Straight over Lizzie Scott this time. No chance of a catch. 4 runs down the ground to Captain Fantastic Sophie Lough. Yes, so we were just saying about
Yeah, it wasn't
Susie
the
Bates.
fastest of starts, but
No?
I think just proper cricket shots throughout, and then she was seeing it like a beach ball, sending it to all parts. Yeah, it looked like there wasn't really anywhere you could bowl it that she couldn't hit it for 4.
We were debating
it was
about
good
that.
to watch.
I mean, where do you bowl to somebody who's in that kind of form and potentially getting better as she gets older, as Levick comes in again to Lough. Has a swipe at that through cover point. Sprawling fielder. They're thinking about a second, but I think they're going to think against that. So just the 1 to the total. 56 for 1. Yeah, where do you bowl to her when she's in? And also, like you said, she started slowly and then built and didn't do anything dangerous. There was no risk involved, and she didn't start flinging the bat till quite near the end there.
Yeah, it was very well controlled and well paced to get that huge total.
Yeah, so that's hit forward to mid-off. Fielder comes off the rope and they get through for an easy single. Another 1 to the total. 58 for 1. That's the end of the over. So that's 12 overs gone. Somerset 58 for 1. They need a mere 258 to get to that total. Big
Yes,
total.
Big total. I mean, rapid start from the openers. I think the Durham spinners have brought a bit of control now, bowling pretty tightly. And yeah, it looks difficult for the Somerset girls to find the boundaries here.
We've got Levick from the one end and Villiers from the other. 2 wily, seasoned professionals really putting the spin lid on Somerset at the moment and need to find some gaps. Holly Armitage directing her field.
Yeah, they're 2 high-class bowlers who don't really give anything away. And I'm liking this field from Holly Armitage here, getting in tight at a bit of a mid-wicket there, nearly on the pitch.
Yeah, catching mid-wicket. And that's defended again, another dot.
Yeah, there's not really any easy singles here for Rebecca Rogers, unless she kind of gets deep in her crease and is able to get it away.
Villiers in again. Comes forward, plays that straight to the fielder at mid-off, and there is no run.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how long Bex Rogers goes like this. She is very strong at paddling and sweeping, using her feet. So when she decides to turn it on with that, maybe a bit of a change of approach to try and change the momentum of this game.
Because she swung her bat a bit early doors, didn't she? Those loose deliveries, she was gobbling those up, those opportunities to get the big runs.
Yeah, she's not afraid.
No, not afraid at all. She faces Villiers. She's got me at it now. Villiers. Holly Armitage is scrobbling across the carpet matting. Another dot.
Yeah, it's pretty tight here for the girls. Not even that. Good shot from Odgers. Fielder's not giving anything away.
Backward of square. Fielder comes off the rope. They're going to get one. Just the one. It's a big boundary that side. We were debating about whether it might be whoever defends that short boundary the better who comes off with this result, potentially.
I do find the short boundaries very interesting. Particularly when you're a bowler, like, do you try and keep it away from the boundary?
Yeah.
Do you bowl your best ball and keep the stumps in play? And particularly as a batter, do you try and target that, or do you just play your game?
Villiers in again. And that's just dobbed down defensively, and there is no run. That's the end of the over. So another over. It's the thing with the short run up. We get through it quickly, don't we? 13 overs gone. Somerset 59 for 1. They need 257 to win. But so were you watching at this game that got rain abandoned? They got the 300 and what was it? 312, and then the rain came.
Gutting.
I know.
Gutting. Yeah, really good performance with the bat. That big score on the board must be a record for
Well, it's certainly
our girls.
Yeah, the best of the 50 over innings is effectively the whole season, isn't it? That was the highest total, and then not to get to defend it was very frustrating.
Yeah.
So how'd the girls feel about after that?
Yeah, I think they were pretty disappointed after putting in that big effort, and especially as you only need to bowl, I think it was 10 overs to have a result.
That's right, 10 overs to constitute a result as Levitt comes in again. That sort of looping delivery, and it's sent to backward square. There's a fielder there who's going to cut that off, just the one.
But I think it also gave them confidence, for a day like today where 300 and whatever it is.
Yeah, 350. Yeah, 315.
Is a daunting
300
target.
too many, basically.
Yeah, but you know what? They did it last week.
Yeah.
And now we've got a shorter boundary to help a little bit.
Hoping that's going to be the confidence that they need as Lough plays that through cover point. Fielder comes off the ropes and just get the one.
Because similarly, last week against Essex, I wouldn't say there was a point where you go, wow, they're flying with the bat. It was consistently plodding away throughout the innings, and then we're able to accelerate at the end.
That's defended straight back to Katie Levitt. There is no run.
So yeah, I think taking confidence here and not panicking that the run rate is at 7, but there's such a long way to go.
Yeah. Levick in again. Odgers. Oh, that's going in the air above the fielder into the stand. 6 runs. We mentioned that she's not afraid to throw the bat, and Odgers says thanks very much and takes a 6 there, moving to 31. Lough on 16.
Yeah, really nice option that from Bex Odgers, taking the spin out of the equation. The sweep is a good strength of hers and executed that really well.
Slog sweep. So what was Katie Levitt going to respond with as Sophie Lough just a little word of encouragement to Bex Odgers? Still got 2 fielders on that rope boundary. What's Katie Levick's response to Bex Odgers? It's just defended straight to mid off, and they get through for a single, nicely underlining the 6 with a 1 to follow, and a rotation of strike. Somerset 68 for 1.
I think it's really important the role that Sophie Lough has to play here within this partnership. Both of them contributing and keep rotating that strike. Nice little dab into the leg side by Sophie Lough there.
Yep, again rotating the strike, keeping the scoreboard ticking. That's the end of the over. 14 overs gone. Somerset are 68 for 1. Odgers on 32 and Lough on 17.
Yeah, particularly when you've got this short boundary, and 6s are very doable today. Run rate at
and lost balls.
6.9. Yeah.
They lost a ball already. Yeah. Can we have our ball back?
That doesn't happen often. So yeah, I think like the girls will be looking at in the last 10 overs with wickets in hand, what are we able to chase here? And kind of working back from there to stay in the game for as long as possible.
I think it's also remembering that when you've got 50 overs, you've got that chance to build, because Somerset were in control in that first bit, and then there was the sort of then it tipped and went the other way, and there was the collapse in the middle for the Durham. So how to build an innings, it can look very different as Sophie Luff just plays that to mid-on, and there is a single.
Yeah, definitely agreed. There was a big change in momentum in that Durham innings. You're thinking, yeah, Somerset are on top and are going to really put the pressure on and hopefully take 10 wickets and that fight back.
Yeah.
In the middle, yeah.
And then just not able to get Susie Bates out. She comes forward, Holly Armitage in that very, and you mentioned it, aggressive field in that short catching, almost silly mid-on position. It's sort of slightly finer than mid-on might be, but definitely right next to her. Oh, it's a caught and bowled, is it? Oh, must have gone down first.
Oh.
Gosh, that looked like a caught and bowled. It was a great bit of fielding off her own bowling from Maddie Villiers. Standing close is obviously the threat that Holly Armitage wants it to be, as that's shovelled it up over the shoulder from Odgers. They get through for one. I think they might have to run these because they're going to cut that off at the far end from us. Have they run a 3 there? Got a 3 there?
Yeah, they did.
Might have done.
I think that's a really good option from Bex Odgers there because Holly Armitage is really keeping it tight in front of the wicket. So how can she look at those different options where there's that space behind square to try and get Holly Armitage out of that position?
Yeah,
and allow
she's made
her
a move, hasn't she, now? She's gone to more conventional short catching mid-wicket. Oh, there's an appeal because there's a wrap on the pads. Slightly optimistic, probably. We're going to get a replay. Let's have a little look. We're at the wrong angle, but it's probably high and going down leg potentially. Yes, different ways that you can make an innings, isn't it? Slow starts, doesn't necessarily mean a small total. So that goes past the outside edge of Captain Fantastic Sophie Love's bat, and that's the end of another over. 15 overs gone. Somerset 73 for 1. They need another 243 to win.
Yeah, like you say, a slow start is fine. It is just about keeping those wickets in hand. 9 wickets in hand at the minute. Somerset will still feel they are absolutely in the game. It is just about building big partnerships. Yeah.
So what's it feel on the inside of the... So how would you characterise the season so far? What's the kind of feel? What's it feel like from the other side?
Well, the T20s obviously didn't go as well as we would have hoped, but I think a lot of confidence can be taken from the start of the season with the 50 overs. A few really good wins, a few really tight games as well. So a few things maybe swung our way a bit more.
I mean, you looking down the totals, there's a lot of DLS affected games. You seem to have been like I don't know, not blessed really, but cursed by rain shortened games, which depending on which end of that, because you really want to be batting second in that scenario, don't you? So you know what you're chasing. That can be really tough, which means those are going to be close games as Phoebe Turner continues from the Lough end. Odgers, past the bat there. That was a good delivery from Phoebe Turner, and it was a dot ball.
I think a lot of people as well have contributed, which is so important when you're trying to win as many games as possible. People up and down the order with the bat, with the ball, putting in big performances. We're not relying on the experience of Sophie Luff and Fran Wilson. There's other people putting their hands up.
And that's important, isn't it, as Turner comes in again. Straight through again. This is going to keep Phoebe Turner interested. I mean, people talk about that as though it's a cliche. Different people putting their hand up is the kind of cliche. But it is important that you're not reliant on one or two players, because perhaps during Western Storm, potentially, there might have been an over-reliance on Sophie Luff and Fran Wilson, and rightly or wrongly, as you say, there's more folks sort of maturing, I think, really, because it's a young side, as that's dotted to Holly Armitage. It's still a young squad, isn't it, really?
Yeah, definitely. There's probably the majority of players are 23 and under, with not a lot of experience going round, to be honest. So there is a lot of learning on the job. And I think we have learned very quickly. There's still a lot to learn. But it is exciting to see so many contributions, so many people putting what they've practiced, being brave and taking it out into the middle.
Odgers to face, squirts that to short third, and Lizzie Scott has a go at the non-striker's end, trying to catch Odgers out, but slightly errant throw. And they do get a single. Score moves on to 74 for 1. Odgers on 36, Luff on 18. Yeah, young side. I mean, that's what struck me about commentating on the Western Storm stuff. It was, you know, Luff and Wilson with a very young side. So it's going to mature at a different rate. That's French cut by Sophie Luff to backward square. They get a single. No marks for style in the scorebook, as they say.
Yeah, definitely. And I guess
still a 1, isn't it?
they all count.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I guess as more games are played and we train more, people, they learn very quickly. And
it's those cricket smarts, isn't it? It's the things that aren't in the textbook that you have to learn. You're talking about attacking fields, etc. As that's dogged down and there is no run. Yeah, there's things that you can't learn unless you just have got that mileage almost of games to draw on for experience. It's the end of the over. 16 overs gone. Somerset 75 for 1, needing 241 to win this game.
Well, yeah, definitely. I think everyone at this level has the skills, else they wouldn't be here. But it is something like being in this scenario, needing 7s for the next 34 overs. You can't really replicate this in the nets. And something like having a shorter boundary as well. These are all different things that are thrown in that you've got to be able to communicate well with each other, with the coaches. And at the end of the day, you've just got to be brave and back yourself.
Yeah, as you say, you're here for a reason, and do what you do well. As Villiers comes in again to Sophie Luff, plays that straight to Holly Armitage, captain to captain, and there is no run. I said this is going to be a classic battle of the captains, really, sort of metaphoric arm wrestle, as it were. Who's got the better tactics? Who can defend that short boundary? As Sophie Luff eyes up potentially that short boundary. There's an appeal and it's out. Sophie Luff is given an LBW off the bowling of Maddie Villiers, and Somerset lose their second wicket. They are now 75 for 2. We're going to get a replay of this. It's a great delivery. Squared up right in front of the stumps. Mark Newell says that's out. So unfortunately, Captain Fantastic Sophie Luff is going to have to go back to the dugout.
Yeah, just caught on the crease there.
Yeah,
maybe expecting it to be a little bit shorter than it was.
I think she sort of knew, didn't she? She looked down. 75 for 2 in the 17th over.
So yeah, Rebecca Rogers here, being a bit of an anchor for the rest of the team. She's had a really good season so far, debut season. She's always had the talent, and it's so exciting to see her getting the opportunity and just going and bashing so many bowlers around the park.
I was saying she got that 60 against Durham in the Durham win previously in the season, didn't she? So 60 off 74. So it'd be great for her to drop anchor like Susie Bates did, really.
Yeah, definitely.
It'd be lovely to see her play that sort of innings, wouldn't it?
Would be nice.
Cooper Associates County Ground. You're listening to the voices of Emma Corney and Claire Jenkins. I used to be a Somerset player. Well, I was a West player, but close enough to the Somerset.
Yeah. I think there's a few of the older players here.
Yeah, Kath Wilkins, Jan Godman, Hannah Lloyd. I don't know what her married name is, but yeah, they've had a little mini reunion. So yeah, some of them are down there. I saw Kath Wilkins earlier. Villiers to continue from the Trescothic end to Wilson. Fran Wilson's in. She plays that beautifully through the covers. Is Lizzie Scott going to cut that off? She does. A rolling, diving stop there from Lizzie Scott on debut for Durham. I was saying I saw her debut on this ground last year for Northern Diamonds against Western Storm. She made a debut with Durham now on here. She won't be happy that she got taken off for the bowling, but you know, still your debu's your debut. As Villiers comes in again, ramped to fine leg. It's got a big run there to catch that. Sophia Turner's got to cover a lot of ground there. We get through for was it 2 or 3?
2 there.
2, yeah. Score moves on to 78 for 2. Odgers on 38. Wilson just off the mark. Villiers having a quick chat with Susie Bates. Bit of advice perhaps. Right arm over. Spin. another of the same thing. There's an appeal, but I think that came off the bat, and it's running down away from us towards the loft end. It might stop, but it's going to get... Oh, just got to the rope. Another 4. Another boundary there for Odgers.
Smart cricket this from Odgers, recognising that the space is behind the bat, forcing them to change the field. It is a strength of hers, playing that paddle, but I think she would much rather be hitting down the ground in front of the wicket. And you can see the change of field here. That
That's the thing, you talked about it earlier, isn't it? It's forcing that change in the field, forcing the opposition captain to have to make a decision about where the gaps are, move the gaps.
Yeah, definitely. And it is taking control as well. I think it's saying to the bowler, I'm going to do what I want to do. You're not going to just bowl at me. Don't let them settle.
Villiers in. They've got Phoebe Turner stationed at short, fine, but Sophia Turner will come off the rope and throw that back in. Just the one more. 83 for 2. And that's the end of another over. Goodness, that's another one over already. So 17 overs gone. Somerset 83 for 2, Odgers on 43 and Wilson on 1.
I think this is a very important partnership here for Somerset. Can they try and build something together and then I think try and accelerate that score? We don't want loads of pressure right at the end of the innings. Can Fran Wilson get going? And I think someone at the other end ticking over as well will allow Rebecca Odgers just to accelerate a little bit. We've seen in the T20s that she is a 360 player. She's very powerful. Can we allow that to be unleashed here?
So Wilson can be a bit more conservative potentially, while Odgers takes a bit more of the aggressor role potentially. So Phoebe Turner from the lough end, bit of pace. And that's just defended down more or less really as Fraser just comes in off the point 25-yard circle and there is no run. So what's it like playing with people like Fran Wilson? So you've got got an experienced professional. What does she bring to the squad, do you think?
Well, she's a calm head. She's a smart cricketer. You know that she's going to stick at it. And she's always going to tick that score over as Odgers has smashed that through extra cover to that big boundary for 4.
Yeah, that big boundary there through the covers. Lovely shot. Another one of those ones where it's almost like lent on it. It's not about power of the bat. In fact, it's a check drive there through the covers for 4. Bex Odgers moving towards, dare we say, towards that 50 potential milestone. 47 she's on. Still on strike. Wilson on 1. Somerset on 87 for 2. Phoebe Turner has a good start to her season this far. Running in from the far end. Oh, it's bowled! Oh, she's bowled. After all that big build-up, we were hoping for that 50 from Bex Odgers. And Phoebe Turner's bent the stumps back. And she's bowled. What do you make of that then?
Looked like a good ball from Phoebe Turner there as we see the replay. Maybe nip back a little bit, but top of off. Yeah, well bowled. I think Bex Odgers will be disappointed to miss out on her 50. She's done really well there.
Yes, and you sort of previewed, we were hoping that perhaps Bex Odgers could be a bit more aggressive and then Fran Wilson could play that sort of more anchoring innings. But yes, they'll be sorry to see, Somerset will be sorry to see Bex Odgers, who's had a very enterprising 47 there. And 2 4s and 3 6s. 69 minutes for Bex Odgers before being bowled by Phoebe Turner.
Jess Hazel in now.
Yeah. So we've got
50 in the last game.
Yeah.
I think this is crucial now for Somerset. Jess Hazel, just her second Metro Bank One Day Cup game. Also, very good cricketer. Plays really well down the ground. Strong sweeps.
She's 6th in the strike rate rankings. And as you say, she got 60 off 56 balls in that Essex abandoned game. So what has she got today in the sunshine here at the Cooper Associates County Ground in this Metro Bank One Day Cup? You'll listen to the voices of Emma Corney and Claire Jenkins. Phoebe Turner. Oh, bit of a false start. Just checking the batter is ready. Hazel to face. Ooh, down the leg side. Does it come off some sort of pad or something? I'm not sure. They get through for 1, and it's signalled as a runs off the bat. Okay.
You'll
That'll
take
do for
that,
me. I'll
first
take
of all.
that. Yeah.
I think
Off
this
the mark.
is where Fran Wilson is very important for this partnership with Jess Hazel here. Like, this is a different scenario that Jess wouldn't have necessarily been in before. And Fran being able to keep her calm and be really clear with her options, and both of them sticking to their strengths.
Turner in again. Played straight to Villiers at point. They think about a single, but they think better of it because I don't think. Oh, it's Catherine Fraser, isn't it? I wouldn't take a single to Fraser or Villiers in that kind of position. Pretty good at point.
And I think one thing Jess can take from this is that Fran is always going to rotate the strike. That is something she does really well, uses her crease, finds those gaps, so there's no pressure to keep scoring.
Oh, and that's a catch. Oh dear, we built up Fran Wilson, didn't we? And she's carved that one straight to Catherine Fraser at backward point there.
Good diving catch there.
It was a lovely diving catch. Catherine Fraser, the Scottish international. But she sort of warmed her up the ball before, sliced one to her. Just a dive a little bit, but it's quite a spectacular catch there because it's much harder to do in real life, as it were, because that's slowed up, remember. You're going to get another view of that. Yeah, good diving catch to dismiss Fran Wilson, unfortunately. Just the one to Fran Wilson off the 2 balls that she faced. So, building again. We're going to see, is this Alex Griffiths coming in to bat with Jess Hazel. So they're going to have to build again. It seems like a bigger mountain now, doesn't it?
Yes, it does feel like a bit of a big challenge now. There's going to be something very special needed.
4 down, so Somerset are 88 for 4. 18 overs. They're going to need some resources to dig into here.
Probably Alex Griffiths, the last of the recognised batters in this lineup. So a lot on these two to try and dig them out of a bit of a hole here, really.
She got 46 against Lancashire, though, didn't she? So 4 fours and a 6. And she's certainly no stranger to a bat. So we've seen her hit some big innings here at Taunton for Somerset and Western Storm under the previous guise. Katie Levick. She's the old mystery spin, isn't it? Katie Levick. What's she got in a bag of tricks as that's worked into the offside? Lizzie Scott comes off the rope and then get through for a single. 1 more to the total. Need to build here. Need to build a platform. 88 for 4.
Yeah, Durham really putting the pressure on here. Only 2 fielders out. Saying,
still.
Go on, if you want to run down the wicket to the leg spin and try and hit it over the top, be my guest.
Yeah. It's sent through the point fielders. I'm going to stop that. Oh, she's taking it over. I think she's taken it over the boundary rope, unfortunately. She has. So 4 through sort of backward point there for the mix-up on the rope. It's a short boundary. They didn't have much room to play with, and unfortunately the drag back was too late. And it went over the rope. So another 4 to the total as Somerset edged towards those 3 figures. 93 for 4. Levitt to continue. Floaty delivery into the pocket behind the short mid-wicket fielder. They get through for a single. 94 for 4.
Katie Levick's a bowler that doesn't give much width at all.
No, and she's wily, isn't she? That's the thing about her. Batter goes back, plays that to cover point. And just get the single. 1 more to the total. 96 for 4.
Yeah, this fielding is enticing them to get back and try and cut and pull, which I think Katie Levick wants them to do.
Oh, it's messy. There's a swipe across the line. Mark Newell looks down and not interested at all. Dot ball, though, as the mid-wicket fielder, I think it's Emily Windsor there, going out to sweep on this big boundary to our right as Levitt comes in again. and it's carved to short third. Susie Bates just picks that up easily. That's the end of an over. That was a dot at the end. So 19 overs gone. Somerset 95 for 4. Hazel on 3. Griffiths on 5. Really important, as you mentioned. These two really need to dig in now. Remember that they've got some time to build from here, and it's difficult when you're changing from T20 format only a couple of weeks ago, suddenly thrust into 2 rounds of 50 over.
Yeah, definitely. That change of format, it's a different tempo to bat at, different fields. The bowlers are bowling a little bit differently. We see in T20s there's a lot of slower balls, cutters, whereas here they're just going at the stumps, and it's how can you be proactive.
Phoebe Turner in again, bangs it down, and that's Jess Hazel manages to squirt that backward of square. Just for the one. Another one to the total. Those will be valuable runs for Somerset.
Yeah, Phoebe Turner not really giving anything away here. No width, cramping the batters up, making it very difficult to score against her.
She's already picked up 3 wickets, so her tail is well up. Sent to cover point. Emily Windsor comes off the rope. Which I'm not sure he's out there, but somebody comes in off the rope. And they get a single. Another one to the total. 97, edging closer to those 3 numbers. Jess Hazel, as you mentioned, off the back of a 60 last weekend. And she channels some of that as Turner comes in again. Outside of off. Little swing at that. Probably just as well she didn't hit that.
I've said she's given no width.
Yeah. That's what happens though. You mention it and then they go and do the opposite. Or you say how brilliant she's bowling and then she bowls all wide or something. So, yeah, it's just the way it goes. It's Phoebe Turner running in almost from the 25-yard circle to bowl at Jess Hazel. Right-hander to right-hander. Oh, through to the wicket-keeper. So getting some good line there.
Yeah, she gets a nice bit of bounce as well, kind of hitting the pitch quite hard, just going over the top of those stumps. Difficult to kind of get on top of, difficult to drive, not quite short enough to cut and pull, so good length from Phoebe Turner here.
Would you have a plan as a bowler here? What are you going to do? So that's squirted to third. Lizzie Scott comes off the rope underneath us.
I think the bowlers have just got to keep it tight. Things are going to happen. Somerset have to become more aggressive at some point. So I think as long as they can keep that run rate down, the Somerset run rate down and that required run rate building, chances will come.
Advantage Durham, isn't it, as Turner comes in again. Oh, straight through again. The wicketkeeper interested. That's the end of another over, and that's 20 overs gone. Somerset 98 for 4. They need another 218 to get this massive total that Durham set them in that first innings, helped by Susie Bates' masterclass with a bat. That was amazing.
Run rate still just sitting at 7.3 here, which it's
doable.
Slowly creeping up, yeah.
Yeah, but it's the 4 wickets down, isn't it? That's the challenge. Susie Bates, if you missed it, got 163 off 140 balls with 18 fours and 3 sixes this morning. Very patient. She batted almost the entire innings, and 163 of the total of 315 that Durham put on the scoreboard as Catherine Fraser, I think this is, to come right arm over. It's taken over from Levick, and on more spin, and that's swept backward of square. There is a fielder there, so they're just going to get the 1.
I think the Somerset pair just have to try and keep ticking over here. Don't get too stressed out by the score. Just got to stay in the game. Can they keep rotating? Boundaries will come.
Yeah, there will be bad balls, won't there, inevitably, as that's worked into the offside straight to Susie Bates, and there is no run.
Yeah, more spin here, tying the batters up, and I think this is where the skill in the women's game with the bowling has
little swipey at that one. It's going to be given a wide. Phoebe Turner has to go around and collect it, and you get a single as well. So run and the wide.
Yeah, I think the spinners are kind of dominating at the minute and across the women's game, and I don't think the batting is quite caught up yet. So Durham's, 4 spinners?
That was the 100 up. As Fraser, got caught there. They're going to be an appeal. That's very
Could've
quiet
gone
there.
anywhere.
I think I might have appealed there. But yes, they got a bit caught up there. Yeah, and you mentioned something earlier that was interesting. You were talking about pace, because pace of the game as opposed to pace of the ball, as Holly Armitage just has a chat with Catherine Fraser. But you can be hurrying a team with spin bowling as well. They've got no time to think, and the overs are ticking over so fast that these sort of games can get away from you. So I think this might be a tactic on behalf of Holly Armitage, just trying to, as much as the spin bowling is effective, it's also speeding that game, because Somerset are going to run out of overs here if they're not careful, as that's sent for a single into the offside, and they go through that 100 total, that one to 102 for 4. Hazel on 7 and Griffiths on 6. Fraser continues, Scottish international. That's played through the covers, and they get through for just the 1.
Yeah, definitely. The spinners, you can play one ball, look up, and they're ready to go again, and all of a sudden 5 overs have passed, and
you can hurry the batters with the pace of play as opposed to the pace of the balls. Fraser comes in again, and that's dobbed down defensively, and there is no run. You look down and it's 18 overs, and next thing you know it's 20 odd overs, and you're running out of deliveries to chase this back. So they've got through the 100 mark, 103 for 4 off 21 overs. Griffiths on 7, Hazel on 7. So a little symmetry there to the 2 batters.
And that run rate just creeped up a little bit again.
Yeah.
But I don't think these Somerset batters will mind, as long as they can stick at it. A little change of bowling here.
Oh, yeah.
Sophia
Sophia Turner
coming into the attack.
She took over from Lizzie Scott when she had to get taken off for the second loose delivery very early on.
Yeah, clever bowler she's got a lot of skill with her cutters and slower balls. Haven't seen too many of those on this pitch so far, but maybe defending this short leg side could be a good option here, whilst being able to still attack the stumps. Don't have to hide the ball away from the batter. And how can she create wicket opportunities here?
Because we've seen Phoebe Turner bowl down that sort of offside Yorker line, which was helpful with that short boundary on the leg side. So what's Sophia Turner's strategy? That's defended down. Catherine Fraser on the run.
Yeah, I think they'll just try and attack those stumps here, because realistically Somerset are going to have to do something. They've got the leg side open, trying to get Alex Griffiths to play across the line here. Try and make something happen for these Durham bowlers.
Sophia Turner bowled very well at the end of last week in the win against Lancashire. That's worked into the leg side. They're just going to get a single, but an easy one. That's what you want, no risk, and a rotation of strike. There's no left-handed batters. No.
It's a thing in the southwest. Just
where
are the left-handers?
Neither have Durham, but that can throw a fielding side, can't it? And bowlers' lines. But yeah, they seem to be concentrated in. Some teams seem to have more than their fair share as Sophia Turner comes in again. Jess Hazel comes forward and just defends that.
Now they've just moved Catherine Fraser into mid-wicket there. Just to try and plug, it might be Maddie Villiers actually. Try and plug that gap in front of the bat, so when Jess Hazel's looking up, there's not many options for her to score here, especially when Sophia Turner is bowling such a tight line.
It's in her eye line as well, isn't it? So she's going to be conscious of somebody close in there that's banged into the pitch and bowled outside of off. And they get a single. I won't mind those. That's a big area. And if you hit it too well, you can only get a single. They're almost better off dubbing it into this pocket to cover point.
Yeah, cover point and extra cover.
If you can't welly it, then drop it into that gap there. And there's definitely potential for 2. Sunshine here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Sophia Turner in again, banged into the pitch. Again, sort of replay of the last ball. Emily Windsor in off the rope. We get a single, and Seagulls chant as if to encourage Somerset, who are 106 for 4, Hazel on 8, Griffiths on 9. Bit of advice from Holly Armitage to Sophia Turner. Jess Hazel just looking, eyeing up that field. They've taken out that short catcher to Jess Hazel. Banged in again. Just a little nurdle into the leg side for a single. That's the end of yet another over. 22 overs gone. Somerset 106 for 4. And Griffiths and Hazel both on 9.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting point you make about hitting the ball too well. I think taking pace off the ball and adding pace to the ball is a really important skill. Being able to slow the ball down and drop it in those gaps, find those pockets. I think it's something that across the women's game we definitely do a lot better.
Yeah. I mean, it's more than just drop and run. But the field that was set in the last over, you could see it. Well, it's easier to see from up here, isn't it? Obviously, or not on a pitch. But if you really can't get hold of it, just getting half a shot where you're almost placing a kind of hockey shot into that gap behind the 25-yard circle and then running 2, as that's defended and there is no run.
Yeah, definitely. Like, how can the batters play it slightly later? It might not be such a clean contact, but playing it later or opening the face slightly just to access different areas.
Or even just dabbing it. It doesn't need to be, you could just place it.
Yeah, definitely.
If you can't really get the bat through it, but there's an art in all of that. As another dot ball passes Somerset by. Fraser comes in again, right arm over. Spin. Hand onto the stumps. Question to the umpire. Alex Griffiths will hope that she was inner ground.
That run rate creeped up to 7.6
Yeah.
now. Getting nearer that 8 mark.
Yeah. Well, it's already a tough battle, isn't it? So that goes down around the corner and they get a single. 107 for 4 are Somerset, Hazel and Griffiths. Well, Hazel moves to 10, Griffiths on 9, more or less neck and neck here as Scottish international Catherine Fraser with a bit more spin. It's an under edge and it's given. So I'm afraid Griffiths is caught on an under edge behind. So Fraser gets another wicket. And Griffiths goes for, I think it's 9 runs. We're going to see. Excuse me, the replay. Yeah, under edge. Straight through to the wicket keeper. Griffiths knows, and she's heading back to the dugout. And another wicket.
Yeah,
What are you doing to me, Emma?
I know. I mean, when I was watching us bowl, every time I wasn't watching, we took a wicket. So maybe it is a me
Maybe
problem.
it is just we mentioned Mike Perkins, who's commentating up at Sedbergh for Lancashire, my Jedi mentor with commentary. And he gets very annoyed when you say commentators curse. Nothing we say up here will make any difference, but it just feels like it does.
It does.
It really does. Sometimes you feel like, oh, was that me? I did that, didn't I? So, Laura Jackson will come out. What can you tell us about Laura Jackson's batting?
Well,
from Lancashire.
I do think her batting goes under the radar.
Okay.
Yeah.
You like that, yeah?
She opened for us in a practice game not
yeah?
long ago.
Well, see?
Yeah.
This is great intel. Tell us more, tell us more.
Like, she's got a good cover drive on her. She is very solid, good ramp on her. Mm-hmm. We played against some boys who were bowling pretty quick and she just got in behind it and ramped them.
Well, she did 3 seasons of the Manchester Originals in the 100, so I'm sure she'll have learnt lots from there as Fraser comes in again. Jackson defends that straight to Susie Bates, and there is no run. Well, it's the end of the over, so 23 overs gone. Somerset 108 for 5. They need 208 to win. So a steep ask here. And we're into the middle of the order. Would you call it the middle of the order? How would you characterise these two? Middle order, yeah.
Middle lower. Yeah, we're. No,
So you've gone pessimistic now. They're your teammates. You've got to go back in the clubhouse.
Hopefully they won't be listening.
Yeah, nobody. You're right.
Yeah,
Nobody
it'll
listens
be
to
fine.
us. It's only a few thousand on the live stream. And Sophia Turner will come in. I named that during the Western Storm times as the Sophie Lough end, and it's funnier because she doesn't bowl, although we know she can bowl but doesn't. Sophia Turner into Hazel, and that's sent into the leg side.
What would you do here then? Do you try and keep it ticking, or do you go, you know what? If we're going to go down, we're going to go down fighting.
You see,
and try and take the game to them.
I mean, it probably speaks more to the fact that whilst I am competitive, I have found myself in teams where you just think, do you know what, we've played 50 overs, we're going to frustrate them and I'm going to stay out here as long as I possibly can. But that probably says more about me not being, necessarily in a lot of winning sides, shall we say, during my cricketing career, as that goes straight through to the wicket keeper. What would you do?
Great question. I mean,
it's your question. It is a great question. What would you do?
Are
we trying to bat the overs, or do you want to go? We're going to have a go at this. It's at that point, isn't it, where you think, could we just put the fielding team under some pressure here? Hazel plays that to square leg. Just get the one. That's a short boundary. You really want to be getting fours if you can work that ball that side. It's going to be frustrating. Yeah, stick or twist?
I think I would try and go for it. I think
go for it. Yeah,
5 wickets in hand, I think.
Is that the bowler in you? Or is that the batter in you?
Definitely the batter. I think the momentum's got to change here, and the batters have got to make that happen.
Yeah.
Durham are keeping it tight.
Bowling too well, aren't they? Yeah. That's the problem.
Well, that's why something from the batters can change the game very quickly. As you saw, Susie Bates used her crease really well to create different angles. Was hitting, well, there was a 6 I saw her hit where she was stood on the other wicket and managed to hit it over deep
She's
backward square.
Short boundary, thanks very much.
Yeah.
Sophia Turner comes in again. Jess Hazel through Jess Hazel. Fortunately, to no effect.
So yeah, even subtle changes, maybe getting deeper in the crease, moving laterally in the crease just to create different angles. Because
your challenge
throws the bowlers off.
Yeah, your challenge is with Bess Heath stood so close to the stumps, you've got no chance to go out of your crease to change potentially where the ball is dropping, but you can go sideways. That's a good point. So that's sent straight to the point fielder, Phoebe Turner, and there is no run. Another over ticks by. That's the challenge, isn't it? 24 overs gone. Somerset 110 for 5. Hazel on 11. Jackson on 1. You said you're kind of quietly confident that Jackson has got some reserves, some batting reserves to call upon.
Definitely gone under the radar. Good skills. Looks solid. I think you can tell straight away if someone's looking confident, looking still when they're hitting the ball. She gets in really good positions. She can hit the ball hard.
Still, when you hit the ball, that's a challenge as well, isn't it? So, and it always feels like those people who are brilliant at their sport seem to have so much longer to execute their skill. You watch Susie Bates, and she's got lots of time to play those inside-out shots, etc. That goes straight through to the wicket keeper, and there is no run.
Yeah, Susie Bates makes everyone look like they're bowling very slowly, that she's got all the time in the world and she's going to hit the ball where she wants.
Yeah, it is amazing. Trying to get the ball away here. It's Jackson.
Yeah, in front of the bat is packed here. That fielder just in front of square as well, so no easy single to nerdle it out to the boundary.
No, well, there might be one there. Backward of Katie Levick at point. You get a single.
So I think here both these batters have got to be thinking, where's my boundary option? We've got mid off, mid on up. can they use their feet maybe to try and push one of them back, try and exploit that boundary? Because 1s and 2s, unfortunately, aren't going to win it here for Somerset.
Big hoik up and over the top there. We're going to get 4 runs. This is going to be very exciting. We are. That's a boundary to Jess Hazel. Moves on to 15. 4 more runs. Up and over there. So taking the fight, which was Emma Corney's suggestion. Take the fight to the opposition.
Yeah, just a little bit of aggression there from Jess Hazel, showing her intent. We'll see how Catherine Fraser responds here.
Hazel to face again. Ooh, through the batter. It's going to be given as a wide, so there's no need to risk a run there and risk a run out.
Yeah, that slog sweep from Hazel, maybe just showing that now is the time to take the game to Durham.
Oh, another lusty blow into the leg side. Emily Windsor off the rope. Just the one. Again, almost hit too well there. As they send the fielder in front of us, Maddie Villiers, out to the rope. At long on. Fraser in again. And another dot ball passes by, and so does another over. So we're at the halfway stage, 25 overs gone. Somerset 117 for 5. And yes, Hazel on 16 and Jackson on 2. So I've got this theory, the Jenkins theory. Double plus 20 at the halfway.
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah, well, and it works quite well in the
T20. Not getting us there.
No, that's it. Yeah, that's why I got. Sadly, the theory doesn't help matters much, does it? But yeah, so that's not going to help, and it works quite well in the T20. Oh, and it's also a useful yardstick because you've got some idea of where the innings has come from. Because in the case of, because actually I think probably the worm might be more similar than you think, because Durham really the back half of their innings was where they really motored, because obviously their eyes in Susie Bates and built various partnerships and really started throwing the bat at the ball and getting those bigger runs, the 4s and the 6s. They built at the back end, so there was a lot of bonus runs, because I think my theory only took them to about 236 something, and they went on. You know, there's probably 60, 70 bonus runs.
Yeah, they really built well, didn't they? I think at the halfway stage of their innings, you'd say this definitely in the balance. It could go either way. But yeah, there was a definite shift in that second half of the Durham batting innings.
Yeah.
But how many down were they at the 25 over mark?
I'm just trying to see if I can go back through the scoring. Talk amongst yourselves. I think they were at, well, they were. So they were at 108 for 4.
Oh.
So that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
The Worm's not so different. However, the trajectory of their innings, they were at 100. So you know, closer than you think, isn't it? Because it doesn't feel like that it was that close.
Yeah, definitely. And I think that's where
Motoring from here.
Yeah, like the psychology of it is interesting. When you're setting, you know, you're 100 and something for 4, and you're like,
108 for 4.
Okay, and then you end up with 300. When you're now chasing at 117 for 5, that feels so out of reach. Whereas a few hours ago, that is something that's just been done. So it is strange how setting and chasing it looks a lot different, even though the same things can be happening.
Yeah, because the difference was at that halfway stage they had Heath and Bates at the crease. Bates was quietly building her innings. Heath was being a bit more aggressive. They built a good platform in that middle time and took the attack really back, didn't it?
Yeah, they had some big partnerships in there.
Yeah,
which
and that's
we haven't really seen here.
No, that's what Somerset missed. And also, although you mentioned about different people contributing, there is still that reliance on, the kind of the Fran Wilson, the Luff, the Griffiths, the Odgers, etc. So it's going to be some task from here.
Yeah, when you are chasing 315, it is, I'd say, essential for at least one batter to score.
Big
Yeah.
style lead. Yeah, because if you take Susie Bates's innings out of that, then it would make it a lot closer. So we shall see the halfway stage. So the teams are refreshed. Big task here for Somerset. They need 190. Is it 199?
Yes, 199.
So just under. Well, we can say that's an achievement. Below 200, 199 to win from this halfway stage. Somerset 117 for 5. Hazel on 16. Jackson on 2. Desperately needing to rebuild here. Emma Corney's advice is go for it because you might as well. Meanwhile, Durham will want to try and get this wrapped up in 40 overs and get themselves a bonus point. If they can do so, I think that's pretty much how it works. As Sophia Turner comes in from the far end, worked into the leg side, not a long way, but a little way, and they get through for a single. Rotating the strike. One more to the total, 118 for 5.
Interesting little battle, this. Laura Jackson and Sophia Turner.
Yeah.
Good friends. So,
are they? So this is
yeah.
going to be one of those, a bit of extra spice, is it? Excellent, we like that. Played again into the leg side, but this time they're not going to get a single off this.
Yeah,
There's lots of connections where people have changed over, haven't they? And we haven't seen the return, for example, of Lauren Filer today, but she might well have been in the opposition today, having played cricket to this point with Western Storm, and might have been expected to be home team here. Turner comes in again. That's defended down. Another dot.
Interesting length here, bowled by the Durham seamers as well. I'd say they've definitely hit the pitch a lot more than the Somerset seamers have. That back of a length kind of is hitting the splice of the bat a lot more often, whereas I think we saw a lot more drives from the Durham batters as the Somerset bowlers were maybe a little bit fuller.
As you say, that's perhaps the length that they're bowling as that's played through the covers.
And we've done it again.
So we suggested a softer blow, and they've done that and got the single. We wanted them to get 2 if they're going to play a softer shot into the offside there.
Run rate just over 8 now.
Yeah.
Starts to creep up very quickly towards the back end of an innings and get out of hand without you really noticing.
Hazel plays at that one, but straight to the fielder, Phoebe Turner, and there is no run.
Not the greatest ball from Sophia Turner there, but gets away with it. And I think that's what we saw from Susie Bates. There is no margin for error, and I think that's what really separates the good players from the great players.
Yeah, it's that time, thought, cricket smarts, which when you've played as long as Susie Bates has, you can have lots of those in your locker as that's played straight to the field, and again there's no run. So, yeah, smart field setting here from Holly Armitage. Somerset are 119 for 5 and 26 overs have been bowled. They're running out of overs here, aren't they?
And they're going by pretty quickly.
Yeah.
Not a lot of balls left, and yeah. I mean, there's going to take something special, let's be honest.
Yeah. Okay.
As Catherine Fraser stays on at this end with Laura Jackson facing 3 of 10.
Tapping about. Fraser coming in. Comes forward, so a bit of intent there, but unfortunately still only a dot ball. The right idea potentially from Laura Jackson, who you said might be the secret weapon in Somerset's batting back end. Ooh, reversey. There is. That's a pretty smart shot there actually. They get through for 2. 2 more to the total. 121 for 5. Jackson starting to build a little, thinking about where she's putting the ball, seeing if she can change those fielding positions. Nearly a caught and bowled chance for Catherine Fraser as she has a little fumble in the dirt there.
Yeah, Laura Jackson just trying a couple of different things here, trying to get that scoreboard moving.
Yeah. played down, another dot ball. So yep. So they're sending the fielder out to long on. Fraser in again. Oh, a little waft at that. We're going to get a wide ball and a bonus ball. 122 for 5.
We've got Maddie Villiers here at the
the
3 quarters. So I think
yes, 3/4 long on.
Yeah, so I think Holly Armitage has seen Laura Jackson use her feet here and trying to
Thinking she
tempt
might-
her in.
Yeah. They're going to let her have a little swing at this and hope that they're going to get somebody caught here. Potentially. Fraser spinning over the wicket. Yeah, using her feet indeed. And as you called it, straight drive for 4. Thanks very much.
Lovely use of the feet there from Laura Jackson.
Emma Corney called it. And we get ourselves to just past the halfway stage. We're going to have a double change in the commentary box here. Thank you very much for that time, Emma Corney, and the insights. We're hoping that you're right about Laura Jackson's batting locker and batting pedigree, as the score is 126 for 5, and Hazel on 17, Jackson on 9. Somerset need 190 to win this game.
Thank you, Claire. And thank you, Emma. Great to hear from Emma Corney there. Somerset opener when she's well, when she's fit enough to do it. Currently recovering from surgery. Wish her all the best in that recovery. So this is just turned into the leg side by Jess Hazel. These two need to put on a bit of a partnership. Laura Jackson at the other end. 126 for 5. I'm Charlie Taylor, and I've been alongside Claire Jenkins today, although Claire's going to take a quick break. And I'm going to be joined by Sarah Baggerley, who is from University Centre Somerset, who are today's match sponsors. So it'd be good to find out a bit more about what's going on there in another part of Taunton. 127 for 5 the score, and it is a glorious day. It's turned into actually a very pleasant day here in Taunton. Sarah, welcome.
Hi.
Are you a cricket fan? Is this your first time at the ground?
No, I am a cricket fan. I've been to Somerset many a time to watch over the past few years.
Great. Well, things not going brilliantly at the moment for Somerset, but you never know. Things can change. Funny old game, cricket. Great innings from Susie Bates a little bit earlier on. Sarah, well, welcome to the commentary box. I'm guessing this is the first time up here for you, or
It is. Wow, what have you?
It's not bad, is it? There is a bit of bird poo on the glass. That's not normally there, so please ignore that. But apart from that, it is a glorious view over the ground here. This is cut away by Laura Jackson, but they won't pick up any runs there because it's gone straight to the fielder at point. That is Sophia Turner. Sarah, the University Centre Somerset might come as news to some people that there is a university centre in Taunton. So tell us a bit about the history. How long have you been around as a university centre?
Okay, so University Centre Somerset was formed in 2017 as the result of a merger between Bridgewater College and Somerset College, who had their respective higher education offers, and they came together under the umbrella of University Centre Somerset, like I say, in 2017. Since then, we've delivered nearly 4,000 graduates in various subjects, from nursing to nuclear engineering to agricultural management to media makeup, a really kind of wide range of subjects, from 3 campuses, one in Taunton, one in Bridgewater and one in Cannington.
This one's just driven down the ground for a dot ball. Okay, so this is an opportunity, isn't it, for local people to have university courses on their doorstep, because actually in Taunton and in wide parts of Somerset there isn't an easily accessible university. Yes, you've got a couple in Bath, but Bath is very much tucked away in one corner of Somerset, so unless you're near there, Taunton is a fair old distance from that. So for local people, this is offering degrees or degree level courses on your doorstep, I guess.
It absolutely is. That, in fact, is one of our strap lines, Charlie, degrees on your doorstep. So, we offer high quality degrees and apprenticeships, like I say, across those campuses. So members of our local community have the opportunity to stay close to home while studying for a higher education qualification, which they might not otherwise have considered doing.
So you gave us a bit of an idea there, including nuclear engineering and nursing and all sorts going on there. I think I saw this morning when we were talking about you guys as match sponsors. I think, was it Degrees for Real Life or something along those lines?
Yeah.
So what does that mean? Tell us what you mean by when you say Degrees for Real Life.
So that means that all of our courses are have hands-on practical elements to them. You're not sat in a lecture theatre listening to somebody talking at you. You're really getting involved. So, for instance, our student nurses learn in our Clinical Skills and Simulation Centre. They're learning how to do the job as well as the theory behind it. They're getting hands-on and practical and practicing those skills so they're ready for when they go out into the real world.
And how much of a link-up is there between... You mentioned nursing there. Obviously, you're just over the road, actually, from Musgrove Park. So is there much of a link-up between what's going on there at the NHS hospital?
There absolutely is. So our full-time student nurses spend half of their time with the NHS or within other kind of healthcare settings, putting those skills into practice, getting stuck in, whilst the other half is on campus learning the theory and practicing those skills before we set them out onto real-life patients.
Wow, okay. It must be quite daunting when you start to go into those wards and you see, people with real, injuries or conditions or whatever, and that's how you learn. That's the best way. Certainly for me, speaking personally, that's how I learn, is seeing real life situations and being in there.
Exactly, and our Clinical Skills and Simulation Centre on our campus in Taunton has everything that they need to be able to practice their skills in a safe and controlled environment before they are put onto real wards with real people.
Mm-hmm. You mentioned nuclear engineering. It'd be wrong not to mention the fact that Somerset's got, obviously, a nuclear power station being built here at the moment. Not all that far from Taunton, really. So are you linking up with EDF, who are building Hinkley Point C at all? Or
Absolutely.
Yeah?
We're linking up with many partners in the supply chain for Hinkley Point. You say not far from Taunton. It's even closer to Cannington, which is where our National College for Nuclear is, which is about 5 miles from Hinkley Point. So we're delivering nuclear engineers straight into Hinkley Point.
Wow.
Which is fantastic. I think, don't quote me on this, but I think we've trained about 1,500, this is across Bridgewater and Taunton College and University Centre Somerset, 1,500 apprentices.
Wow, isn't that amazing?
Into Hinkley Point, which is incredible.
When you think of the work that they're going to be doing, whether that's, I guess, going into nuclear side of things, because you'll also have those, I guess, who go in to get there's so much that it takes to build a nuclear power station.
Absolutely. So we've also got the construction side of things as well. But in the engineering kind of side, we've got the nuclear engineers, we've got the mechanical engineers, we've got the electrical engineers, all kind of feeding into that huge project.
Now, there's not really such thing as a job for life these days, but that nuclear power station is going to be up and running for 60, 70 plus years. So if you can get into that kind of industry, that's a pretty solid way to make sure you've got a job for a very long time, isn't it?
Once you're in, yeah, for sure. And there's plenty of scope for progression within that industry. And with other power stations being built across the country as well, another couple have just been announced. So,
I was lucky enough to go to Hinkley Point B not all that long ago, which is being decommissioned. They're taking all the nuclear fuel out. And just speaking to some of the people, how proud they were to have been part of that power station's journey. It only shut down a few years ago, and still they're so proud to have been part of it. It felt like a really real community there. And obviously Hinkley C's not got any nuclear fuel in it at the moment. It's not running yet, but they are building it, and I'm sure they'll have that similar sort of feel to it. This one's bounced down, the ball goes into the air. Could it be taken? It should be. No, it's dropped. There's a good effort there, but in the end it's just the one run. Hazel gets away with it. The score moves on to 133 for 5. Sorry to interrupt you there, Sarah. That probably should have been a wicket. So let's talk about some of the other things then. So apart from nursing and nuclear engineering, are there any others which really stand out?
Absolutely. So we've got our media makeup or makeup artistry, prosthetics and wig making, which is run out of our Taunton campus.
That's going to be 4 runs there, pulled hard. How often do you see that? And almost a wicket, 1 ball, and then a 4 off the next one as Laura Jackson hammers that one into the boundary. So media makeup, these are the sorts of people who might get people ready for TV shows, dramas.
Film, theatre. So one of our alumni, Katie Jordan, is a wig maker at the English National Opera, just for instance. We've had graduates go on and work on things like Doctor Who, on the Marvel movies, World War Z, lots of these kind of big productions where they need people with those skills, prosthetic effects, wig making, special effects makeup, all of that kind of thing.
What an incredible industry to be part of. We talked about nuclear, but also being part of that sort of TV and film must be amazing as well. Especially spotting stuff that you've had something to do with on screen. You know, if you're doing wigs or prosthetics, you know, easily spottable on screen, I guess.
Yeah, absolutely.
They might pick up a 4 here. There's a chase at the boundary. No. In the end, Katie Levick does well. Oh, they'll think about running a... Is that 4? Have they run an all-run 4 there? No, I think they've managed 3. Jackson moves on to 20. So the score 140 for 5. This partnership just beginning to build a bit quicker, which is what Somerset will need if they're going to win this game. So, how do you get in? That's the question now. We've heard about some of these great industries that you can get into, and we've only scratched the surface, haven't we? Because I know there's many, many more that you could talk about. But I guess there'll be younger people listening, wondering what they're going to do for university. They might not fancy living miles away from home, which a lot of people do want to do that, but a lot of people don't. In fact, I stayed in Somerset, didn't go to university because actually part of it was I wanted to stay here in the West Country because life is good here. You know, this is a great place to live. So for people who are thinking similarly but want to do a university course, how do they get in? Is it pretty obvious?
Yeah, it's the usual route in, really, that you'd be taking if you were thinking of, if you're an 18-year-old thinking of going into university. You'll find us on the UCAS website, along with all of the other universities that you'd expect to be on there, and it's just a case of applying in the same way that you would. Not just for 18-year-olds, I must stress that. We have a lot of our student population are adults who are returning to learning or retraining for a new career.
I wanted to ask you that, just as that shot was nicely placed through mid-wicket for 4. So what sorts of things then, what sort of ages do you get? I mean, does it go right up to...
Gosh, a huge range. So right from 18-year-olds coming in and doing media makeup or computing through to... We had last year an 84-year-old gentleman come and do a computing degree.
Brilliant.
So a really huge range. Many of our nurses are mums that are returning to learning, coming back and finding a new career for themselves. So they could be in their 30s and 40s with children.
It's never too late, is it?
Never
to have
too late.
Think about changing or retraining.
Late. No, and like you say, there aren't many kind of jobs for life nowadays. So there are more and more people rethinking what they're going to do midway through a career.
And perhaps the path you chose when you were 18 or 21, if you've done another course, actually that's a really young age to decide something you're going to do for the next, let's say, 50 years. So there's nothing wrong with deciding, actually, okay, you know, I might not earn as good money to start with, but if I'm going to enjoy it more, if it's, you know, a path that is going to bring me more fulfillment, then that's well worth doing it. You can do it whilst juggling your life here. You don't have to, you know, live away to go to a university. So you can see the benefits. And what about the campus itself? Obviously, you've mentioned a few different campuses there, haven't you? But what are they like?
We pride ourselves on our campuses being relatively small and really friendly. So you'd be in a kind of fairly small class size on most of our courses. Your tutor would know you by name. You'd have personalised one-to-one support from your tutor right throughout your course. You'd really get to know your peers really well. So we really pride ourselves on that personalised one-to-one support that you get, which you might miss if you went to a larger provider.
Yeah, that friendliness, that sort of seeing you, those bigger universities, I guess it must be easier. As I said, I didn't go to university, but I imagine when you're at university with, let's say, I don't know how many, 10,000, 20,000 students, if it's a really big one, it's quite hard to then have that personal touch, I'd imagine. I'm sure they've got ways of doing it, but in a smaller setting, I'm sure you sort of keep an eye on everyone. You're able to make sure that everyone's sort of being looked after well.
Exactly that. You're not just a number in a lecture theatre.
Well, I think it's great to see you, Sarah. Thanks so much for coming in and
thank you for having me.
Talking to us about it. Are you sticking around to watch the cricket?
We'll stick around for a little bit longer. Yeah, we're having a lovely day.
Good stuff. I hope they're treating you well, given you're a sponsor today. Is that free bar, is it?
Not
you
quite
couldn't possibly say.
Free bar.
No, okay.
Couldn't possibly say, but the food's been excellent.
Good stuff. Glad to hear it. Well, that's Sarah Bagley, who is from the University Centre Somerset. And if you want to go online, I guess they can just search that. Can't they have a look at the courses?
Search us online. You'll find us on all of the socials, although our social media game isn't quite as strong as the cricket clubs. We are working towards it.
Well, the cricket club is the envy of the Southwest, I think, with their social media accounts. Sarah, nice to see you. Thank you so much for coming in.
Thanks, Charlie. Cheers.
Sarah Bagley from University Centre Somerset, who are the match sponsors today. There they are, Degrees for Real Life. Thank you very much, University Centre Somerset, and Sarah for coming in to talk to us. Right, well, let's carry on here at the cricket. 150 for 5 is the score. With 19 overs to go, Somerset need 166. So they're going to have to increase the rate here, which I don't think Durham will mind too much if they start having a go, given they're already 5 wickets down. Durham will feel they're probably only 1 or 2 away from getting into the real tail of Somerset and finishing this game early. Clear blue skies now. Taunton, a shorter ball, and this is hooked, and it will bounce just in front of the fielder. A bit of a risky shot, slightly loose. There's a fielder out there, and in the end landing safe. Pick up a single from it. So there's a bit of a chat going on with the bowler and the captain coming together, saying, look, this is what we want you to bowl. Jackson on strike, she's on 23, she's played well. Just angling this one beautifully, but can't quite get it past the field. Is well stopped by Sophia Turner, who drags herself to her feet. Oh, I think she might have hurt her wrist a little bit there. She's still holding on to it. Yeah, or a thumb or something. Hopefully she's okay. Still got some work to do with the ball, potentially. 3 overs that she could still bowl. Shorter ball again, attempted. Oh, this is more of a hook shot, the way it's coming through. But no connection there from the bowling of Phoebe Turner into her final over. If you're only just sort of joining us for the end of this game, the opening bowler, Lizzie Scott, who's making her debut for Durham today, was taken out of the attack in her 2nd over because of the dangers, and that one is dropped by Sophia Turner. She juggled it for what seemed like ages. Now remember, just a couple of balls ago I said it looked like she'd hurt her hand. I wonder if that had anything to do with that. She couldn't quite hold on. It would have been a good catch. Would have been a very good catch. Bowled Turner, caught Turner. Yeah, couldn't quite grab on. She was so close to holding on to it. 153 for 5 now. In comes the other Turner, as Jackson tries to make a bit of room for herself to pull it into the leg side. Can only pick up a single though. Gentle breeze coming across the ground from the river. Phoebe Turner just driven into the leg side, coming across her pads there. Jess Hazel to pick up another single, take her into the 30s. 155 for 5 now. The 2 batters come together to have a chat as there's a bit of moving around of the bowlers, just beginning to now think about things. Got to find these extra overs from somewhere. As Holly Armitage, because of Lizzie Scott being taken out in her 2nd over. So where else can she look? Because she still needed extra overs. She's so far turned to Catherine Fraser for 4 overs. We're going to see a bit more of Maddie Villiers now. Into her 7th. Wide, but clipped out into the leg side. There'll be a chase on for the fielder, should make it. Yeah, just the 1 run in the end as the ball comes all the way along the ground back to the keeper. Just another 1 added. 156 for 5. Still not halfway, Somerset, till this run's total. Oh, she's used the toe end of the bat. She's trying to paddle it. And in the end, only able to snooker it, if you like, sort of punch it with the toe end of her bat. She looks to the sky and she says, oh, that's not what I was trying to do. Another dot ball, Durham won't mind that. In comes Villiers. Shorter. And Jackson was running down to it, manages to clip it out into the leg side. They'll come back for 2. Going to have to take these risky runs now, I think, as the ball nearly hits her on the way back. 158 for 5. which means they are exactly halfway runs-wise. They've got 17.5 overs to hit the other 158, so it's going to be a bit of an ask for Somerset, this, I think. Especially 5 wickets down. Oh, it was there to be hit. Chucked out wide by Villiers as Claire Jenkins comes alongside me again. Hi, Claire. Didn't get much of a break there, I'm afraid.
No.
To try to.
You had a load of visitors in here. And
Yeah,
I
we
turned
did.
around, there was a crowd.
Yeah, there was a bit of
crowd scene.
Well, you know, you
They've
draw
all
a crowd,
gone now.
Claire. What can I say? This
I
is they
know.
wanted to come and see the great commentator in action. So and then you left, and all the crowd left.
I thought it was going the other way then. Yeah, your animal magnetism have brought hundreds of people into the box.
Oh yeah.
Nowhere even to sit.
Clipped into the leg side, just a single.
So I've got a bit of insider info from Emma Corney, who did say that Jackson had got some batting and
Yeah, I heard that. Yeah,
so
she's doing all right.
yeah. They're doing all right since I went away and
Oh,
came
yeah.
back.
Haven't seen a wicket yet since that moment.
We're assuming that Durham would get a bonus point if they can get this wrapped up in 40 overs, because 40 overs seems to be the magic time, in the same way that 16 overs is the magic time in the 20 over game. I might have that completely the wrong way around.
Yeah, no, I think you're right.
Tell us.
I think that's it, isn't it? It's the run rate, or yeah, finishing it off within 40.
So this becomes a head-to-head now. What's Holly Armitage got in her plans? Just Hazel and Jackson. You do?
Yeah, shall I take this one?
Yeah,
then?
have that one.
Katie Levitt comes in, and Jackson defends. Yeah, tough bowler to get away. She's only into her 5th over as well, so still could be plenty of Levitt to come.
She's so wily and full of guile, isn't she? Because she's just been there and done it. And
Well, this time she has been able just to clip it for a single, but Somerset don't really want to deal with singles. The required run rate is 9.3, so they do need a boundary and over at least. Really.
yeah,
Katie Levitt just chucks the ball from one hand to the other as Hazel sets herself.
you said sort of halfway stage of what they need, but not in terms of overs
No.
left.
No.
Deliveries in front of them.
And this is the Susie Bates effect, isn't it? This is.
Yeah.
They really did rock it in the second. Well, especially from the 40 over mark onwards, they really did take off. Levick in again, and slog sweep from Jess Hazel, who will only pick up a single from it. And the boundary count's going to be interesting at the end of this. Somerset really haven't been able to. Yes, they've hit several 4s, but nowhere near the frequency that it feels like Durham did quite often. And another wicket goes. Yeah, it was quite wide, just thrown out quite wide there, and Bessie did well to reach it and take the bails off before Jackson could get back into her crease, but she did well, Bessie, and that's why she's liked by England quite a lot. It was quick hands. And there's another wicket, so Somerset's task gets a bit harder. 161 for 6, and they still need 155 more in just 16 overs.
I just think also with somebody like Katie Levick, she knows if she bowls that wide ball, you know, a little nod or a wink to the wicket keeper and bowls the ball wide, particularly if Bess Heath has given her the sort of signal that, you know, she's wandering out of her crease at any stage, and they set her up potentially, didn't they? For a bit of dancey oops.
Well, we can see it here.
Yeah. Dancey oops.
Yeah, great effort.
Split second as well, and
Yeah.
she let her bat down. These are the fine margins though, aren't they?
They are indeed. I think we'll see Skelton coming out now. Yeah, looks like it.
Skelton.
Well, Jess Hazel, who's batted nicely for her 32. For 43, so Skelton could just join her, but they do need to up that rate. You've got to.
Yeah, Jess Hazel's she's been on loan to Gloucester, has she, Jess Hazel? Have I got that right?
I'll have to double check that one.
Maybe I've got that wrong. I don't know. Loan to Gloucester.
Talking about Katie Jones, I think there, who's the other wicket keeper.
Okay. Don't know why.
Possibly.
Don't know. Probably got it wrong.
I haven't heard of that, but
No. Okay.
Yeah, Katie Jones has definitely been out to Gloucestershire.
Yeah.
This is pushed through the offside as Chloe Skelton already looking to be positive. No, yeah, no, you are right.
The voice of God has spoken to us in our ears.
Very early in the season.
Yeah. But great to have great for Somerset to have the backup of Katie Jones, because I really like the cut of her jib in terms of she's got a bit of fight about her as well. So she's a great prospect to the future. Already picked up in the under-19s, I think, isn't she? So, but not playing today, obviously.
Yes, she is indeed under-19s keeper for England, or has been used to that effect.
Jess Hazel, yes, 6th in the national strike rate batting, and 8th in the best average.
Yep, good player.
So yeah, holding it together here, potentially. Catherine Fraser to continue from the Trescothic end. A bit more spin, right arm over. Played through the point region. Phoebe Turner does a dive. Lizzie Scott does the tidying up. They just get a single, not particularly well thrown in, so getting Bess Heath steps in to go field that. As the field rearranges itself, the field below us retire closer to the ropes for Jess Hazel to face. Reversey thingy through to the wicket keeper. Yeah. It was probably a good idea, but just not well executed in terms of timing from Jess Hazel there. Maybe better to play conventional shots like that one through mid-wicket, and I think she's going to get a 4 for that, and she did.
Yeah, that's a good shot. That's the sort of thing...
Nice shot. Don't need to do that strange reverse. What were you going to say?
Yeah, well, only was going to say that's the sort of thing that Durham really nailed, was picking those gaps and finding those 4s, and Somerset could do with quite a few more of those if they're going to take this close.
Yeah, Emma Corney and I were musing about what, do you go for it or do you try and bat the overs out and frustrate the opposition? It's an interesting dilemma at this stage. That's played into the offside, so Lizzie Scott coming off the rope. They get a single and another one to the total, 168 for 6. What's your...
I think you go for it.
You go for it?
Yeah, I think because you can throw bowlers off. They've already had one bowler taken out the attack. If you start attacking other spinners, who knows, you might be able to force errors.
But given that they're so close on the table, do you want to try and frustrate...
Well, I don't know. I think
frustrate that.
They are close on the table, but I think you've got to see this as... I think it has to be seen as a must-win.
Yeah.
And because of where they are. And I realise, they're not out of it if they lose this, Somerset, but you don't want to come away from this game thinking...
you're already past halfway in this competition, aren't you?
Yeah. Yes, that's it, even though we've only just started playing again.
Yeah, they break now for the 100, but they come back, there must only be about 6 rounds left, isn't there, I think? So, if that...
It might not even,
Yeah, I'm just trying to... Where's me... So they'll have played 10 after today.
So is it 4?
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 14... 5 more to go. Yeah, it's probably 4 or 5 more rounds. 4 rounds to go, something like that. Not far off, anyway. It's not many. We're past the halfway stage. So, as you say, it's sort of now or never, I think, is the point that you're making, really, isn't it?
Exactly.
Particularly with the opportunity to get potentially above, While you call this one, have a little look at the BBC Sport, see. Other websites are available. See how Warwickshire are getting on.
Well, clipped it to the leg side. That's a nice shot. That'll be 4 runs. Yeah, perfectly threading the gap there. Great shot from Jess Hazel, who perhaps is now beginning to seize the initiative a little bit. It is 4 more rounds, plus then, of course, you've got the semi-finals and the final. Yeah. So it's 4 more, potentially up to 6.
You see there, and Warwickshire haven't read the script because they've let Surrey win. Surrey win by 3 wickets up at the Edgbaston Foundation ground. So
quite a good game, that.
They'll go to 24. So
again, trying to find a similar gap on the leg side. Can't quite manage it this time. Yeah, so that hasn't worked for either of these teams.
No,
advantage.
But if Durham do win with a bonus point, that would still take them above Surrey, because they'd get 5 points, and that would take them above. Although I think Surrey won. Yeah, they won that in. Oh, forget that, because they got a bonus point as well. I was so nearly. I was so nearly right. Did you have a lovely chat while I was off?
Yes,
I
very
missed all that,
interesting.
so I went
Thank
to
you.
try and get a glass of water.
Cut away, fired through the offside, should be cut off on the boundary. And they'll come back for a couple.
So what was the main message from University Centre Somerset then? What was that, other than degrees for real life?
Well,
It's an
and that's
interesting
interesting.
message in
And
itself.
what they're saying is actually we offer degrees. You know, you're not going to be talked at in a big lecture. We're a friendly university. We're doing sort of real life degrees, things that you might find jobs in quite soon afterwards. You know, deliberately leading people into jobs as opposed to, let's say, a subject which might, you know, and I'm not saying this is the wrong thing to do, it might open up a lot of doors, but it wouldn't specifically push you towards a certain
I
type
used to
of
call
job.
it vocational, which is a fancy word for, am I going to get a job at the end of it?
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly that kind of thing. So they've got real life situations. For instance, they were talking about the nursing degree that they do, and
Oh, yeah.
they're only just over
Very
the road from
vocational.
Musgrove, and they've got simulators and all sorts of things to help you get into that. We're talking about nuclear engineering. They've got a campus at Cannington, just down the road from Hinkley Point C, which is the new nuclear power station being built here in Somerset. And they've trained, they reckon, alongside the Bridgewater and Taunton College, they've trained about 1,500 nuclear apprentices to go on and help working at
Wow.
Hinkley Point. So
You know, my mind goes to goes to the Simpsons and Bart Simpson coming out with a nuclear rod in his pocket by accident. Sort of thing, but I'm sure that they are much.
I should think-
that is completely the wrong direction for that conversation.
I
today.
think Homer's safety record is far below anyone who'd be employed at
yeah.
Hinkley Point C.
Absolutely. But that, so courses where people are actually going to get jobs.
That's the idea, I think, is that you're looking towards a job at the end of it, yes. Or at least the course itself is focused on a sort of job that you're going to, as opposed to
Yeah,
learning
very
like
specific.
history, for example,
Yeah,
which
yeah.
doesn't point you directly at a job. It might sort of get you towards a certain industry or something, but these are jobs. These are courses that are based around jobs.
Brilliant. As Fraser comes in again, but Somerset still can't get this ball away. Skelton facing, she's on 5. Hazel's on 42. So, potential milestone for Jess Hazel. She gets to face Fraser. That's carved out through cover point. Lizzie Scott comes off the boundary and they get through for a single, rotating the strike. They're going to need to motor from here, but yes, Jess Hazel. Potential milestone in sight, 42 off 48 balls. Catherine Fraser, Scottish Wildcat. What's she going to serve to Jess Hazel? Is getting settled. Big stroke through mid-wicket, but that's a big old boundary there. It's cut off, so they're going to get 2 relatively simply. Another 2 to the total. 181 for 6. Hazel to 44. Skelton to 6. We need a few more of those multiples, don't we, Charlie?
That would help.
Yeah. Fraser in again as we hear the seagulls calling.
Yeah,
Straight to Holly Armitage, and that's another dot.
required now 10 and over, so they've got to be scoring boundaries. Got to be scoring boundaries, unless you're picking up basically 2 a ball, which isn't easy.
Yeah. Reverse. Is she going to get away with this? No, it's straight to the fielder, unfortunately. So they only get 1 for all that funk. Just
Yeah,
the one.
anything finer there, and you're probably picking up a 4, aren't you, if you get it
Yeah,
past the
either
infield.
side of it.
Yeah.
Or got hold of it more one way or the other,
Yep.
because you can direct it potentially a bit more there. Skelton to face Fraser. Comes forward, plays that through mid-wicket. It's a big old boundary there. Emily Windsor coming steaming off the boundary.
Well run.
2 more runs. They're getting their mileage in. That's the end of another over. 37 overs gone. Somerset 184 for 6. Hazel on 45. Skelton on 8. So, will Skelton get to that 50? And what shots is she going to use to get to that? Susie Bates and Holly Armitage just getting a little bit of brains trust going the opposite end. Talking of wily competitors, we've got Katie Levitt coming on again.
Yeah, very good competitor, as you say, someone who's so difficult to really dominate. And if you do try, she's got all the tricks in the book to get the control back.
Great character of the game.
Yeah.
If you get a chance to listen to podcasts that she's on,
Yeah,
it's
she's great.
Always good value.
Yeah, no, she's a fantastic addition to the game. Now there is a big gap in between those two, and she's found it perfectly. Jess Hazel. Fantastic shot. And that will take her to 49. So just one away from a milestone. We haven't had a Somerset 50, have we yet today? Trying to think. I don't think there were enough runs on the board for there to have been 50. Yeah, we had Odgers 47, didn't we?
Yeah, she got, yes.
Fairly close. Before she was bowled by Phoebe Turner. So Hazel she is already the top scorer for Somerset. Miles off the top scorer in the game, mind you. Still 100 runs behind what Susie Bates managed. But if she can pick up a single here, no. She can't. She'll have to wait at least one more ball.
You feel like Katie Levick's making her work for that. I'm going to put it really wide, and you've got to make a choice. Do you think this is going to get given? Is it your lucky day?
That was a bit of a gimme there, to be honest. That wasn't quite, I'm sure, what Levick had in mind. Looking for two, but no, just be the one. And Jess Hazel raises her bat. Brilliant work from Hazel, who came in and after a bit of a disastrous start for Somerset, who were at one point 88 for 4. And now, 101 runs later, they've only lost 2 more. So that's she steadied the ship there.
Yeah.
Oh, now that's a slog sweep. She's got a top edge. Will it go all the way? Dropped over the boundary, or did it just land inside? It's going to be 4 or 6, giving us a 4. Got 2 hands, so I think that should have been taken. Did the hard work, which was getting to the right area.
How close are we going to get to see this? Oh, just drops
me,
inside. Gosh, that could have easily... Yes, we'd had the benefit of DRS. We have it, but the umpires don't. I think I think they got this right, actually. Just drops in front of the rope.
Better sweep shot that time, straight to the fielder there. So
could have been close. Another inch or so, and that would have gone over for 6.
Somerset need 122 at a run rate of 10 and over. It's good to give you an idea of that run rate as to what they need to do. Another attempted slog sweep shot, and this time it's Jess Hazel who has to go. Having just reached her 50, she gets out, and that was 3 in a row. 2 from Chloe Skelton, one of which was nearly caught, and then 1 from Jess Hazel, and she was caught and has to go. So 50 well-made runs, but I think now Somerset are staring down the barrel with still 122 needed. Just the 3 wickets remain, and only 12 overs and 1 ball to get them.
Cow corner. Caught Villiers. She really is the player that you don't want to be lobbing 1-2. Well, not lobbing, but smacking 1-2, because it was a good catch diving forward, but a real Villiers kind of catch. She's a great fielder, which is why I'm saying that she may well be. She would be my wildcard pick for potential outsiders to make their way back into England's 50 over side, potentially for the World Cup. It would be an outsider. Card. So we're going to see Ellie Anderson, formerly of Central Sparks, which would be Warwickshire now. Settled well into Somerset, enjoying her time down here. Bumped into her mum at lunchtime and gave me a big hug, and then apologised for not making lemon drizzle cake.
Oh no!
That's how close. This is what you could have had, Charlie.
Oh, I was so looking forward to that.
She said, if I'd known you were coming, I'd have baked a cake.
Oh, nice.
Yep. In fact, she didn't break into song, but she might have done.
Well, it is Ellie Anderson. I've seen her hit some very good shots, but I wonder whether 122 runs might be... well, let's see. You never can tell, but that's an awfully big effort needed from these two now. Skelton on strike, who has played really well. I enjoyed watching her this year.
Hazel's given them... the best sniff she could with her contribution.
Yeah, absolutely.
50 contribution as Fraser continues from the Trescothic end. Rocks back, smacks that to square leg. There's a fielder there who's going to cut that off. They're just going to get the 1.
Well, there's only one player in this match who's managed to score more than Jess Hazel. So, it's a good innings. It's a good innings.
Yeah. That's when you put it into context, isn't it? Because that just shows how huge a contribution Dame Susie Bates made to this. Would be Dame Susie Bates if it was up to me. And Fraser comes in again.
If you were queen. Oh, lovely shot. Look at that driven through extra cover.
Beautiful 4. Extra cover. They dob bats together in celebration, and they've got to find a ball now. Stewart's got to give us that ball back, please. Beautiful shot through the covers there.
Yeah, There's nothing too complicated about that, really. Just sort of.
Yeah, I mean, I
bit of
have to say the Central Sparks
step in.
coaches got the fast bowlers hitting lovely drives in the V, which is what you want, really.
Sweeping this time.
Sweeping this time. But Emily Windsor will cut that off to get a 1.
Well, it's good if you can rely on your bowlers to start driving and then sweeping. They've got all the shots.
And they might as well have a go at this. There's some clapping going on.
200 up.
Oh, the 200 up. 200 up. So Anna Fraser into Skelton. Again, through the cover point. We're going to have a little look at this, the catch, presumably of Maddie Villiers, I think. We're going to have another look at the catch in a minute.
Our directors used the word legitimacy.
Ooh!
Which is
Controversy.
Yeah.
Or back past the bowler. He's going to get cut off below us. Just a single. So he wants to stir something up. Wait till we get to the end of the over. It's the end of the over. So 39 overs gone. 202 for 7.
So this is Hazel getting out to Villiers.
This is the catch to mid-wicket, cow corner. Villiers coming forwards. Ball in hand. No, I'm happy with that. Hands onto the ball.
Hang on.
What? Is there more? Oh, yeah, but she's already in control of the ball and her body, is she not? Oh, we need Sue Redfern for that one. We don't have DRS today.
So, yeah, the question is she under control?
Is she
Has
and
got
her
it
body under control? Yeah, well.
We don't want a Mitchell Stark situation where he used the ball to stop his
and
stop his slide, didn't he?
And then he
Only
used
put
it
the
to
ball
stand
down.
up. Yeah, that's ball down.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
that's a more obvious case as that's played back
It's an
past
interesting
the
one.
backing up batter.
Be interested to hear. I don't think Somerset should have any problems with that. However, it is I would like to hear an umpire's perspective as to when have you made the decision that it's under control. That's what I'd like to know.
It's about where the hands, the fielder's hands are, where they start, where they finish. That's thumped. Oh, it's a catch.
What a catch!
Wow.
What a catch! No problem with that one.
No problem. No, that's at sort of shoulder height, and Villiers is not going to miss that one either. So an easy chance at snaffled.
She's nailed
on the
that.
rope. Yeah, she has, and Villiers, and we'll just check that she isn't. Yeah, she hasn't touched the rope for a bit more controversy. Is that Fraser or Villiers? Because I get them mixed up. They're a long way from.
That was a
Villiers again.
Yeah, really good catch. Just so nonchalant.
It was.
Didn't get a body behind
On
it.
the run.
So you got your hands out in front of you.
Yeah.
You've got to get it right first time. And she does. She's absolutely brilliant. And so sort of calm and quiet about it.
Yeah, the legitimacy of a catch. It's about where the hands are, if they're under the ball, where it comes from, where it goes to. You have to be in control of the ball and your body. You know, and also when you slow it up, it always makes it look more controversial than it is. And there's no controversy about that one. In the air, caught at waist height, on the run, on the rope. Lovely bit of work there from Maddie Villiers, who is your match-changing, potentially, piece of fielding. And if we criticise England, and they've come in for quite a lot of criticism for their needing to be sharper, shall we say, in the field, you might well want to pick a fielder, an exceptional fielder.
All the calmness of Chloe Kelly there on the boundary. Like her taking a penalty.
Maddie Villiers is a footballer. I think she has to choose between football and cricket, if I remember rightly. I think that's what Polly told me. Levick to continue from the loft end. Comes forward and just prods that down defensively. There's our Molly. Molly Robbins to the crease. That distinctive blonde hair even visible underneath her Somerset batting helmet. Levick, a bit of Levick magic. Robbins thinks about a run but then changes her mind, and Levick goes and tidies off her own bowling. Coming to the end of the 40 over mark, so this is the point at which they might miss out on that bonus point. That was quite wide, but not called a wide. It's a bit of whirly guile from Katie Levick. Durham spinner. Robbins. Oh, it's in the air. Is Maddie Villiers going to take another catch? No, this one's over her head. She needed a cherry picker to catch that. 6 runs to Molly Robbins, who is going to have a go at this if she gets a chance. You see that this chance again. Dropped short, sat up. Thanks very much. That's going into the stand. And it did. You're going to want the ball back from that. No doubt want to check that when it comes back. It hasn't got too skagged. So that is the end of the over. So 40 overs, and Somerset are 209 for 8. Anderson on 7, and Robbins with that magnificent 6. Right, now, so I think the bonus point is now slipped out of Durham's hands. It's just a matter now whether Anderson and Robbins fancy themselves with their bats, and if they do, are they going to stick it out and go for this or win, as that's outside of off. Big hoof at that, but there's no connection. Probably just as well, because it might have been a snick behind or something as Villiers continues from the Truscothic end. Oh, dancey oops, that's it. Stumped off a wide. Villiers gets Robbins. That was a shame because she hit that massive 6. I was getting very excited there, Charlie, and then she hits massive 6 into the stand, and then is tempted by Villiers just floating one wide and gets stumped. Dancey oops.
Good bowling.
Yeah,
good bowling, just chucking it out wide. It's really, when you know a team's got to chase runs, you know they're going to be trying to coming down the pitch to you. It's just not a bad idea at all.
It's cricket smarts, isn't it, really?
Yeah.
From Villiers and Levick, you could not want for 2 wilier, seasoned professionals. Yeah, it's a trap, probably, most likely. So Somerset are now 210 for 9. So how long are they going to last for? How long can they stretch this out for?
Well, they got past the 40 over mark.
Yep, I said they've snuck that bonus point from out of Durham's under their noses.
Well, it'll be frustrating for Durham if they take this wicket now on this ball. They think, we're 2 balls late.
So I've got the batter out wrong. Barnes and Robbins. Yeah. It was Ellie Anderson stumped.
Yeah.
Beg your pardon. So Barnes to face the first of Villiers' spin.
And that is it.
It's it. That's it. Bold, clean bolded. And that's the end of Somerset, I'm afraid. Frustrating for Durham because for the sake of a few balls, that could have been an extra point, which might come in handy later in the competition. Yeah,
like I said, they did actually get the wicket on that ball. In fact, Maddie Villiers is going to end on a hat-trick ball. So next ball, someone will have to be wary of that for wherever Durham are in their next game, which is in quite a long time, given we've got the 100.
Yeah, I've got that.
Before
I'll come back to that.
Well, it was a game, in my opinion, Claire, which was completely dominated by one player in particular, who has made a huge difference. Bear in mind, Durham have won there by 105 runs, and Susie Bates got 163 in the first innings. That is more than the difference. She was a class above today. She was brilliant, absolutely, and I was feeling privileged to have watched that actually today. The way she played, I thought she was fantastic. Yeah,
I think it's one of those ones that everyone's going to remember that they were there watching that game. You asked me what the next games were. So the next games for these two teams are on Thursday the 4th of September. Somerset will be travelling up to Old Trafford to play Lancashire, and Durham will be at the Edgbaston Community Ground to play Warwickshire. The other fixtures that day will be Essex versus Hampshire and the Blaze versus Surrey. So they've got to wait till September. So these players will go in, the ones that are fortunate and have a 100 contract will be going off to that. And still some tier 2 to watch if you want to watch that.
Well, this is a good question now, isn't it? Is those players who are good enough to play tier 1 but not picked for the 100, what do? Do you go back to play for your club? Do you get to tier 2 loans?
They might get some tier 2 games in, and given that we've seen a lot of loans across the 2 tiers, I don't know if I'm going to see lots of loanees, but on Saturday I will be up at Derbyshire for Derbyshire versus Northampton tier 2 at the Midlands Cooperative Ground at Derby with Freddie Cardy. And I think there is still some tier 2 games going on for a couple of weeks. So and there'll be lots of 100 to watch, of course, for the women's game spectators. How much of the card are we going to go through then, Charlie? What do you reckon?
Well,
Too
I think.
painful?
Well,
Too painful?
no. I think we ought to go through. I mean, there is just one standout number, isn't there? And that is
Yeah.
163. There we go. Have a look at. This is the Somerset card there.
Yeah.
Just 1/2 century. Of course, Odger's got close as well, getting to 47. But really, not a lot to shout about there. It was. The problem is when you're chasing such a big total, you've got to go and you've got to feel like you're constantly scoring runs. You can't have a time to get in, which is what Durham had the luxury of, really. And Somerset were constantly chasing the game, weren't they? And that led to some shots which were meaning they got caught or you know, they were stumped or whatever. So it's it's been not a great game for Somerset. You can see the bowling figures there shared out quite nicely, really.
Yeah, some tight bowling. So 3 for 45 from Phoebe Turner, 3 for 57 from Levick, and 3 for 30 from Maddie Villiers. The pick of those in terms of the economy rate. Sophia Turner, who didn't pick up a wicket, was the best of the economy at 3.57. So yeah, tight bowling, a wily field, and that did for Somerset, really, didn't it?
Yeah, it was that
Odgers
first
was-
innings. It was Bates, 163 from just 140 balls as well, including 3 sixes and 18 fours. That's a
And that was later, wasn't it? 'Cause
Yeah,
didn't-
when she really
didn't-
went
Yeah,
out.
when she'd really got her eye in, which was smart batting.
when you've got a player who manages that, the other team is always going to be up against it because already you know that's at least probably going to get you to a total of around 300 plus. So that was where Somerset lost it. No one else got above 31. Bess Heath got to 31, and that was it. That was the only other score on the Durham card. But as I say, you only need one person to do that.
Yeah, and then you can have cameos.
Yeah,
down
absolutely.
the innings. Bess Heath's 31 and Phoebe Turner's 25. They're all bonuses then, aren't they? As you say. But a masterclass from Susie Bates. Yeah, so they will take the 4 points out of this, and which won't quite take them above Surrey, unfortunately.
Well, it is.
In the table.
It's been a lovely day. Claire, it's
It
been great
has.
to see you, and
Pleasure as
the
always.
weather has been fantastic. Nice to see the sunshine out after we had a bit of rain around yesterday. Next game here will be Somerset men's side getting going in the One Day Cup competition, as the other men's teams will break down for the 100 like the women's sides will now, so they won't be coming here. But the One Day Cup returns to, in the men's form, returns to Somerset throughout August. So do join us for those games. Got lots of great things planned, including I'm looking forward to, and not very long away, the
birthday.
Beer and Cider Festival and the birthday game as
birthday.
well. So lots to look forward to. Somerset turning 150 this year. So that
It doesn't look
in
a
the
day
next-
over 40.
Well, that's kind of you to say. Claire, always a pleasure. Thank you to the team as well behind the scenes here at the live stream. We appreciate all the work they always do to make us look and sound as good as we do. So thank you very much, and we'll see you shortly.
And thanks to University Centre Somerset, who you spoke to, and
Great to see
also
them. To Emma Corney as well.
Emma Corney,
Yeah.
who came in and gave me all the gossip.
Yeah, it was great to see
Yeah.
everyone. So
Good.
thank you all very much, and we'll see you again soon.
Bye.